Chapter 2299, Dredging for the Treasure. Alright, but before that, we have to make some other preparations. Inger, tell them to begin, the green-robed woman said. Yes, mother. Begin modifying the formation right away, Inger instructed. The remaining Azura spiders immediately gave affirmative replies, then rose up into the air before flying toward the formation around the ice platform. Some of them produced a series of formation treasures, while others summoned some other treasures of peculiar descriptions, and all of the treasures were tossed toward the ice platform. As soon as these items fell into the formation, they vanished into the ground as a streak of light of different colors. Immediately thereafter, the Azura spiders began to chant incantations while making hand seals, then pointed their fingers down toward the formation incessantly from above. As soon as this formation took shape, white cracks began to appear on the cylindrical ice platform at its center amid a string of crackling sounds. These cracks quickly widened to around the width of human fingers, and following a resounding boom, the entire platform completely shattered, revealing a pond that was around 100 feet in radius. The water in the pond was as clear as a mirror, and as soon as it appeared, a pillar of white light rose up into the air. However, the pillar of light only made it to an altitude of just over 1,000 feet before a faint blue light barrier was released by the formation down below, encompassing everyone as well as close to half of the entire valley. The pillar of light struck the light barrier, and the former instantly shattered into specks of white light, then spread through the surrounding area as white glacial chi. Large sheets of ice appeared in mid-air in the wake of this glacial chi, and it quickly converged toward Hanli and the others. However, everyone remained completely unfazed as they released layers of protective spiritual light to keep the ice at bay. The glacial chi here doesn't seem to be as fearsome as I imagined, He Lin scoffed as he swept his spiritual sense toward the glacial chi. Is that so? Why don't you take a look at this? The green-robed woman swept a hand toward the pond as she spoke, and several balls of red light immediately appeared around the pond, then rose up into the air, where they were suspended in a completely still manner. The balls of light contained a scepter, a mirror, a crystal ball, and a ring. The four treasures were all giving off scorching auras to eradicate the glacial chi around them. As soon as the four treasures emerged, the pond down below began to bubble, and the pillar of light it was releasing turned a far more substantial shade of white. Immediately thereafter, the glacial chi within the light barrier became over 10 times as potent as it had originally been. In the face of this formidable glacial chi, everyone's protective spiritual light was beginning to flash incessantly, as if they were about to be overwhelmed. Shui Ran and the others were naturally quite alarmed by this, and they hurriedly released a series of treasures to help them keep the glacial chi at bay. Those must be the pure yang attribute treasures you were referring to, right? However, if this is the extent of the glacial chi, then with your powers and treasures, you should be able to venture directly into the pond, Hanli said. He hadn't summoned any treasure to protect himself, but a layer of silver flames had appeared around him, eradicating all of the glacial chi within a radius of several tens of feet around his body. Unfortunately, the glacial chi within the pond becomes more potent with every 10 feet of depth, so even up until now, I still don't know exactly how deep this pond is. As such, it's impossible to secure the treasure within the pond through conventional means. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been stumped for so long, the green-robed woman replied as she cast a slightly wary gaze toward Hanli. The brocade-robed man was no less powerful than the green-robed woman, yet Hanli had been able to destroy him with ease, so it naturally wouldn't be too difficult for him to do the same to this woman. I see. How can we assist you here? Hanli asked. Simple. This formation is one that was created by the formation masters of our race over a span of several centuries, and it can dredge the treasure directly out of the pond, but it requires an injection of magic power from 6 Grand Ascension stage beings at once. Our race doesn't have that many Grand Ascension stage beings, which is why we've been unable to use the formation. However, with your assistance, this will be an easy task, Inger explained. Hanli raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. If I'm not mistaken, there seem to only be 5 Grand Ascension stage beings present. Rest assured, Brother Han, I have a secret technique that can temporarily elevate my cultivation base to the Grand Ascension stage, Inger replied. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. Oh. Is this secret technique related to your space-time powers as well? Inger faltered slightly upon hearing this before taking a meaningful glance at Han Li. You seem to have a thorough understanding of space-time laws. Indeed, this technique can only be unleashed with space-time power as a foundation. Han Li merely smiled and offered no explanation. In that case, let's begin. I don't want to stay here any longer than I have to, He Lin urged in an impatient manner. That suits us just fine. Let's all adopt our positions in the formation now. All of you are very adept in the art of formations, so I'm sure you've already identified that this formation poses no threat to you, the green-robed woman replied as she made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the 4 pure yang attribute treasures above the glacial pond. The treasures immediately transformed into 4 scorching fireballs at her behest, then swelled drastically to form 4 massive scorching suns in the sky, sending waves of flames surging in all directions. All of the ice and snow within the light barrier was quickly melted away, and at the same time, 6 stone pillars slowly emerged from the formation around the glacial pond amid a burst of rumbling. The stone pillars were riddled with all types of spirit patterns and had spiritual light revolving all around them. Furthermore, each pillar had a small silver formation at the top. All you need to do is stand on the pillars, then inject your magic power into them when I give the instruction, and we'll take care of the rest. Inger, you go first, the green-robed woman said. She was asking Ying Yi to go first to demonstrate to everyone that the formation was indeed safe. Inger did as she was told with a faint smile, following which Shui Ran and He Lin replicated her actions after exchanging a quick glance. Mo Jianli hesitated momentarily before also occupying one of the stone pillars, while Han Li made a hand seal and abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted atop one of the stone pillars, and Han Li reappeared. Seeing as everyone else had already entered the formation, the green-robed woman flew onto the final stone pillar, then issued an instruction to her brethren outside. Begin right away, failure is not an option. One of the 4 mature Azura spiders gave an affirmative response, and all 4 of them quickly scattered around the edge of the formation, then sat down with their legs crossed and began to chant incantations. Runes of different colors began to fly out of the spirit patterns all over the entire formation, and they slowly rose up into the air to form an indistinct ball of runes. At the same time, the Azura spiders began to inject their magic power into the formation either directly or through their formation treasures. A loud buzzing sound rang out from the formation, and the spirit patterns began to take on a translucent appearance, while the number of runes being released increased significantly. A short while later, the ball of runes above the glacial pond swelled to around 10 feet in size, then became clearer and clearer as if it had taken on a substantial form. The green-robed woman looked on with an unblinking gaze, and only after the ball of runes reached a size where it could no longer expand any further did she declare, "Please begin injecting your magic power into the stone pillars now." As soon as her voice trailed off, she led by example, sending her magic power surging into the stone pillar below her in a frenzy. Everyone else naturally followed suit, and with the influx of magic power, the 6 stone pillars began to flash violently while also releasing countless runes that surged high up into the sky. With the new influx of runes, the ball of runes began to quickly expand in size again. After a short while, it swelled to around the size of a pavilion, encompassing the entire pond down below. An elated look appeared on the green-robed woman's face upon seeing this, and she pointed a finger upward while opening her mouth to release a net of azure threads. Chapter 2300, Treasure in the Glacial Pond. The azure threads vanished into the ball of runes in a flash, following which the green-robed woman continued to chant while pointing up at the ball of runes incessantly. Radiant light suddenly erupted from the surface of the ball of runes, and it transformed into a funnel-shaped five-colored cloud. The runes within the cloud flashed incessantly, and it was as if something were rapidly taking shape within it. All of a sudden, light flashed from the underside of the cloud, and 5 dazzling translucent threads emerged before descending toward the glacial pond. As soon as the translucent threads came into contact with the water in the pond, a layer of white glacial chi swept forth, causing white frost to accumulate over the threads. The green-robed woman's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and she immediately pointed a finger toward the cloud again. A rumbling boom akin to a dull thunderclap rang out, and a burst of 5-colored light swept down along the translucent thread, instantly eradicating the white glacial chi and the frost that had gathered on the threads. Thus, the translucent thread plunged into the glacial pond. A hint of caution appeared on the green-robed woman's face, and she began to make a rapid string of hand seals. The 5 translucent threads descended deeper and deeper into the glacial pond, and Hanli was appraising everything while continuing to inject his magic power into the stone pillar beneath his feet. The green-robed woman had told them to give it their all, but with Hanli's immense magic power, he was able to make do with very little effort. At the same time, he was calculating the approximate depth of the translucent threads using a secret technique. 100 feet. 300 feet. 1,000 feet. 3,000 feet. As time passed, Hanli's eyes began to narrow slightly. At this point, the translucent threads were encountering significant resistance and had slowed down drastically. After passing the 10,000 feet mark, the green-robed woman heaved a sigh of relief, but the cautious look on her face still didn't fade. With each passing breath, the translucent threads were only able to sink several inches further. Even with all of her treasures, this was the deepest point that the green-robed woman had ever been able to reach. Thus, the translucent threads could reach the bottom of the glacial pond at any moment, and that was making the green-robed woman quite apprehensive. At this moment, Inger was entirely enshrouded within a cloud of crimson mist with an indistinct projection flashing behind her. It was unknown what type of secret technique she had unleashed, but the aura she was releasing really was no less powerful than that of the average Grand Ascension stage being. She hadn't been lying when she had declared that she could elevate her cultivation base using a secret technique. As a result, Shui Ran and the others were regularly sneaking intrigued glances at her. Around an hour later, the translucent threads were still in the pond, but they were now covered in a thin layer of frost, and the speed of their descent was almost undetectable to the naked eye. After continuously releasing magic power for such a long time, Mo Jianli and the others were beginning to display signs of strain. Shui Ran's brows were tightly furrowed as he communicated with He Lin through voice transmission, while the Azura spiders outside the formation had all turned very pale and were truly beginning to struggle. A sense of urgency welled up in the green-robed woman's heart upon seeing this. If she couldn't secure the treasure in the pond on this occasion, then there would be no chance for her in the future. With that in mind, she arrived at a decision and suddenly laid a hand onto the top of her own head, upon which a green spider that was around a foot in length emerged amid a flash of green light. The spider was glowing with green light, but its compound eyes were of a bright purple color, and as soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth to release a fist-sized ball of azure light upward. Inside the ball of light was a white crystalline core, and it instantly vanished into the funnel-shaped cloud in a flash. The woman had released her core, and it seemed that she was making one last roll of the dice. Everyone's hearts stirred slightly upon seeing this, and as soon as the core vanished into the cloud, a burst of loud rumbling rang out, following which a stream of piercing light flowed down along the translucent threads in a frenzy. The frost that had gathered over the translucent threads was dispelled again, and its speed of descent increased by about tenfold, quickly plunging down several hundred more feet before slowing down again. The green-robed woman's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this. Right at this moment, a faint sigh rang out from within the cloud of crimson mist, following which a pillar of silver light emerged before also plunging into the cloud. Another burst of bright light flowed down the translucent threads, which accelerated in its descent once again. However, on this occasion, the translucent threads only plunged down around 70 to 80 feet further before falling still again. The bottom has been reached. Please hold on just a little longer while I find the treasure's exact location, the green-robed woman said in an excited manner before switching to a different hand seal and closing her eyes. Enormous spiritual sense surged out of her glabella, traveling along the 5 translucent threads to instantly reach the bottom of the glacial pond. Moments later, an elated look appeared on her face, and her eyes instantly sprang open as she pointed a finger at the 5 translucent threads while uttering an urgent incantation. Almost at the exact same moment, Hanli felt his magic power output rate into the stone pillar increase by over 2-fold. His brows furrowed slightly, but he merely adjusted his magic power slightly and didn't oppose this change. Right at this moment, the 5 translucent threads tremored violently while emitting a faint buzzing sound, then slowly withdrew toward the funnel-shaped cloud. 1 inch, 2 inches, half a foot, 1 foot. The translucent threads were extremely slow, as if they were dragging up something very heavy. The still surface of the pond suddenly began to churn violently, forming a black vortex that was unfathomably deep, attempting to crush everything around and within it. Only the 5 translucent threads remained resolute at the center of the glacial pond. Bursts of glacial chi that were several times more potent than before gushed out of the vortex, but were kept at bay by the surrounding restrictions. Everyone appraised the unfolding scene with intense unblinking eyes. As it turned out, it took far longer for the translucent threads to be withdrawn than extended. After a long while, a resounding boom rang out within the vortex, following which a blue stone around the size of a human head was drawn out. The stone was giving off strong law fluctuations, and a hint of greed flashed through He Lin's eyes as he murmured to himself, that thing contained spatial power. Spatial power wasn't as mysterious as the power of time, but very people had truly mastered it. Most Grand Ascension stage beings were capable of tearing through space and teleporting oneself, but most of them had to rely on their immense power and spatial treasures, so they couldn't even compare with someone with true mastery over the law of space. As such, a treasure that could assist one in mastering the law of space was naturally an extremely precious treasure for Grand Ascension stage beings. In contrast, Hanli remained unmoved by this treasure. He could transform into a heavenly phoenix, which was proficient in spatial powers, so if he wanted to master the law of space, it was only a matter of time. Shui Ran also cast his gaze toward the blue stone with a greedy expression, while Mo Jianli remained quite calm and collected, seemingly just as unmoved as Hanli was. Just as Shui Ran and He Lin were hesitating about whether to intervene, Inga raised a hand to release a translucent thread, which wrapped up the blue stone in a flash before drawing it back to her like an arrow. Shui Ran's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he curled the fingers of his hand, which was concealed up his sleeve. However, right at this moment, a cold dagger-like gaze was directed toward him, striking him with a stinging sensation on his face. His heart jolted as he turned toward this gaze to find that the green-robed woman was currently appraising him with a threatening look in her eyes. Shui Ran hurriedly turned to Hanli and Mo Jianli, only to find that neither of them was displaying any reactions, so he could only give up on what he was doing and force a smile onto his own face. He Lin was still rather unwilling to give up, but he had no choice but to look on as the blue stone vanished into the cloud of crimson mist. Thank you for your assistance, everyone. The treasure has finally been obtained. The crimson mist faded, revealing a smiling Inger holding the blue stone in her hand. We've fulfilled our end of the deal. Where are the remaining cores? Hanli asked as he slowly withdrew his magic power. Rest assured, fellow Daoist, I won't go back on my word, Inger replied with a smile before stowing the blue stone away amid a flash of blue light, then produced a white jade box that she tossed toward Hanli. Shui Ran and the others immediately directed their attention toward the box. Hanli's expression remained unchanged as he drew the jade box into his grasp before removing the lid. After examining the contents of the box, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face. You really did keep your promise. Fellow Daoist Shui, let's split these cores among us. Sure. Now that we've obtained the cores, we've completed the objective for our trip, Shui Ran chuckled as he rubbed his hands together. It was clear that compared to that blue stone, the Sanqing lightning talismans were more important to him. He Lin and Mo Jianli were also very excited to see the remaining cores. Han Li smiled as he swept a sleeve over the box, upon which 4 cores were immediately sent flying toward Mo Jianli and the others. Chapter 2301, Return. Mo Jianli and the others caught the cores before examining them to ensure that there wasn't anything amiss, then stowed them away with elated expressions. Seeing as our deal is complete, we won't have to continue our battle any longer. May I ask when you're planning to leave this realm? This is only a small realm, and it can't contain too many grand ascension stage beings, the green-robed woman said. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Luo, we'll be leaving in a few days at most. Prior to that, we're planning to collect some resources from this small Azura realm. I'm sure you wouldn't stop us, right? Han Li replied with a smile. If it's just collecting resources, then of course we won't intervene. However, there are a few other beings in this realm that are very difficult to deal with, so do be careful, the green-robed woman cautioned with a meaningful smile. Oh. Could it be that one of those beings is that Che Chizi? Mo Jianli asked. The green-robed woman was rather surprised to hear this. Have you encountered it already, fellow Daoist Mo? Indeed I have. As expected of a legendary ancient beast, even I almost perished by its hands, Mo Jianli sighed. A hint of excitement appeared on Shui Ran's face upon hearing this, and he hurriedly interjected, would you be able to tell me where the lair of this Che Chizi is, fellow Daoist Luo? I actually do know the location of the Che Chizi's lair, but... A hint of hesitation appeared on the green-robed woman's face as he spoke. Shui Ran realized that he had been overly eager upon seeing this, and he reverted back to a calm expression as he said, rest assured, I won't ask you to disclose this information to me free of charge. Immediately thereafter, he flipped a hand over to produce a small leather pouch before tossing it toward the woman. The green-robed woman drew the pouch into her grasp before injecting her spiritual sense into it, upon which a pleased look appeared on her face. I have a map with an annotation of the Che Chizi lair's exact location. As soon as her voice trailed off, she raised a hand to release a white jade slip. Shui Ran drew the jade slip into his grasp, then pressed it against his own forehead with a serious expression. He Lin was also appraising the jade slip with a hint of excitement in his eyes. At this moment, Inger suddenly smiled, and said, I'm sure all of you must be extremely renowned beings of your respective realms, and you must be carrying many precious treasures. Our race has also collected some resources that can't be found in any other realms, so how about we arrange some trades before you go and seek out other resources? I'm sure that would save all of you a lot of time. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before chuckling, oh. Are you proposing an impromptu exchange convention, fellow Daoist Ing? That's right. Truth be told, our race has a collection of all of the precious resources in this realm. As long as you can offer the right price, we'll be sure to satisfy your needs, Inger replied. The green-robed woman didn't say anything to stop her, so she was clearly in approval as well. Mo Jianli and the others were very tempted upon hearing this. With the limited time they had left in this small Azura realm, it was very unlikely that they would be able to collect all of the resources they wanted. As such, it certainly wouldn't be a bad idea to exchange for some resources. Alright, I'd be happy to trade some items with you, Mo Jianli agreed after a brief moment of contemplation. We would also be open to some trades, Shui Ran said after communicating with He Lin through voice transmission. In that case, I'll join in as well, Han Li chimed in. This was a win-win arrangement, so there was no reason not to participate. The smile on Inger's face became more pronounced upon hearing this, and she proposed, "All right, then let's go somewhere nearby to begin our exchanges." Hanli and the others all agreed, but prior to their departure, everyone failed to notice that Hanli had cast a seemingly nonchalant glance toward the glacial pond. Several hours later, the Azura spiders departed with pleased expressions from the island where the glacial pond was situated on the giant black falcon. Thus, Hanli and the other foreign Grand Ascension stage beings were left on their own. After a series of trades, all of them had reaped great rewards, obtaining many precious resources that could only be found in this realm. They had expended a heavy price for those resources, but they were still very pleased. "Are you really just going to let these Azura spiders go, Brother Han?" "It's still not too late to change your mind," Shui Ran suddenly said. "Why would I change my mind? If they were that easy to kill, then I would have already done so rather than stoop to trading with them," Hanli replied with a calm expression. "The resources brought out by those Azura spiders are most likely only a very small portion of their collection. On top of that, aren't you interested in that blue stone? The potency of the spatial power contained within that stone is something that I've never seen before. If we can obtain that item, we can employ a shared ownership system, and perhaps all of us would be able to truly master the law of space over time," Shui Ran proposed. Even Mo Jianli was slightly tempted upon hearing this. In contrast, Hanli chuckled in a nonchalant manner, "Hee, unfortunately, I'm not interested in the power of space, so I have no intention of taking the risk. If you're interested in that stone, you can negotiate with the Azura spiders yourselves, perhaps they'll be willing to give it to you if you offer them sufficient compensation." Shui Ran's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he quickly chuckled in response, "Surely you jest, fellow Daoist. The Azura spiders clearly hold that stone in very high regard, so they most likely won't accept a trade even if we were to hand over everything in our possession. Seeing as you're unwilling to get involved, then just pretend like I never said anything. We still have some matters that we need to attend to, so we'll be taking our leave now." Shui Ran cupped his fist in a parting salute as he spoke, and He Lin also followed suit. Hanli returned the salute, and said, "Look after yourselves, fellow Taoists." Mo Jianli also offered some parting words. Thus, Shui Ran and He Lin departed as two streaks of light, quickly vanishing into the distance. "Do you plan to search for some more precious resources, Brother Han?" Mo Jianli asked with a smile after Shui Ran and He Lin had disappeared into the distant sky. "I do. We still have a few days until we have to leave, perhaps I'll encounter some opportunities during that time." "What are your plans, Brother Mo?" Hanli asked. "I'm already extremely fortunate to have obtained these 3 cores, so I don't plan to take any more risks. I'm going to find a secluded place to rest and meditate until the day we leave. Your powers are far beyond mine, but I still have to advise you to be careful in case the Azura spiders decide to seek vengeance on us," Mo Jianli said with a serious expression. "That sounds like a good plan. As for those Azura spiders, I may not be able to kill them on my own, but they won't be able to do anything to me either," Hanli replied with a confident smile. "In that case, there's nothing for me to worry about. I'll be taking my leave as well. See you back in the spirit realm in a few days," Mo Jianli said with a smile as he extended a parting salute. Hanli also bade him farewell, and he released a small boat that he got onto, then quickly sped away as a streak of light. Only after a long while did Hanli withdraw his gaze from the distance, then turn toward the giant island where the glacial pond was situated with a peculiar look in his eyes. He then swept a sleeve through the air, transforming into a ball of azure light that flew directly toward the island. A short while later, Hanli reappeared above the same valley from before. He hovered in mid-air as he looked down at the glacial pond from above. At this point, the glacial qi within the valley seemed to have abated significantly. However, the space around the glacial pond had still been completely frozen into a massive chunk of ice, completely sealing the entrance to the pond again. Hanli looked down at the massive block of ice for a while, then suddenly opened his mouth to release a silver fireball, which transformed into a silver fire raven. After that, he chanted something and made a hand seal before pointing a finger toward the fire raven, which swelled drastically in size at his behest. In the blink of an eye, the silver fire raven swelled to over 100 feet in size with scorching silver flames burning all over its body, but it was clearly looking rather fatigued, having just endured a grueling battle against that purple peacock. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he opened his mouth to release several azure balls of magic power, which vanished into the fire raven's body in a flash. Chapter 2302 The Second Sacred Treasure. The silver fire raven immediately spread its wings and swelled to several thousand feet in size, and its silver flames also brightened significantly to illuminate the entire sky. Han Li immediately uttered the word absorb upon seeing this, and the spirit engulfing fire raven instantly lowered its head before opening its beak to release a vast expanse of silver flames, inundating all of the ice around the glacial pond. The ice began to melt away at an astonishing rate, while specks of silver light emerged from the ice before fusing into the silver flames. In the blink of an eye, all of the ice was melted away, and the entrance to the glacial pond was revealed once again. The silver flames continued downward to encompass the entire pond as well, and all of the glacial chi being released by the pond transformed into wisps of silver light. White were devoured by the silver flames to further fuel them. The spirit engulfing heavenly flames were a type of mutated flames that were very peculiar in that it combined both yin and yang attributes. As such, it could absorb both extreme glacial and extreme yang attribute items to bolster its power. As soon as the seal over the glacial pond had been undone by the Azura spiders, the spirit engulfing heavenly flames within Han Li's body had become extremely restless, yearning to devour the glacial chi here. Han Li had been ecstatic to sense this. Never had the spirit engulfing heavenly flames displayed such a strong reaction before. He had explored several glacial regions of the spirit realm in the past, discovering some glacial chi that could be absorbed by the spirit engulfing heavenly flames, but none of those had been as attractive to the flames. The Azura spiders were powerless to counter the glacial chi here, but Han Li was able to do so with ease with these flames. However, he didn't want to reveal to anyone the ability of his spirit engulfing heavenly flames to devour glacial chi, so he had hidden this fact and assisted them in using their formation to dredge up that treasure. Currently, Han Li was hovering in the air above the valley with an expectant look on his face. As time passed, the glacial chi flowing out of the pond gradually became more feeble, and it seemed that almost all of it had been devoured by the spirit engulfing heavenly flames. Han Li's brows furrowed upon seeing this. He pointed a finger at the spirit engulfing fire raven, and it quickly shrank down to around only 10 feet in size before plunging down as a silver fireball. As soon as the fire raven plunged into the silver flames down below, all of it vanished into the fire raven's body in a flash, following which the fire raven plunged into the pond. A string of rumbling booms rang out within the pond while silver light flashed incessantly. Meanwhile, Han Li closed his eyes, but he was still maintaining a hand seal as he uttered an incantation in a barely audible voice. The glacial chi emanating from the pond began to vanish at an even faster rate, and 2 hours later, the silver fire raven re-emerged from the pond. At this point, all of the glacial chi was already gone, and the pond had become nothing more than an ordinary pond. Han Li opened his eyes, and a hint of elation appeared on his face as he appraised the spirit engulfing fire raven. The fire raven still had silver flames burning all over its body, but beneath those flames was a translucent body, indicating that it had attained a substantial form. It was clear that the fire raven had undergone another evolution after absorbing all of the glacial chi within the pond. Of course, this transformation was only just beginning. The fact that the pond posed a threat even to a grand ascension stage being was sufficient testament to just how potent its glacial chi was. Even with the spirit engulfing Fire Raven's immense powers, it couldn't refine and absorb so much glacial chi in such a short time, so it could only slowly do through a slow process. Hanli switched to a different hand seal as he prepared to withdraw the spirit engulfing Fire Raven, but right at this moment, it suddenly opened its beak to send a ball of white light flying directly toward him. Hanli faltered slightly before reflexively reaching out to catch the ball of light, upon which it was revealed that this was an egg-sized translucent ball that was giving off a glacial aura. If it weren't for his protective spiritual light and his incredible physical constitution, his hand would have most likely been harmed by the ball upon contact. Interesting. Did you find this in the pond? Hanli asked. The silver Fire Raven merely hovered before him and displayed no reaction. Han faltered slightly before bursting into laughter. Silly me, with your limited spiritual nature, there's no way you'd be capable of answering questions. After appraising the ball for a while longer, Hanli swept his spiritual sense toward it, upon which a hint of surprise appeared on his face. As soon as his spiritual sense came into contact with the surface of the ball, it naturally slid off to the side as if there were nothing in his hand. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hanli pointed a finger at his own glabella, releasing a translucent spiritual sense thread that vanished into the ball in a flash. I see. On this occasion, an enlightened look appeared on Hanli's face, and after a brief hesitation, he tossed the ball up into the air before pointing a finger at it. A bolt of golden lightning immediately erupted out of his fingertip to strike the translucent ball, which flashed violently before finally shattering amid the golden lightning. A burst of astonishing glacial chi swept forth in all directions, following which a blue object was revealed. It turned out that the translucent ball contained a thumb-sized bead, which was giving off powerful spatial fluctuations. Hanli quickly assessed the situation and soon made sense of the situation. This glacial pond didn't just contain one sacred treasure of the spacefish race, there were two instead. The larger one was the blue rock taken by the Azura spiders, while the smaller one was this translucent bead. Despite the size discrepancy, the spatial fluctuations emanating from the two treasures were quite comparable. However, the bead had been intentionally disguised by another treasure, allowing it to escape the detection of even Grand Ascension stage spiritual sense, so it was clear that this one was more important in the eyes of the spacefish race than the blue stone. As for its exact purpose, that was most likely something that only the spacefish race would know. After a brief moment of hesitation, Hanli flipped a hand over to release a jade box before placing the bead into it and closing the lid, then quickly plastered several restriction talismans to the box's surface. Thus, the spatial fluctuations emanating from the box were completely cut off. After that, he stowed the jade box away before making a hand seal, and the spirit engulfing Fire Raven rapidly shrank down into a silver fireball before vanishing up his sleeve in a flash. He then stomped a foot onto the ground, rising up and departing from the island as a streak of azure light. Judging from the direction he was traveling toward, it seemed that he was going to the lava lake where the space fish beings were situated. At the same time, the Azura spiders were on their way back to the stone city, and the green-robed woman wore a concerned expression as she said, "Inger, will it really be all right leaving those air fish beings where they are? The secret of their existence has already been leaked, and we've just secured their secret treasure. What if they read between the lines and figure out what we're doing? Haven't you already sent some subordinates to keep an eye on them? Just leave them where they are. Even though spatial power can be extracted from their cores, this branch has no future. Even the fully mature ones among them are only at the spatial tempering stage, so there's no way we can extract true spatial laws from them. Besides, we only required their cores as we were hoping to be able to control spatial power by devouring the power within those cores. However, during my seclusion, I discovered that this method is largely ineffective. I was only able to master the law of space using a different method. Otherwise, I would most likely still be stuck at square one even now, Inger replied in a nonchalant manner. You used another method. The green-robed woman was quite surprised to hear this. That's right. With the sacred treasure of the space fish race in our grasp, we no longer require their cores as we already have enough, so there's no need to risk another conflict with those outsiders over something like this. Once we get back, I'll refine that man's nascent soul to further my mastery of the law of spacetime. Once I come out of seclusion, I'll be able to produce a spacetime seed for you, and when that time comes, both of us will be able to attain the law of spacetime, will be unstoppable across all realms. Inger replied with a smile. With your current powers, you can already contend with the average Grand Ascension stage being. Once you reach the Grand Ascension stage, you'll most likely be comparable in power to those top-grade true spirit beings. Aside from true dragons and heavenly phoenixes, nothing will be able to stand in your way, the green-robed woman said with an elated expression. Inger merely chuckled in response, but judging from her expression, she clearly agreed with this assessment. A burst of yellow light subsided above the underground lava lake, and Hanli emerged before inspecting his surroundings, upon which his brows immediately furrowed slightly. Chapter 2303, Space Fish Chieftain. There were several dismembered wolf-like beast carcasses strewn around the lava, clearly having been sliced apart by some type of sharp blade. Jin Tong, Hanli called as he withdrew his gaze. 1. Spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and the gold-devouring beetle monarch instantly appeared before extending a deep bow toward Hanli, then said something to Hanli in an unintelligible language, but Hanli seemed to be able to understand it. So these things arrived here not long after I left. They must have been sent here by the Azura spiders. It's a good thing I left you here. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what the Azura spider race was planning. Come back for now, Hanli said as he swept a sleeve through the air, and Jin Tong immediately flew over to him before vanishing up his sleeve in a flash. Jin Tong was a name that Hanli had given the gold-devouring beetle monarch on a whim, and he felt it to be quite appropriate. After that, Hanli flicked a finger toward the dismembered beast carcasses, releasing several crimson fireballs that incinerated everything into ashes. Only then did Hanli direct his attention toward the lava lake again, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He flipped a hand over to produce the talisman-covered jade box that contained that blue bead, then swept a hand over the box, upon which all of the talismans and the lid was removed, revealing the bead inside. As soon as the bead appeared, it immediately released a burst of powerful law fluctuations that were guided into the lava lake by Hanli's magic power. Upon first seeing the blue stone and this bead at the glacial pond, Hanli had discovered that they imbued with a familiar aura in addition to their immense spatial power. After pondering the matter, he discovered that this aura was identical to that of the space fish beings he had encountered earlier. However, this aura was extremely feeble on these two items, to the extent that it was barely detectable. If it weren't for the fact that he had only encountered the space fish beings only several days prior, he most likely wouldn't have been able to detect it either. As such, even though Hanli didn't know that the treasures in the glacial pond were the so-called sacred treasures of the space fish race, he had guessed that there was a connection. Furthermore, he didn't have any concrete evidence to support this, but he felt like this treasure was hiding a secret. Thus, as soon as he obtained the bead, he immediately traveled to this lava lake. The blue bead within the jade box was flashing erratically, and the law fluctuations it was giving off were becoming more and more potent, causing the nearby space to buzz incessantly while blurry bands of light materialized in the air. The entire underground cave also began to tremor slightly, sending countless rock fragments raining down from above. If a normal person had been in Hanli's shoes, they would at least be dealt some injuries, if not killed, by this rain of rocks, but as a Grand Ascension stage being, Hanli was naturally able to eradicate the falling rocks with ease with his protective spiritual light. All of a sudden, the lava lake parted, and several human-fish hybrid creatures emerged, wielding all types of different weapons. These were none other than the space fish beings that Hanli had seen a few days ago, and they immediately surrounded him before appraising him with bewildered expressions. There was a burly male space fish being among them, and he was that spatial tempering stage leader of the space fish race. His gaze was firmly locked onto the jade box, and there was a hint of indescribable excitement intermingled with the bewilderment in his eyes. Hanli merely appraised the space fish beings in silence with a hint of a smile on his face. "Who are you and why are you unleashing your power here, Senior? Are you targeting our race?" the burly space fish being asked in a wary voice. He possessed the most advanced cultivation base among all of the space fish beings present, yet he had only just reached the spatial tempering stage, and he was completely unable to glean Hanli's cultivation base, so he was naturally feeling very anxious. "I want to meet your leader," Hanli said in an implacable voice as he stowed the jade box and beat away amid a flash of white light. The burly man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and following a brief moment of contemplation, he replied with a slightly forced smile, "Yes, Senior, we'll take you to our chieftain right away." He was clearly well aware that Hanli was far too powerful for him to turn down. Even so, he still turned to two of his companions and quickly communicated something to them through voice transmission, then made an inviting hand gesture toward Hanli. The two space fish beings immediately plunged into the lava lake as two balls of red light at his behest. Hanli paid no heed to this and drifted down into the lava lake in an unhurried manner as well. In the instant that Hanli descended into the lava lake, it immediately parted to create a massive passageway several tens of feet wide. The passageway was unfathomably deep and seemed to reach all the way to the lake bed. "That's the fire evasion technique." The burly man was quite stunned to see this. The fire evasion technique was a very commonplace technique that even elementary cultivators could master, but it was astonishing that such an incredible phenomenon could be created using such a simple technique. The burly man took a moment to compose himself, then descended into the lake along with his companions. The lava lake didn't appear to be all that large, but it was unexpectedly very deep. Only after descending for about 3,000 to 4,000 feet did Hanli finally catch sight of a blue light barrier down below. His expression changed slightly as he passed directly through the light barrier, upon which he arrived in another small space. As soon as he entered this space, loud sirens rang out in all directions, and around a dozen patrolling space fish beings immediately surrounded him with menacing expressions. Hanli raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, and just as he was considering whether he should teach these space fish beings a lesson, the burly man also rushed into the light barrier before hurriedly yelling, "Get back! This senior is an esteemed guest of our race, and he's here to see our chieftain." All of the guards were rather hesitant upon hearing this. "What? He wants to meet our chieftain? Surely that's not appropriate." Right at this moment, a ball of red light shot forth from another direction, then faded to reveal a female space fish being holding a badge aloft in her hand. "The chieftain wishes to meet the esteemed guest in the heavenly domain hall. No one is to stop him." The space fish guards were still rather bewildered by the situation, but they all backed down as instructed. "In that case, please go on ahead." Only then did Hanli carefully inspect his surroundings with a faint smile on his face. This area only had a radius of less than 10 kilometers, and there were hundreds of triangular buildings of different heights constructed here. The surfaces of these buildings were all etched with extremely primitive-looking squiggly text, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that the text seemed to contain some type of profound meaning. Hanli didn't know how many space fish beings were living in those buildings, but there were less than 300 outside the buildings, and the vast majority of them were elderly, women, or children. It seemed that even if all of the space fish beings were to vacate the buildings, there would only be around 500 to 600 of them at most, so this definitely wasn't a prosperous community. The burly man was growing rather uneasy at the sight of Hanli inspecting the surrounding area, and he volunteered, "Please come with me, Senior." "All right, lead the way," Hanli replied in a nonchalant manner. The burly man extended a bow before rising up into the air and flying toward a certain direction. As for Hanli, he took a step forward and immediately appeared over 100 feet away, following along behind the burly man in an unhurried manner. After just a few flashes, the two of them arrived in front of an ordinary-looking building. There were no guards stationed at the entrance of the building, and the burly man stopped here before turning to Hanli with a respectful salute. "Our chieftain is inside, senior. I can't come in with you, so I'll be waiting outside." Hanli nodded in response before making his way into the building. After passing through the entrance, he arrived in a hall that was around 100 feet in size with only some simple tables and chairs in the room. On the chair at the end of the hall sat a thin gray-haired elderly man with a completely human body as opposed to a human-fish hybrid body. Hanli swept his spiritual sense toward the elderly man to find that he was only at the early body integration stage. "Are you the space fish chieftain?" Hanli asked in a calm manner. The elderly man had already risen to his feet as soon as Hanli entered the hall, and after briefly sweeping his spiritual sense toward Hanli, his expression changed slightly as he replied in a respectful manner, "My name is Lu Shua, and I am indeed the chieftain of the space fish race. May I ask where you've come from, senior? Are you a grand ascension stage being?" There was a hint of peculiar excitement intermingled with the elderly man's respectful expression. "That's right, I am a grand ascension stage from a foreign realm," Hanli replied with a faint smile. A mixture of grief and elation appeared on the elderly man's face upon hearing this, and he suddenly fell to his knees before kowtowing toward Hanli. "Thank heavens! A powerful being from a foreign realm has finally blessed us with his presence. Please save our race, senior. If you can save us from the Azura spider race, we'll accept you as our master and serve you for generations to come." 1 Jin Tong literally translates to Golden Child. Chapter 2304, Domain B. Despite Han Li's steadfast demeanor, he was quite taken aback to hear this, and he chuckled, "You want to accept me as your master? Is that supposed to be a joke? You've only just met me and know nothing about my personality. What if I were to treat you even worse than the Azura spider race? Were you the one who eradicated those Azura spider race spies outside, senior?" the elderly man asked. "I didn't take care of them in person, but I was involved," Hanli replied in an ambiguous manner. "In that case, you must be aware of the current situation our race is facing, right, senior?" the elderly man asked in a grim manner. "I do. However, there are countless similar cases across all of the realms out there. That's not a reason for me to intervene. I don't see any benefit in accepting you, so why would I do that when I could risk offending other powerful beings of the same caliber as myself?" Hanli asked. "You've already taken care of those spies and come to visit us in person, so there must be something that we can do for you. As long as you agree to accept us, we'll be willing to do anything for you. Us space fish beings are rather adept in control over spatial power. Perhaps that won't be able to directly assist you in battle, but we're more than capable of opening up small spaces and managing cave abodes," the elderly man replied in an extremely earnest manner. "Hee, you make a compelling case. There is indeed something that you can do for me. Setting everything aside for now, do you recognize this thing?" Hanli flipped a hand over to summon the blue bead as he spoke. As soon as the bead appeared, it immediately began to emit a buzzing sound, resonating with the elderly man in a peculiar manner. Much to Hanli's surprise, the elderly man wasn't all that surprised to see the bead. Instead, he sighed, "That's the domain bead. As expected, our sacred treasure has fallen into your hands." It seemed as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "So this is a sacred treasure of your race. You seem to already have been aware that it was in my possession," Hanli said as his eyes narrowed slightly. "I only just found out not long ago. Please take a look at this, senior." The elderly man raised an arm as he spoke to reveal a peculiar symbol on his wrist. The symbol was identical in shape to the bead that Hanli was holding, and it was also flashing with faint blue light. This sacred symbol is something that only the past chieftains of the air fish race can possess. Aside from its purpose as a mark of identification, its main purpose is to detect the sacred treasure of our race. At my current cultivation base, I'll be able to sense the exact location of the domain bead as long as it's within a radius of 100 kilometers around me. This is why I was willing to immediately accept you as the master of our race. I believe that this is a sign from the heavens. Otherwise, how would our sacred treasure have fallen into your hands? The elderly man said in a serious manner. Interesting. You can stand up now. I happened to obtain this treasure by chance. Seeing as it's the sacred treasure of your race, it must have some other important purpose aside from the power of laws contained within it, right? Hanli asked with an intrigued expression. That's right, this domain bead is an extremely rare treasure that contains a realm in itself. However, back when our race first began to fall into decline many years ago, the treasure was sealed by a powerful being in our race using a secret technique. As such, I've only ever heard legends of the treasure's abilities, the elderly man replied in a respectful manner as he rose to his feet. A hint of surprise appeared on Hanli's face upon hearing this. Oh. That does make it an extremely precious spatial treasure. Did you know that this treasure was sealed in that glacial pond? I did. The forefathers of our race intentionally stored the domain bead in that glacial pond so that other powerful beings wouldn't hunt us down over the treasures. After all, we didn't have sufficient power to protect it, so it would have only spelled trouble for us. As such, it was mandated that the sacred treasure could only be retrieved once our race became powerful enough to protect it. Unfortunately, we never managed to make a resurgence. Instead, we've been falling further and further into decline, to the extent that we're almost unable to even pass down our bloodline anymore. Thus, the sacred treasure became completely pointless to us, the elderly man explained in a resigned manner. It seems that your forefathers made a very wise decision. Otherwise, the Azura spider race would have taken the treasure from you long ago. Speaking of which, I saw them retrieve another rock that was also imbued with the law of space in that glacial pond. What was that thing? Hanli asked. That is another sacred treasure of our race known as the engraved spirit stone. It serves no other purpose than to help powerful beings master the power of space. I see. Hanli looked down at the bead in his hand with a contemplative expression. The elderly man gritted his teeth with a hesitant expression before continuing, Senior, if you're willing to accept our race, then we'd be willing to offer our blood essence to erase the mark left on the domain bead by our forefathers so that you can refine it for yourself. This sacred treasure has been refined by the powerful beings of our race in the past, and ownership cannot be transferred through normal refinement methods. I also know a cultivation art that will allow you to easily control this treasure. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this is that you have to be quite powerful even among Grand Ascension stage beings. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for you to repress the backlash from this bead. As for the Azura spider race, they can't leave this realm easily due to some special reasons, so you don't have to worry about offending them. I am indeed very interested in this treasure, but I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for me to take all of you with me as I entered this realm through a special method. Unless I make all of you my spirit beasts and store you in my spirit beast bracelet, I won't be able to take you with me when I depart from this realm. As for those Azura spiders, they pose no threat to me, so even if they do come after me, I'll be capable of opposing them, Hanli said. If that's your only concern, then there's a very simple solution. After you refine the domain bead, we'll be able to enter the realm within the bead and leave this realm with you, the elderly man replied in an ecstatic manner. That's a viable option, but can the realm within the domain bead really contain all of you? And how long will it take for me to refine the treasure? I only have a few more days left in this realm, Hanli said. Rest assured, Senior, the area of the realm within the domain bead definitely ranks among the top treasures of its kind. As for the time it'll require to refine the bead, with the assistance of our entire race, it'll only take around 2 to 3 days for you to successfully refine it, the elderly man immediately replied. Hanli contemplated the situation for a moment before nodding in response. Oh. I didn't think that the realm inside the treasure would be so vast. I can afford to wait 2 or 3 days. In that case, it's decided, as long as I can refine this domain bead, I'll protect your space fish race for as long as I live. It wasn't a difficult task for him to integrate such a weak branch of beings into the human race. The elderly man was ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately fell to his knees before kowtowing again. Thank you, Senior. I'll begin the preparations right away, please wait for me. He didn't know how Hanli was going to treat them, but it was surely going to be better than living under the rule of the Azura spiders, which were slaughtering them as they pleased, placing them at constant risk of ending their bloodline inheritance. Go on, I'll stay here and study this treasure in the meantime, Hanli instructed with a wave of his hand. Yes, I'll be taking my leave now, Senior. Only then did the elderly man rise to his feet before departing in a respectful manner. Several hours later, a shimmering silver formation was slowly taking shape on a plot of empty land situated between around a dozen triangular buildings. Countless space fish beings were busy constructing the formation, while another group of space fish beings were walking onto a tall platform that had just been constructed on the edge of the formation. They then slit their wrists using sharp blades, allowing their blood to flow into a giant azure cauldron that was around half as tall as a grown man. Close to half of the cauldron had already been filled, and a translucent blue bead that was flashing with faint spiritual light was floating at the center of the pool of blood. At this moment, Hanli was hovering in the air above the giant formation, appraising the unfolding scene with his arms crossed. The space fish beings were very efficient, completing a series of very complex preparatory steps in a short time. It seemed that it wouldn't even take the full 3 days for him to refine the domain bad. He was naturally very eager to truly attain such a powerful spatial treasure, and he really wanted to know what the realm inside the treasure was like. On the blood sky continent of the spirit realm, a resounding boom suddenly rang out from a certain ancient altar that was embedded into the ground, following which a burst of energy fluctuations was released, forcibly scattering all of the earth around the altar. Immediately thereafter, a 5-colored light formation appeared in mid-air, and a translucent figure emerged. I've finally completed my descent. As expected, the spiritual chi is far less abundant here than in the true immortal realm, the figure sighed to himself as he inspected his surroundings. Chapter 2305, Collective Vow. The figure suddenly swept a sleeve through the air, and the entire formation disintegrated into countless golden and silver runes, revealing the figure to be a black-robed young man with his hands clasped behind his back. The young man had particularly pale skin that had an almost sickly appearance in contrast with his black robes. After taking a glance at the black space around him, he seemed to have immediately realized what environment he was in, and his brows furrowed slightly as he pointed a finger upward. Around a dozen silver runes instantly shot forth before vanishing into the surrounding space, and in the next instant, a burst of loud rumbling rang out all around him. All of the surrounding earth was rapidly peeled back as if it had sprung to life, forming an extremely long canyon that led all the way to the surface of the ground. The young man cast his gaze upward, and a pleased look appeared on his face at the sight of faint white light shining down from above. A burst of light swept up from beneath his feet, carrying his body directly up toward the top of the canyon. Moments later, the young man emerged from the canyon amid a flash of silver light, and only after rising to an altitude of over 10,000 feet above the ground did he finally draw to a halt. He quickly inspected his surroundings to discover a barren black landscape that was devoid of all signs of life aside from some short patches of wild weeds. It was as if this were a realm of death. He didn't seem surprised by this in the slightest, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he made a hand seal, upon which specks of spiritual light emerged up above to form a menacing beast that was over 1,000 feet in length. The beast had the head of a lion and the body of a chelan. Its upper body was covered in scorching crimson flames, but its lower body was shimmering with silver light, and it was impossible to identify what type of beast this was. In the next instant, the young man's face suddenly paled even further, and the giant beast he had just summoned disintegrated amid a dull thump, only able to maintain a blurry projection form. Humph, to think that my magic power has been restricted to such a degree. As expected, being sent down into a lower realm really isn't a good thing. It's no wonder that I was chosen, the young man murmured to himself. Then again, this is a good thing. It means that those geezers won't be able to interfere with my actions. Hee, that treasure of mine is still yet to be completely refined. I'll be able to arrange another blood sacrifice now. The blood essence of the vast majority of living beings in lower realms is quite impure, but if I can gather enough of them, then the quantity will make up for the lack of quality. As for that traitor, there's no need to track him down right away. Those geezers won't be happy with me for delaying the completion of my mission, but it's not like they can do anything, the young man chuckled in a bone-chilling voice. Immediately thereafter, he flipped a hand over to produce a shimmering golden cylinder, within which was a cluster of vibrant red bamboo slips. The surfaces of these bamboo slips were etched with beautiful silver patterns, and there were lights of all types of different colors revolving all around them, indicating that they were no ordinary treasures. The young man tossed the cylinder high up into the air before chanting something, and it quickly transformed into a ball of golden light, following which a giant 8 trigrams projection emerged. The young man ceased in his chanting before pointing a finger upward, then uttered the word "rise." A streak of green light immediately shot out of the 8 trigrams projection before speeding toward a certain direction. Looks like that direction is where the greatest number of living beings are situated. Let me start there, the young man mused to himself with a sinister expression before flying away as a streak of golden light, followed closely by the beast projection he had just summoned. So this is the true form of the domain bead, Hanley said as he appraised the bead in his hand with a surprised expression. The bead had already shrunk down to less than half its original size, making it comparable to a pea. However, its surface had become extremely smooth, and it had taken on a 5-colored appearance with a wisp of white chi revolving around it, presenting quite a mysterious sight to behold. That's right, Senior. The mark left in the bead has already been completely erased, so the disguise cast on it by our forefathers has also been lifted. You can now begin refining this treasure right away, the chieftain of the space fish race replied in a respectful manner, and his face was looking slightly pale, clearly indicating that he had expended quite a bit of blood essence. All right, get all your brethren to pack up their belongings. We'll leave the small Azura realm once I finish refining this bead, Hanley instructed. Thank you for your kindness, Senior, I'll arrange that right away. By the way, you must require a quiet place in which you can refine this bead, so please come to the secret chamber that I normally cultivate in, the chieftain replied with an excited expression. All right, lead the way, Hanley replied with a nod. Shortly thereafter, Hanley was led to the bottom of a triangular building, where a tightly shut bluestone gate appeared before him. Please come in, Senior, the elderly man said as he made an inviting hand gesture after opening the gate. Hanley strode in through the gate, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Aside from some commonplace fixtures that one would normally find in a secret chamber, there was also a row of black wooden shelves that were laden with bamboo slips, jade boxes, and other containers, as well as a crimson pill refinement cauldron that was several feet tall. Are you adept in pill refinement as well? Hanley asked. No, Senior, these things are all for my granddaughter. She has some aptitude when it comes to pill refinement. Unfortunately, she's limited by the lack of diversity in the spirit medicines in this realm, so she's unable to refine many types of pills, the chieftain hurriedly explained with a bow, and a hint of pride could be seen in his eyes as he talked about his granddaughter. If she really does have some aptitude in pill refinement, I can nurture that talent once we get back to my realm, Hanli said with a faint smile. That would be immensely fortunate for her. The chieftain was naturally ecstatic to hear this. All right, you can go now. Everything will have to wait until we leave this realm, so I'm going to begin refining this domain bead now, Hanli instructed. The chieftain hurriedly did as he was told, departing from the secret chamber after extending a respectful bow. Hanli swept a sleeve toward the gate, and it swung shut on its own amid a flash of light. Chapter 2306, Meeting the Spirit Monarch. Chapter again. As soon as his voice trailed off, he opened his mouth to release the domain bead without waiting for a reply from the space fish beings. As soon as the bead emerged, it began to revolve on the spot before releasing a burst of 5-colored light. As the burst of light swept over the plaza, all of the space fish beings quickly vanished, and after just a few seconds, the plaza was completely empty. Hanli also vanished in a flash amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then reappeared within a mysterious space. Most of the space was comprised of a massive body of water with only 4 islands, 1 large and 3 small, at its center. Hanli had appeared directly above the largest island, and he quickly caught sight of the space fish beings that had just been transferred into this space. All of them were standing on a lawn, appraising their surroundings with elation in their eyes. So this is the realm within the domain bead. Build some houses and reside in here for now. I'll release all of you from the bead once I find a suitable place for you to live, Hanli instructed in an implacable voice. Yes, master, the space fish chieftain replied without any hesitation as he extended a deep bow, and all of the other space fish beings echoed him as they fell to their knees. There's no need for such formalities, Hanli said with a faint smile before stepping forward to depart from this space. Only then did the chieftain repress his excitement before calling out to his brethren, and they began to find a suitable place to live on the islands. Meanwhile, Hanli reappeared in the outside world before descending onto the ground, where he sat down with crossed legs before closing his eyes. He could already sense an invisible force rejecting him from all directions, and it was quite uncomfortable. Time slowly passed, and after a long while, a burst of peculiar energy fluctuations suddenly erupted overhead, while a blanket of dark clouds appeared. The air around Hanli began to twist and warp, making it impossible to see through it. All of a sudden, Hanli opened his eyes and flipped a hand over to produce a certain item, which then instantly exploded. A thick bolt of silver lightning came crashing down from above, and Hanli vanished on the spot in a flash amid the lightning. A burst of loud rumbling rang out on the summit of a barren mountain in the spirit realm, and a white spatial rift was opened up, following which a ball of 5-colored light emerged from within. The ball of light then transformed into a giant light formation that was over 100 feet in size. In the next instant, a burst of spatial fluctuations surged forth amid flashes of countless arcs of lightning, and Hanli stumbled out of the formation. He took a moment to steady himself, and the spatial rift and formation below it both disappeared amid a dull thump. Everything returned to normal, and aside from the sudden emergence of Hanli, it was as if nothing had changed. Hanli quickly inspected his surroundings before pointing a finger toward his own glabella. A burst of enormous spiritual sense was instantly released, surging in all directions around him. Looks like I'm not too far away from the predetermined coordinates. This has been quite a successful trip, Hanli mused to himself as he removed his finger from his own glabella. However, instead of immediately departing, he sat down onto the clean rock and began to meditate there while a treasure was flashing incessantly up one of his sleeves. Around 6 hours later, a streak of white light shot forth toward him from the distance before reaching the mountain summit in just a few flashes. The light then faded to reveal Mo Jianli, who said with an ecstatic expression, "I'm glad to see you've returned safely as well, Brother Han. I knew you wouldn't be too far away." It would have been unnecessary to set the coordinates in too secluded a location. Seeing as we've both returned, let's go and see the spirit monarch. It wouldn't be a very good situation if he doesn't have enough Sanqing lightning talismans and all of them get taken by Shui Ran and He Lin, Han Li replied in an unhurried manner. Mo Jinli's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he replied, "That's true. Let's head to Concealed Spirit Mountain right away." Han Li nodded before making a hand seal, rising up into the air as a streak of azure light before flying toward a certain direction, followed closely by Mo Jinli. The two of them quickly vanished into the distance, and shortly thereafter, they arrived near Concealed Spirit Mountain before immediately heading toward the mountain summit. A dull thump rang out up ahead as restrictions of different colors emerged to stop them. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, yet just as he was about to destroy these restrictions by force, a male voice suddenly rang out. "Greetings, seniors, the Spirit Monarch has instructed us to lead you to him." As soon as the voice trailed off, the bald Holy Spirit by the name of Ling Yin appeared, and he extended a respectful bow toward Han Li's duo. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and he instructed, "Lead the way. Please follow me, senior." Ling Yin extended another slight bow before doing as he was told. All of the restrictions up ahead automatically parted for him, and Han Li's duo trailed along behind him. A short while later, they were taken to the hall where they had first met the Spirit Monarch, and upon their entry, they immediately caught sight of two familiar figures. Shui Ran and He Lin were seated on one side of the hall, discussing something in a quiet voice. However, their voices drew to an abrupt halt as soon as Han Li and Mo Jinli entered the hall, and they both turned their attention toward Han Li's duo. Mo Jinli's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, but he feigned nonchalance as he chuckled, "I had thought that we had already arrived quite early, but it seems we're still a little late. How long have you two been here for? Have you already completed your trade with Brother Spirit?" Shui Ran cast a reflexive wary glance toward Han Li, then forced a smile on his own face as he explained, "The two of us have only just arrived as well, and we still haven't even met Brother Spirit yet." Mo Jinli heaved an internal sigh of relief upon hearing this. "I see, so we're not too late then. Where is Brother Spirit and when is he coming out to meet us?" "He should be here soon. I was just informed that Brother Spirit has been in seclusion these past few days, so it'll take him some time to get here," Shui Ran replied. "I see," Mo Jinli replied with a smile before taking a seat on the other side of the hall with Han Li. Han Li had remained silent thus far, but he could naturally see the wariness that Shui Ran and He Lin harbored toward him. It seemed that the battle in the small Azura realm had left quite a lasting impression upon them. "By the way, did you manage to find that Che Cheezy?" Han Li suddenly asked. "We did, but that creature was extremely cunning, and it only clashed with us once before abandoning its lair. Unfortunately, we couldn't stay in the small Azura realm for too long. Otherwise, we would have definitely hunted it down," Shui Ran replied in a disappointed manner. "That's quite a pity," Han Li replied, and it was unclear whether he actually believed this story. Just as Shui Ran was also about to ask him something, an elated voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. "Ah, you've finally returned, fellow Taoists. I've been waiting for quite some time." An elderly white-robed figure then appeared outside the hall before making his way into the room. He Lin was ecstatic to see the elderly man, and he immediately stood up as he said, "Brother Spirit Monarch, we've already obtained the Azura spider cores you requested." "Is that so? Would I be able to examine them?" the Spirit Monarch hurriedly asked as a hint of elation flashed through his eyes. "Of course." He Lin flicked a wrist to send a green storage bracelet flying through the air without any hesitation. The Spirit Monarch caught the bracelet before sweeping his spiritual sense into it, upon which a pleased look appeared on his face. "These are indeed mature Azura spider cores, and the power of time within them should be enough for me to refine a thread of time. In that case." A rather anxious look appeared on He Lin's face. "Haha, rest assured, fellow Taoist He," the Spirit Monarch chuckled before stowing the storage bracelet away, then swept a sleeve toward He Lin to release a jade box that had several talismans plastered to it. He Lin was ecstatic as he opened his mouth to release a burst of black light, which swept up the jade box before dragging it toward him. Meanwhile, Shui Ran had his gaze fixed firmly on Mo Jianli and Han Li with a nervous look in his eyes. Chapter 2307 Origin Soul Lamp. Mo Jianli's expression changed slightly as he turned to appraise the jade box with an intent gaze, while Han Li looked on in an indifferent manner. Shui Ran heaved an internal sigh of relief upon seeing this. At this point, He Lin had already drawn the jade box into his own grasp. The talismans and lid on the box were removed, and a loud thunderclap rang out as a jade badge that was around half a foot in length flew out from within. The jade badge had arcs of lightning flashing all over its surface and countless golden runes inscribed upon it. "So this is a Sanqing lightning talisman," He Lin murmured to himself with an ecstatic expression. "Brother Spirit, I also have 3 Azura spider cores here, would you like to take a look?" On this occasion, it was Mo Jianli who had spoken. Shui Ran's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this, yet just as he was about to say something, the spirit monarch chuckled, "Rest assured, fellow Taoists, I don't have many of these talismans, but there are definitely enough to trade for all of the cores in your possession." "That's good to hear," Mo Jianli said, but he still tossed a green wooden box toward the spirit monarch. Shui Ran gave a cold harumph as he produced a storage bracelet and also tossed it toward the spirit monarch. Only Han Li continued to sit still on the spot, as if he really weren't worried that there wouldn't be enough Sanqing lightning talismans for everyone. The spirit monarch took a meaningful glance at Han Li before sweeping a sleeve through the air to catch the cores being offered to him by Shui Ran and Mo Jianli. After a brief inspection, he tossed a jade box toward each of them as well. Mo Jianli and Shui Ran's eyes lit up in unison as they caught the boxes, then removed the talismans and lids with excitement on their faces. "Fellow Daoist Han, are you uninterested in my talismans or have you returned empty-handed?" the spirit monarch asked. "Of course I haven't returned empty-handed, but firstly, I'd like to ask how many talismans you have left," Han Li replied with a smile. The spirit monarch was rather taken aback to hear this. "How many? Could it be that you've obtained a lot of Azura spider cores?" Han Li offered no explanation and merely awaited the answer to his question with a smile on his face. Shui Ran and the others were rather befuddled to see this. Each of them had only received 3 cores from the Azura spiders, so why did it sound like Han Li had more? The spirit monarch was silent for a long while before finally replying, "Truth be told, the Sanqing lightning talismans are the most precious treasures of our spirit race, so even I don't have many in my possession. Right now, I only have 2 left. If you really have that many Azura spider cores, then you can take both of them." "Alright, then I'll do just that," Han Li replied without any hesitation. Immediately thereafter, he flipped a hand over to produce a jade box and a small translucent sword amid a flash of spiritual light. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the 2 items flying toward the spirit monarch as 2 balls of white light. The spirit monarch caught the 2 items in his grasp, and instead of opening the box right away, he cast a curious gaze toward the small sword. Moments later, a hint of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. This flying sword is something that I obtained from a powerful enemy in the small Azura realm, and it's constructed from a few Azura spider cores. There were 5 of those swords in total, but 4 of them were destroyed during our battle, and this is the only one left," Han Li explained in an unhurried manner. Shui Ran and the others were also enlightened upon hearing this. This flying sword was none other than one of the 5 being wielded by the brocade-robed man. 4 of them had been destroyed in battle, but the final one had fallen into the sand and was taken by Han Li in secret after the battle. The brocade-robed man seemed to have forged a very strong alliance with the Azura spiders prior to being betrayed, so it wasn't all that far-fetched to think that he could obtain so many cores to refine those flying swords. It was quite a brilliant piece of innovation to directly use cores to refine flying swords. As for the jade box accompanying the sword, that naturally contained the other 3 Azura spider cores. After examining the cores to ensure that there was nothing amiss, the spirit monarch gave the other 2 talismans to Hanli without any hesitation. For him, the more threads of time he could refine, the better. Thus, all sides were very happy in the wake of the trades. After that, Hanli and the others didn't linger any longer on concealed Spirit Mountain, and they quickly stood up to bid the Spirit Monarch farewell. The Spirit Monarch didn't try to keep them either, so all of them quickly departed. As soon as Hanli and Nemo Jinli left, they headed straight toward the place where Silvermoon was waiting for them along with the Ink Spirit Holy Arkansas. Half a day later, the 2 of them descended into a concealed valley, where they were greeted by the ecstatic Silvermoon, Zhu Guo'er, and Patriarch Washer. Shortly thereafter, a burst of buzzing rang out from within the valley, and the Ink Spirit Holy Ark emerged before flying toward human territory. Hanli was seated at the center of a secret chamber on the bottom floor of the Ark, and there were several items hovering around him, consisting of an antiquated lamp, 2 jade badges that with countless arcs of lightning flashing all over them, a 5-colored bead, and a small white vial. These were all treasures that he had obtained during this trip. After examining these items for a short while, he suddenly raised an eyebrow before pointing a finger toward the jade badge. Countless golden runes immediately appeared on the surface of the badge, and a bolt of lightning shot forth from it before striking the tip of his finger. Hanli was struck by a numb sensation, and he lost all feeling in that entire hand while his skin turned slightly charred black. Hanli's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately injected his enormous magic power into his hand. Only then did his numb hand regain its feeling and its former complexion. As expected of a legendary immortal talisman, I hope it really will be useful against heavenly tribulations, Hanli murmured to himself with a pleased look on his face. After that, he flipped a hand over to produce 2 jade boxes, which he stored the pair of jade badges into. The 2 boxes were then stowed away in a flash before he waved a hand toward the antiquated lamp. The treasure was immediately drawn into his grasp, and he began to carefully inspect it. The lamp was capable of summoning a peacock similar to the Milan's sacred beast, so it was definitely no ordinary treasure. Chapter 2308 Law Insight. Several days later, Hanli reopened his eyes, and at this point, he had already refined the Xian Wu True Blood. He immediately made a hand seal, transforming into a giant black turtle amid a flash of radiant light. The turtle was around 50 to 60 feet tall and took up virtually the entire secret chamber. There were countless runes surging over its black shell, forming a light barrier that presented quite a mystical sight to behold. In terms of overall ability, this Xian Wu form couldn't even begin to compare with his other transformations, but it definitely possessed the best defensive prowess. This was a conclusion Hanli quickly arrived at after briefly inspecting the Xian Wu form, and it came as no surprise to him. After all, Xian Wu had always been renowned for its durability among all true spirit beings. The giant turtle disappeared amid another flash of light, and Hanli reverted back to his human form. After taking a moment to settle the unrest and the energy within his body brought on by the transformation, he swept a sleeve through the air, and the bead that had been forced into a corner of the secret chamber came flying back toward him. This was none other than the domain bead, and Hanli inspected it briefly before making a hand seal, upon which he abruptly vanished from inside the secret chamber. In the next instant, Hanli re-emerged within the domain bead, hovering directly above the same giant island. He looked down but failed to see anyone, so he released his spiritual sense to quickly sweep over the entire island, upon which his brows furrowed slightly. There wasn't a single space fish being on the island. Hanli then laid a finger onto his own glabella, and the spiritual sense that he was releasing was instantly enhanced by several-fold. His enormous spiritual sense immediately expanded to encompass all of the other islands as well, and as a result, he finally discovered something. He immediately flew toward a certain direction as a streak of azure light, and moments later, he appeared above one of the small islands amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. He cast his gaze downward, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The barren island was now riddled with a series of brand new triangular buildings of different heights, and there were many space fish beings making their way in and out of these buildings. As soon as Hanli appeared, some of the most powerful space fish beings immediately noticed him, and they hurriedly fell to their knees with awe and veneration in their eyes. As a result, everyone else noticed him as well, and they quickly fell to their knees as well. Moments later, all of the space fish beings were gathered beneath Hanli, standing with their hands hanging respectfully by their sides. "Master, you've finally visited us again," the chieftain said as he rose up into the air with an elated expression. "Am I not welcome here?" Hanli asked with an amused smile. "Of course you are, Master, all of us are ecstatic and greatly honored by your visit," the chieftain hurriedly replied with a fawning smile. "Ha, it's all right, I was just joking. There's a bigger island over there and 2 other islands as well. Why have you all gathered on this island alone?" Hanli asked with a curious expression. "The domain bead has already been refined by you, so it belongs to you, and we are already extremely fortunate to have been allowed to stay in here. If we alter this realm too much and somehow cause something to go wrong, we would be committing a major transgression," the chieftain replied. "There's no need to be too concerned. If this realm were that easy to damage, then the domain bead wouldn't be considered to be such an exceptional treasure. Aside from the biggest island, you can roam the other smaller islands freely," Hanli said. The chieftain immediately offered his gratitude in an elated manner. "Thank you for your kindness, Master. We have some skills when it comes to planting spirit medicines. How about we organize a few medicine fields for you in here?" "Medicine fields? Sure, go ahead and organize one first. By the way, you said you had a granddaughter who's quite adept in pill refinement. Can I meet her?" Hanli asked. "Lan Yao, come and meet our master," the chieftain immediately called out upon hearing this. An elegant female space fish being down below faltered slightly upon hearing this before immediately rising up into the air, then extended a respectful curtsy toward Hanli. "Lan Yao pays her respects to her master. I heard from your grandfather that you have some aptitude in pill refinement, is that true?" Hanli asked as he appraised the young woman. "Grandfather is being far too liberal with his praise. Pill refinement is just a hobby of mine. I wouldn't dare to claim that I have any aptitude in it," the young woman replied in a shy manner, and it seemed that she very rarely spoke to strangers. "Hee, there's no need to be so modest. I've seen your pill refinement cauldron and materials. You wouldn't even be able to use a lot of those things unless you were very adept in the art of pill refinement. I have some questions about pill refinement that I would like to ask you. Just answer them to the best of your abilities," Hanli said. "I'll do my best," the young woman replied in an obedient manner. Hanli nodded in response before dismissing the other space fish beings, then began his line of questioning. Hanli was a pill refinement master in his own right, and his questions weren't all that deep and profound, but they were all very special and niche questions that the ordinary pill refinement master definitely couldn't answer. However, Lan Yao was able to provide answers to most of the questions, and after an hour of questioning, Hanli was very stunned and impressed with her talent in the art of pill refinement. Hanli was silent for a moment before proposing something that came as quite a surprise to both Lan Yao and her grandfather. "I can tell that you do indeed have brilliant aptitude in this field. As long as your cultivation base can keep up, perhaps you'll be able to go even further than I do in the art of pill refinement. How about this? Why don't you accept me as your master in pill refinement? I can provide you with support in your normal cultivation, as well as some specialized guidance in pill refinement to help improve your mastery of the art." The chieftain was so ecstatic that he could barely believe his own ears. "You'd be willing to accept Yaoer as your disciple? That's fantastic. Yaoer, hurry up and greet your master." Yaoer pays her respects to her master. Lan Yao immediately knelt down and kowtowed toward Hanli again. There's no need for such formalities. As a new disciple of mine, I'm obligated to give you a present. Here are some pills and cultivation insights that I've gathered. Get yourself to the spatial tempering stage first, and I'll begin instructing you in pill refinement after that, Hanli said with a smile as he tossed 7 or 8 vials of pills and a jade slip toward Lan Yao. Thank you, master. I'll be sure to do my best, Lan Yao replied as she caught the vials and jade slip in an elated manner. Keep cultivating in this realm for now. Once we return to the human race, I'll bring you out to meet your senior martial brothers and sisters. All right, I'm leaving now, Hanli said with a smile, then prepared to leave after giving the chieftain a parting nod. However, a thought suddenly occurred to the chieftain, and he hurriedly said, "Please wait, master, I have something to give you." Hanli was rather taken aback to hear this. Oh. What is it? Please take a look, master, the chieftain said as he pulled a black box out of his sleeve before offering it to Hanli with both hands. Hanli swept a sleeve through the air, and the box was immediately drawn toward him. He then flicked a finger toward the box, and the lid flew off on its own, revealing around a dozen objects of different sizes, including some stone shards, jade slips, and scrolls. Instead of reaching for the items right away, Hanli asked, "What is this?" These are some insights into the law of space left behind by the past powerful beings of our spacefish race. Only the chieftains of our race are entitled to view these records, but my cultivation base is too lackluster for these things to be of any use to me, so I'm offering them to you in the hope that they can help you, master, the chieftain replied in a respectful manner. Oh. So you've identified the fact that I also possess spatial power? Hanli asked as a faint smile appeared on his face. As the chieftain of the spacefish race, I'm far more sensitive to spatial power than even my brethren. The spatial power within your body isn't very potent, but I can still sense it, the chieftain replied. These things are indeed useful to me, so I'll keep them. I'm really going to leave now, Hanli said with a meaningful nod, then stowed the box away before truly departing, this time amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Following Hanli's departure, the chieftain turned to Lan Yao and sighed, "Let's go back down. You really are in luck, Yaoer, looks like you'll be the future hope of our entire race. From now on, you'll be free to use all of the resources in our race so you can progress in your cultivation as quickly as possible." Several months later, the Ink Spirit Holy Ark finally returned to the human race. As soon as they arrived, they were immediately informed of a piece of astonishing news. Chapter 2309, Fall of Ao Shao. What? My grandfather is going to be transcending his tribulation in 7 days. Why is the tribulation arriving so soon? Silvermoon exclaimed in a panicked manner. They had just arrived in the teleportation hall of Deep Heaven City, and the elder that was on duty was the one who had just informed them of this terrible news. There seemed to have been some type of mishap during Senior Ao Zhao's seclusion, so he's forced to transcend his tribulation in advance, and no further delay is possible. For this purpose, the Holy Island had borrowed some treasures from our city. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have heard about this, the elder replied with a wry smile, then cast a respectful gaze toward Hanli and Mo Jianli. Even if we use all of the teleportation formations available to us, there's no way we'll be able to deliver a Sanqing lightning talisman to him in 7 days. We'll only have a chance if Brother Ao can last a few days while facing the heavenly tribulation, Mo Jianli said with a grim expression. Let's get back to the Holy Island right away then, perhaps we'll be able to make it in time. Teleport us to the nearest city to the Holy Island, Hanli instructed. The elder's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and he immediately bowed as he replied, "Yes, Senior." He then instructed the guards in the hall to undo the restrictions on a certain teleportation formation before quickly planting some spirit stones onto it. Once the preparations were complete, Silvermoon immediately rushed into the formation, while Hanli and the others followed closely behind her. Shortly thereafter, Hanli's trio vanished amid a flash of spiritual light. 9 days later, a giant black ark suddenly appeared near the Holy Island before speeding directly toward the island. The patrolling guards hurriedly flew toward the ark, but upon seeing the large ancient rune engraved on the front of the ark, all of them immediately drew to a halt before extending respectful bows toward the flying treasure. Before the ark had even reached them, an urgent voice rang out from inside. "Is Ao Shao transcending his tribulation on the island?" Immediately thereafter, Mo Jianli emerged from the ark. "We pay our respects to Senior Mo. Senior Ao Shao currently isn't on the Holy Island. Instead, he's transcending his tribulation in the Red Cloud Valley around 50,000 kilometers away. All of the elders of the Holy Island have gone to assist him as well," Spatial Tempering Stage Guard hurriedly replied. "Red Cloud Valley." Mo Jianli murmured to himself before immediately getting back onto the ark, which sped toward another direction at an incredible speed, leaving the guards to look on with befuddled expressions. Close to an hour later, the giant black ark was still speeding through the air with Hanli, Mo Jianli, and Silvermoon all standing at the front. The three of them looked on with grim expressions, and Silvermoon was feeling extremely anxious. Hanli had obtained 2 Sanqing lightning talismans from the spirit monarch, and he had informed her that he was willing to give one to Patriarch Ao Shao in order to assist him in his tribulation transcendence. She had been ecstatic to hear this, but never did she think that such a crisis would suddenly arise as soon as they returned to the human race. All of a sudden, a dull thump rang out from within Silvermoon's body, as if something had suddenly shattered. Silvermoon's face immediately turned completely pale upon hearing this. "What happened, Yuer?" Hanli immediately noticed the change in her complexion, and a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Tears began to well up in Silvermoon's eyes, and instead of replying to Hanli, she opened her mouth to release a bright red jade badge. The badge was only around the size of a palm, but there was an extremely lifelike male portrait etched on its surface. Hanli immediately identified the portrait to be one of Patriarch Ao Shao. Chapter 23:10 Boundless Sea and Origin Integration Island. On the sea between the human and demon territories was a cluster of islands, among which was a giant island with a radius of thousands of kilometers. Thousands of low-grade cultivators were busy at work on this island, constructing a series of buildings around the tallest mountain on the island. At the same time, a series of formation treasures were being set up all over the island, sending restriction fluctuations surging through the air in all directions. In the belly of the tallest mountain, Hanli was currently placing a round black and white stone that was roughly the size of a human head into a giant formation that covered several acres in area. In the instant the stone was set down, the entire formation instantly emitted a loud buzzing sound while releasing countless golden and silver runes. Black and white light flashed from the stone, and a burst of peculiar energy fluctuations erupted forth before fading away. Can this formation really make use of the yin-yang magnetic light to defend the island? Silvermoon asked as she stood behind Hanli. I set up this yin-yang attracting formation by studying an ancient formation. There are several large magnetic light earth veins under the island, and once fully activated, not only will they be able to defend the island, they can even expand the area of the formation by over tenfold, Hanli replied. In that case, the safety of this origin integration island will be assured. I've witnessed the power of the yin-yang magnetic light. As long as the magnetic light veins remain unharmed, they'll be able to trap even a grand ascension stage being for some time, Silvermoon said. Not only that, but I've discovered that the entire magnetic light formation of the boundless sea is gathered under this cluster of islands. The other islands also have similar earth veins beneath them, and although those veins aren't as powerful as the one under this origin integration island, they can still facilitate the construction of some simpler yin-yang attracting formations. Once those formations are set up, they'll be able to resonate with the formation on this island to further increase its power and expand its range to an astonishing degree, Hanli replied in a slightly smug manner. If we can do that, then the entire boundless sea will be an impregnable fortress for you, Brother Han, Silvermoon said. Hee, are you a little envious? If I recall correctly, the wolf race has recently sent over another group of people. Are you really not going to meet them? If you're willing to go back, then you'll definitely become the next wolf monarch, Hanli said with a smile. I have no intention of undertaking that duty. I'll let those geezers choose the next wolf monarch. All I want now is to progress to the Grand Ascension stage so I won't be left too far behind by you, Silvermoon said with a roll of her eyes. In that case, don't go back. As for the art of indifference that you've cultivated, I've consulted many tomes and discovered that it's not as irreversible as Senior Ao Xiao once proclaimed, Hanli said as a serious look suddenly appeared on his face. Silvermoon was ecstatic to hear this, but an incredulous look then appeared in her eyes. What? You're saying the art of indifference can be reversed? But my grandfather told me that there was no way to abandon this cultivation art unless I was willing to return to the spatial tempering stage. Also, if I decide to give up the cultivation art, it'll be very difficult for me to make further progress in my cultivation. It's indeed impossible to completely abandon the art of indifference, but it wouldn't be impossible to separate it out of your body, Hanli replied. What does that mean? Silvermoon was rather perplexed to hear this. It's very simple in theory, but the actual execution is rather difficult. Long story short, I can refine a clone that you could transfer the power of your art of indifference into. Once you do that, there's a very good chance that those negative emotions will also be expelled from your body, Hanli explained. That's it. Silvermoon was still in disbelief. Of course, it can't just be any normal clone, and once the power of your art of indifference is separated out of your body, you'll still revert back to the spatial tempering stage, but the difference is that you'll be able to cultivate back to the body integration stage without encountering any bottlenecks. The only issue is that you'll have to spend some time returning to your current cultivation base, Hanli said. That's not an issue if I can reverse the effects of the art of indifference. What probability do you think this has of succeeding? Silvermoon asked in a hesitant voice. It should be around 70% to 80%. However, in order to expel the art of indifference from your body, you require the assistance of someone with far superior cultivation base and spiritual sense to yourself. If you decide to take this path, I'll assist you myself, Hanli replied with a serious expression. That's quite a high chance of success. However, it sounds like it won't be an easy task to create a suitable clone for this purpose, Silvermoon said. Rest assured, even if we fail, there will be no threat to your safety. Also, I've already prepared a clone for you, Hanli said with a smile, then summoned a shimmering green figure amid a flash of green light. Isn't that your spirit body? Are you giving it to me as a clone? Silvermoon was stunned by the sight of the green figure. That's right. This spirit body is different from normal clones in that it doesn't possess any spiritual nature and is only an empty vessel. I normally control it using a wisp of my spiritual sense or through Chuer. At my current cultivation base, this body integration stage spirit body doesn't really have much use for me anymore, so it's perfect for you. The spirit body is extremely pre and can easily absorb all types of different power. On top of that, it's already at the pinnacle of the body integration stage, so it'll be able to accept the power of your art of indifference without any fear of backlash. Hanli pointed a finger at the spirit body as he spoke, and it immediately took on an identical form to Silvermoon at his behest, except its skin was still green. Silvermoon was stunned to see this, while Hanli was appraising the spirit body with a slightly forlorn expression. He had hoped that the mysterious green liquid would allow it to progress indefinitely in its cultivation base with no ceiling, but for some reason, it was stuck at the pinnacle of the body integration stage, and regardless of how much green liquid he used, it was still unable to reach the Grand Ascension stage. Thus, there was no better use for it than to act as the clone to resolve Silvermoon's issue surrounding her art of indifference. In that case, I'll accept this spirit body. With this clone at my disposal, I'm more confident that we'll succeed. I'll begin refining this spirit body right away, and once the process is completed, we can begin reversing by art of indifference, Silvermoon said. All right, the sooner this issue is resolved, the sooner I can heave a sigh of relief. During your seclusion, I'll complete the cave abode and all of the formations. After that, I'll be able to lend you my undivided assistance, Hanli said as he nodded with a smile. Silvermoon also smiled in response before making a hand seal, upon which she instantly vanished on the spot. Following her departure, Hanli turned around again and began to test out all of the restrictions that the formation was capable of manifesting. He was in such a hurry to resolve the issue of Silvermoon's art of indifference as he was preparing for the long journey that he was going to be making soon. He had to travel to another continent, and he didn't know what type of dangers he could encounter, so he was naturally unwilling to have Silvermoon accompany him. After all, the spirit realm was a massive place, and even though he could ensure self-preservation, he couldn't guarantee the same for those around him. Hanli had planned to travel to the other continents in several years, and he was only going to take Zhu Guo'er and Patriarch Huashe along with him. Zhu Guo'er's spiritual power was required to search for an entrance to the small spirit sky, while Huashe was very adept in water attribute abilities, so he could come in useful on this trip. With that in mind, a beautiful figure that resided deep in his heart flashed through his mind, but he took a deep breath to repress the thoughts of her. If his journey to the other continents were to go smoothly, then he would be able to meet her in the near future. What he had to do now was complete the yin-yang attracting formation and ensure that there was nothing amiss. 3 days flew by in a flash, and the Origin Integration Island had undergone a drastic transformation. The spiritual qi on the island was far more abundant, and some spirit beasts had appeared on the mountains. Some buildings that were guarded by armed puppets had also been erected, and the puppets were patrolling set routes over and over again in a monotonous and expressionless manner, adding a hint of menace to this immortal paradise-like scene. All of a sudden, a few melodious bell chimes rang out from the tallest mountain on the island, and countless streaks of light immediately rose up into the air from the buildings on the other mountains before converging toward the tallest mountain. Several thousand cultivators quickly gathered on the mountain, then knelt down and kowtowed in unison toward a silver palace up ahead. We pay our respects to our patriarch. Chapter 23:11 Huang Yuanzi. Most of these cultivators were disciples of Qi Lingzi, while the rest were new disciples that Hai Yuetian had recruited from the human and demon territories during the past 3 years. According to Han Li's plan, there would be a new batch of disciples taken in once every 10 years or so. With that arrangement in place, the number of disciples would reach the same level as that of a normal major sect in a few centuries. After a few thousand years of nurturing, there would be countless deity transformation and spatial tempering stage disciples on the island, and some of the disciples with exceptional potential could even reach the body integration stage at that point. Han Li had named the palace that he was residing in the Azure Origin Palace, and the name of this palace, as well as the Origin Integration Island, would undoubtedly be renowned across the entire Tianyuan continent soon. Under the scrutiny of thousands of disciples, Hai Yuetian emerged from the Silver Palace with Silvermoon, Zhu Guo'er, and his direct disciples. You can all get up now. I'm going to be leaving the island and embarking on a long journey soon, and in my absence, Yuetian will be responsible for everything on the island, while Silvermoon will be taking care of the Azure Origin Palace. Are there any objections? Han Li asked. Not at all, Master, Hai Yuetian and all of the other disciples replied with respectful bows. Are you really not going to take me with you? My cultivation base may have dropped to the spatial tempering stage, but I still have all of my abilities and that body integration stage spirit body clone, so I can look after myself even against the average grand ascension stage being, Silvermoon said. I can't let you take the risk. You've only just transferred your power into the spirit body clone, and it'll require around 10 years of consolidation to truly complete the process. During this time, you must stay in the Azure Origin Palace, Hanli replied without any hesitation. In that case, I won't insist on this matter. Make sure to look after yourself, Silvermoon sighed. Rest assured, if everything goes smoothly, perhaps I'll be back in less than 200 years. Hua sure, Zhu Guo'er, let's set off now, Hanli said with a smile. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above the Silver Palace, and the massive Ink Spirit Holy Ark emerged. Hanli flew onto the front of the Ark in a flash, while Zhu Guo'er and Hua Sure gave affirmative replies in a respectful manner before also flying onto the Ark. Moments later, all of the cultivators on the mountain knelt down again as a gesture of farewell to Hanli. After just a few flashes, the giant ark completely vanished into the distance. On a lush green grassland, tens of thousands of cow-horse hybrid beasts were galloping along as if their lives depended on it. Most of them were normal wild beasts that hadn't even attained any intelligence, and only a very small proportion of them were low-grade demon beasts. Those demon beasts were flying through the air with the wings on their backs, or rushing along with gusts of demonic wind around their bodies. All of a sudden, a sharp howl rang out from behind the stampede of beasts, following which 3 mountainous heads emerged above them amid a flash of crimson light in the sky. The 3 heads were covered in glossy green scales, while their eyes were a deep shade of yellow with long and thin pupils. These were 3 giant python heads, and as soon as they appeared, they opened their sharp-fanged mouths in unison to release 3 balls of light, 1 azure, 1 yellow, and 1 red. The balls of light descended from above to encompass the entire grassland, and all of the galloping beasts down below were immediately dragged up into the air before flying toward the cavernous mouths of the 3 python heads like moths to a flame. After the span of just a few breaths, all of the beasts were completely devoured by the 3 heads. The middle head burped with a satisfied expression, then suddenly began to blur as if it were about to depart by fading out of existence. However, right at this moment, a cold look appeared in the eyes of one of the side heads, and it let loose a menacing hiss before speaking in a rumbling voice. Who is it that has come to bless this small grassland of mine with their presence? The other 2 python heads were quite alarmed to hear this, and they immediately directed their attention toward the same direction with fierce looks in their eyes. An unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out in that direction. Hee, there's no need to be alarmed, fellow Daoist San Quan. I trust you've been well since we last met. As soon as the voice trailed off, an extremely thin yellow-robed man appeared amid a flash of spiritual light before appraising the 3 giant heads with a faint smile on his face. The middle python head's expression eased slightly at the sight of the man, and it said in a cold voice, "So it's fellow Daoist Wang Yuanzi. No wonder you were able to disregard the restrictions I set up and enter this place so easily. I'm afraid you're mistaken there, fellow Daoist San Quan. The restrictions you set up are truly quite powerful, and even I wouldn't be able to undo them in a short time. This is the reason why I was able to bypass the restrictions so easily." Wang Yuanzi chuckled as he flipped a hand over to summon a ball of white light, within which contained an intricately crafted miniature door that was only several inches in size. That's the 9 illusion fortune door. Old Devil Joe Huan values that treasure as much as his own life. How did it end up in your hands? The middle pythons had exclaimed. It's very simple. I spoke to him and convinced him to lend it to me, Wang Yuanzi replied. Humph. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If a treasure of this caliber can be borrowed through words alone, then I'll twist off my own head and give it to you right away, the middle python's head said in a menacing voice. Perhaps words alone wouldn't be enough, but what if I had thrown in an alluring deal as well? Huang Yuanzi asked. The final python's head that hadn't spoken this entire time finally broke its silence. What deal did you offer him? 3 Chang Yuan pills, each of which can delay a heavenly tribulation by over 3,000 years, so 3 of them can grant him 10,000 extra years to prepare for his next tribulation. Perhaps that could be the difference between life and death, Wang Yuanzi replied. I see. Chang Yuan pills are the sacred medicine of your Chang Yuan race. Countless outsiders have tried to secure such a pill to no avail, yet you've given old devil Jiu Huan 3 at once. It's no wonder that he was willing to lend you his bonded treasure. However, why have you come here? I have no interest in those pills, so don't expect to tempt me with them, the middle python's head harumphed coldly. Instead of being enraged by the python's cold demeanor, a sly look appeared in Huang Yuanzi's eyes as he said, perhaps you're not interested in Chang Yuan pills, but would you be interested in the Infernal Sutra? The Infernal Sutra. You're in possession of that item. That's impossible. All 3 pythons' heads were stunned to hear this, and it seemed that this was something extremely important to them. Of course I wouldn't possess a treasure of that caliber, but I have some leads on where half of the sutra can be found. Are you interested? Huang Yuanzi asked. Is that true? The middle python's head asked as a cold light flashed through its eyes. I wouldn't dare to lie about something like this, Huang Yuanzi replied with a serious expression. A hint of contemplation appeared in the eyes of all 3 pythons' heads upon hearing this, and after a brief hesitation, the middle head said, all right, then tell me what you want me to do in exchange for this information. Don't tell me you came here just to have a chat. I enjoy speaking to straightforward people like you, fellow Taoist San Quan. I came here as I want your help in hunting down a sworn enemy of mine. For this purpose, I also invited the immortal heavenly lord of the immortal cave, Wang Yuanzi replied in a cold voice. The 3 giant pythons' heads suddenly vanished, only to be replaced by a young Taoist priest with serpentine patterns all over his face, as well as vertical pupils that were identical to those of the pythons' heads. You managed to recruit the immortal heavenly lord as well. You must have expended quite a heavy price to do so. Who exactly is this sworn enemy of yours that's making you go this far? Do you know of Qing Yuanzi? Huang Yuanzi asked through gritted teeth. I've never heard of such a person, but your name is Huang Yuanzi, so that Qing Yuanzi must be related to you somehow, right? Is he a grand ascension stage being? Taoist San Quan speculated. You don't need to know about that. All you have to know is that we're sworn enemies, and only after we kill him can you receive the information you want. Also, not only is he a grand ascension stage being, he's quite powerful even among those of the grand ascension stage. At the very least, I'm no match for him in a one-on-one battle, Huang Yuanzi said with a dark expression. That sounds like a very troublesome target. The 3 of us should be able to defeat him with no issues, but killing him would be rather implausible, would it not? Couldn't he just escape? Taoist San Quan asked with furrowed brows. I expended such a heavy price to prepare for this, so I'm naturally confident that we'll be able to succeed. He's going to be enduring a major heavenly tribulation soon, setting aside whether he'll be able to transcend it or not. At the very least, it'll be a fantastic opportunity to strike him down, Wang Yuanzi replied in a confident manner. Chapter 23:12 Yulong, facing another grand ascension stage being in battle isn't a simple matter. I'll have to think about this first, Taoist San Quan replied with tightly furrowed brows. Of course. How about this? I'll wait here for your decision for a few days. If you're willing to come with me within the next 3 days, then we'll set off together. Otherwise, I'll visit fellow Taoist Cho Yuan of the Blood Vendetta Canyon. The essence-sucking arts he's cultivated are extremely effective against even fellow Grand Ascension stage beings, Wang Yuanzi replied. Alright, I'll give you a response within 3 days, Taoist San Quan said with a nod, then made a hand seal, following which he abruptly vanished from the grassland. As for Huang Yuanzi, he swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of golden light. which transformed into a resplendent palace on the grassland. Several beautiful women in palatial dresses emerged from the palace, then extended respectful curtsies toward Huang Yuanzi while referring to him as their master. Huang Yuanzi smiled as he made his way into the palace. Above the sea near the flying spirit race, a giant black ark was flying through the sky. On the deck of the ark stood around a dozen devil crystal puppet warriors that were giving off powerful auras. Whenever a reckless sea beast leaped out of the sea to attack the ark, several puppets would immediately release pillars of light to instantly vaporize those sea beasts. In a refined and elegant hall on the top floor of the giant ark was a silver chair, on which Han Li sat with his eyes closed, seemingly pondering something. Patriarch Hua Shi and Zhu Guo'er were both standing behind the chair in a respectful manner. Even though this wasn't Han Li's first time entering the primordial and he was using the Ink Spirit Holy Ark as a transportation device, it had still taken him over 2 years to reach this place from the boundless sea. On another chair near Han Li sat a white-robed woman with a pair of red eyes and a strange red rune on her glabella. "We're about to enter the flying spirit race territory soon, fellow Taoist blood soul. Is this your first time coming here?" Han Li asked with a smile. The white-robed woman was none other than Fairy Ice Soul's blood soul clone, and Han Li had visited the Su family to take her on this journey with him prior to entering the primordial world. The woman immediately extended a respectful bow as she replied, "That's right, I've never come into contact with the flying spirit race, but I've heard that they possess several types of renowned abilities that are related to true spirit beings. I've visited the flying spirit race in the past, and one of my good friends is residing in the area. Seeing as we're passing through, I plan to pay him a visit along the way. Speaking of which, is the information about the available spot to teleport to the foreign continent really reliable? It would be a huge waste of time if we were to get there, only for it to not be true," Han Li said. "Rest assured, Senior, the Helian Trade Guild is one of very few hidden powers that span across the 3 continents, and it's comparable in power even to a super race like the Jiaoqi race, which is why it possesses teleportation formations capable of intercontinental travel. Due to some special reasons, the Trade Guild auctions off some spots for intercontinental teleportation once in a while. I was very fortunate to have become a VIP of the guild, thereby granting me the right to attend these auctions. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have heard about this. The next auction just so happens to be coming up this year, whereas if we wait for the next one, we may have to wait for several decades or even 2 to 3 centuries. Thus, a lot of powerful beings from all races flock to attend these auctions," the Blood Soul explained. "I've heard of the Helian Trade Guild as well. If I had known about the existence of these auctions back when I was returning from the Thunder Continent, then perhaps I could have saved myself a lot of trouble. Then again, with my status at the time, I most likely wouldn't have been taken seriously by the Helian Trade Guild anyway," Han Li chuckled. The Blood Soul nodded in response. Even for the Helian Trade Guild, these auctions for intercontinental teleportation spots are quite a big deal. If an outsider wants to participate in these auctions, then they'll require a recommendation and have to be quite an important figure themselves. Alternatively, unconditional access is granted to those at or above the body integration stage. I'm sure the organizers of the auction would be very eager to have someone of your status attend their auction. I hope it'll go as smoothly as you say. Also, there's something that I must tell you. I'm taking you with me to fulfill our prior agreement, but once we arrive on the Thunder Continent, we'll have to stay there for a while as I want to search for something there. Please excuse the delay," Han Li said. "I've already waited for this long. A slight delay is certainly not an issue. If you have something that you need to do, then go right ahead. I have no objections at all," the Blood Soul replied without any hesitation. "I'm glad to hear that. Rest assured, the item that I'm searching for won't be too difficult to find, so we won't have to waste much time on the Thunder Continent," Han Li said with a pleased smile. Thus, the Ink Spirit Holy Ark entered Flying Spirit Race territory, and its massive stature naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, all of the flying spirit beings that swept their spiritual sense toward the ark immediately gave it a wide berth upon sensing the fearsome grand ascension stage aura emanating from it. As a result, all of the powerful flying spirit beings that the ark passed by merely turned a blind eye and didn't dare to stop the ark at all. On the 5th day after the ark entered flying spirit race territory, a coarse male voice suddenly rang out up ahead just as the ark was passing over a lake. Which fellow Taoist has come to visit our flying spirit race? I am Yulong, and I wish to make your acquaintance. As soon as the voice trailed off, a vast expanse of dark clouds appeared up ahead alongside a gust of fierce winds, and a 9-headed bird that was over 10,000 feet in length appeared. The bird's 9 heads were all extremely menacing and fierce in appearance, but its body was covered in resplendent colorful feathers. At the same time, it was giving off a formidable aura that wasn't inferior to the one emanating from the massive ark. The male voice was coming from none other than one of the giant bird's 9 heads. Han Li immediately appeared at the front of the ark amid a flash of azure light, then replied, "Greetings, fellow Taoist Yulong. I am Han Li of the human race, and I only came here to visit an old friend, so there's no need for you to be concerned." A hint of astonishment surfaced in the eyes of the 9-headed bird upon hearing this. Han Li. Could it be that you're the human fellow Taoist who slew the Stemborer Queen in the Elder Devil realm? As long as there's no other Han Li in the human race, I should be the one you're referring to. I'm surprised that you've heard about my exploits, Han Li replied in a calm manner. The 9-headed bird was ecstatic to hear this, and it quickly transformed into a hideous elderly man amid a gust of black wind. "Ha, so it really is you, fellow Taoist Han. Our flying spirit race is truly honored by your visit. You must come and visit my cave abode so I can show you some hospitality. One of my good friends was invited to the Elder Devil realm to face the Stemborer Queen, and following his return, he has mentioned your powers and exploits on more than one occasion." The elderly man was wearing a colorful feather robe, holding a simple-looking yellow wooden cane while appraising Han Li with an elated expression. "I see. Which race is this good friend of yours from?" "Perhaps I may know of him," Han Li said. "That good friend of mine is fellow Taoist Yuan Fei of the Long Body race. Have you heard of him, Brother Han?" Yulong asked. Han Li pondered the name for a moment before a hint of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. Yuan Fei of the Long Body race. Now that you mention it, I do have some recollection of him. I recall he was one of the fellow Taoists trapped in the original sealed site. The Long Body race is a direct neighbor of our flying spirit race, and fellow Taoist Yuan Fei is a close friend of mine. During the ordeal he suffered in the Elder Devil realm, he sustained some rather severe injuries, so he's currently in seclusion. Otherwise, I'm sure he would come to meet you in person. Please come and visit my cave abode, fellow Taoist Han. It's not far away from here, Yulong invited again in an enthusiastic manner. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li decided that it would be rather inappropriate to reject Yulong, so he nodded in response. Your hospitality is very difficult to refuse, fellow Taoist. In that case, please pardon my intrusion. Fantastic. Please come with me, fellow Taoist. Yulong was ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately sped away into the distance as a gust of fierce wind. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon, Han Li said to his small entourage, then followed along behind Yulong as a streak of azure light. Patriarch Huasher and the others naturally didn't raise any objections. As Grand Ascension stage beings, Han Li and Yulong were naturally incredibly fast, and even though they weren't flying at full speed, a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was still covered in just over 2 hours, upon which they arrived above a basin surrounded by a lush mountain range. At the center of the basin was a giant stone pagoda that was over 10,000 feet tall with over 100 levels. There were also many other buildings constructed around the basin, but all of them were situated several kilometers away from the stone pagoda, giving it a wide berth. Chapter 23:13, Extreme Origin Crystal and Regenerative Spirit Molding. High-grade flying spirit beings of different descriptions were constantly entering and exiting these buildings, presenting quite a lively and bustling sight to behold. All of a sudden, the sky abruptly darkened, and Yulong descended upon the basin amid a gust of fierce winds. All of the flying spirit beings in the basin immediately stopped what they were doing before hurriedly kneeling down onto the ground and kowtowing to Yulong. This is one of my 7 cave abodes, and the construction is rather special. Come and take a look with me, fellow Daoist Han, Yulong said to Hanli as he pointed at the stone pagoda down below. Hanli nodded in response before slowly descending toward the pagoda, while Yulong flew directly into the entrance on the top floor of the pagoda. Around 15 minutes later, Hanli found himself seated on a golden chair in a lavish hall. Yulong was seated across from him in another golden chair, holding a green wine cup with an enthusiastic expression. Brother Han, this Origin Elixir wine is a rare spirit wine brewed from 49 different types of spirit herbs, and not only is it very effective for magic power recovery, it can also improve focus and alertness. This is indeed a fine wine. You sure know how to enjoy yourself, fellow Daoist, Hanli praised with a smile after taking a sip of the wine. Yulong's smile became even more pronounced upon hearing this. If you like it, then have some more. Don't mind if I do, Hanli chuckled before downing all of the wine in his cup, then drew the wine flagon on the table into his grasp before refilling his cup. I'm glad you like the wine, Brother Han. Aside from that, I have some treasures that you won't find anywhere else. Why don't you take a look at them as well? Yulong said with a smile before clapping his hands together. The sound of footsteps rang out outside, and 3 female servants made their way into the room with their heads lowered before arranging themselves into a row in front of Hanli. Hanli only took a brief glance at the trio of female servants before turning his attention to the silver platters they were carrying. On each platter sat a palm-sized translucent brick with smooth surfaces, one of which was yellow, another one was blue, and the final one was red. The 3 bricks were giving off earth, water, and fire attribute auras, respectively, and Hanli's expression immediately changed slightly as he swept his spiritual sense over them. Furthermore, the purity of their auras was far superior to that of top-grade spirit stones. Yulong had been appraising Hanli's expression this entire time, and upon seeing the surprised look that had appeared on Hanli's face, he smiled and said, "What do you think of these extreme origin crystals, Brother Han? They were all refined by me, and they can be extremely effective both as tool refinement materials or as spirit stone substitutes." You mean to tell me that these aren't naturally occurring materials? You refined these extreme origin crystals yourself? The surprise on Hanli's face became even more pronounced upon hearing this. That's right. I was fortunate to have been able to refine these bricks using a secret technique, but during the process, I failed countless times and wasted a vast quantity of precious materials. However, I still think the end result was well worth it, Yulong replied in a slightly proud manner. A secret technique, eh? Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. Please examine the items first, Brother Han. I'll explain everything else to you in detail later, Yulong replied as a mysterious look appeared in his eyes. All right, then I'll go right ahead, Hanli said with a nod before making a nonchalant grabbing motion, drawing the blue translucent brick into his grasp. A spiritual sense thread then shot out of his glabella before vanishing into the brick in a flash, and at the same time, he slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Yulong looked on with a faint smile, making no gesture to stop him. A long while later, Hanli raised an eyebrow as he reopened his eyes, and the spiritual sense thread returned to his glabella from within the brick. What pure energy! The amount of spiritual chi within this brick is at least 4 to 5 times that in a top-grade spirit stone of the same mass, and the degree of purity is something that normal spirit stones can't even begin to compare to. However, the internal structure is rather strange. It seems that there are innate spirit patterns inside the brick. If this is used to refine a treasure, it should create some type of special ability. May I ask how its durability is? Han Li asked. Yulong's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he chuckled. You really do have a keen eye, Brother Han. You've listed most of the special characteristics of this extreme origin brick. As for its durability, you can feel free to test that out for yourself. Alright, then please pardon me, fellow Daoist. A peculiar look flashed through Han Li's eyes as he opened his mouth to expel an azure thread, which quickly revolved around the translucent brick before flying back to him. Bright blue light immediately radiated from the brick, and a shallow sword mark appeared on its surface. Immediately thereafter, the sword rapidly faded away at a rate that was discernible even to the naked eye. This brick possesses the regenerative spirit molding ability. Han Li exclaimed. A hint of surprise appeared in Long Yu's eyes upon hearing this. As expected of Brother Han to be able to identify this ability right away. Indeed, all three of these extreme origin bricks possess the regenerative spirit molding ability. If a treasure were to be refined using this material, unless it was completely destroyed, it would be able to regenerate and recover from any amount of damage over time. Some bonded treasures also possess regenerative abilities, but that requires constant nurturing from the owner's true essence, and that process would take far longer than a treasure with the regenerative spirit molding ability. I'm sure I don't need to elaborate further on just how precious this material is, right? Materials with the regenerative spirit molding ability are extremely rare across all realms, let alone just the spirit realm. On top of that, the fact that it wasn't substantially damaged by a streak of sword chi from me is a testament to its incredible durability. I'm assuming you aren't showing me these extreme origin crystals just so I can critique them, Han Li said as he appraised the brick in his hand. Yulong faltered slightly upon hearing this before replying, You're a straightforward man, fellow Daoist Han. In that case, I'll come clean to you as well. I invited you here as I have a request for you. If you can help me complete a certain task, I'll be willing to give you these 3 extreme origin crystals as compensation. What do you think? Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he said, just a single one of these extreme origin bricks is already quite precious, yet you're willing to give me 3. I'm sure the task you're trying to complete isn't a simple one. Tell me what it is first and I'll give you my verdict after that. Yulong hesitated momentarily before revealing, this task will perhaps be rather difficult for normal Grand Ascension stage beings, but I'm sure it's no issue for someone of your powers, Brother Han. I expended so much effort to refine these extreme origin crystals as I want to use this material to refine a powerful 5-elemental treasure to help me transcend my next major heavenly tribulation. However, even after several thousand years of effort, I was only able to refine extreme origin crystals of these 3 elements. I require assistance to refine crystals of the final 2 attributes, and you're the perfect choice, Brother Han. You want me to help you refine extreme origin crystals? Han Li was quite taken aback to hear this. That's right. Truth be told, these extreme origin crystals can only be formed using the world's origin chi of different attributes. The crystals of these 3 attributes were quite manageable. Even though I failed many times, I still managed to succeed a few times. However, refinement of the metal and wood attribute extreme origin crystals require an astonishing amount of the world's origin chi, more than what I can handle and control, and that's why I decided to turn to you, Brother Han, Yulong said as he cupped his fist in an earnest salute. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li said in a cautious manner, If you only require my assistance in controlling the world's origin chi, then I'd be open to helping you, but I have some questions that I would like to have answered. Yulong was elated to hear this, and he immediately prompted, Go ahead, Brother Han. If I recall correctly, this is our first ever meeting. Why have you decided to turn to me instead of a good friend of yours? Also, are there going to be any unforeseen dangers involved with assisting you in controlling the world's origin chi? After all, the world's origin chi is extremely unpredictable and possesses unfathomable power. In addition to that, how do you know that I'll be powerful enough to help you refine the extreme origin crystals of the remaining two attributes? Han Li asked. I can see that you still don't fully trust me, Brother Han. Haha, that's only to be expected. I would also be quite wary if I were in your shoes. Rest assured, I'll provide a satisfactory answer to all of those questions, Yulong chuckled. Please go ahead, fellow Daoist, Han Li prompted. Firstly, the metal and wood attribute world's origin qi are far more difficult to attract than the power of heaven and earth of the other three attributes. As such, they're also several times more powerful, and there's no way the average Grand Ascension stage being would be able to control it. I only attempted it twice and didn't dare to make any more attempts thereafter. I do have several close friends, but their powers and abilities are roughly on par with my own, so they naturally won't be of any help in this regard. Unfortunately, the duty of controlling the power of heaven and earth can't fall on the shoulders of multiple people at once. It can only be undertaken by a single person to ensure smooth operation and successful refinement of extreme origin crystals. As for your second question, it would be deceitful of me to proclaim that there's no danger involved. However, as long as sufficient preparations are made in advance, the danger associated with controlling the power of heaven and earth can be minimized. At the very least, I was able to remain safe during the two occasions where I attempted to control metal and would attribute power of heaven and earth. As for the final question. Yulong paused momentarily here. Yulong was rather taken aback to hear this, and he immediately instructed, if she's an acquaintance of yours, then I would certainly be willing to grant her an audience. Go and invite Elder Jean to see me. Yes, Patriarch Yu. The female servant quickly departed. Shortly thereafter, a white-robed flying spirit woman with golden wings on her back entered the hall, accompanied by the same female servant. The woman had an ordinary appearance, but gave off a regal aura, and she was none other than Grand Elder Jean Yu of the Tianping race, whom Han Li had met on several past occasions. As soon as Jean Yu strode into the hall, she immediately bowed and lowered her head, not daring to look around. Jean Yu pays her respects to Patriarch Yu. However, she still caught a brief glimpse of Han Li out of her peripheral vision, and she was surprised to find that he was rather familiar. The man was seated as an equal across from Yulong, so he had to be a Grand Ascension cultivator as well. Could it be that this was a Grand Ascension stage being that she had met before? Han Li's cultivation base and aura had completely changed since their last meeting, so she was unable to identify him as the past holy disciple of her flying spirit race. You can get up now. Why have you come here instead of taking care of matters in the Tianping race? I recall that an envoy from each race can only see me once per century unless I summon them for an audience, Yulong said in an indifferent voice. I had no choice but to come here, Patriarch Yu. Half a year ago, the Qi Rong race suddenly made a big move, invading and conquering over 10 spirit mines in several cities of our Tianping race, abducting all of the Tianping beings in those areas. I went to the Qi Rong race in person for an explanation, only to be ganged up on and wounded by several of their elders. As a result, I was forced to go into seclusion for half a year to recover from my injuries, and I've come here right after emerging from seclusion, Jean Yu explained with a furious look in her eyes. So it's an issue with the Qi Rong race again. I'm already aware of this, Yulong sighed with a hint of exasperation in his voice. Jean Yu's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and a thought suddenly occurred to her. What could it be? That's right, the Grand Elder of the Qi Rong race also came to complain to me 3 months ago, but he said that it was your Tianping race that encroached upon their territory a year ago, so everything they're doing now is justified, Yulong said. Jean Yu's face paled slightly upon hearing this, and she hurriedly argued, please look into the situation, Patriarch Yu. This is blatant slander from the Qi Rong race. What happened was. I'm currently preparing for my next tribulation. I have no time to look into these trivial matters. As long as the survival of your race isn't under threat, don't come to see me. You can go now, Yulong said in a cold voice. She quickly inspected her surroundings with a bewildered expression, then cast a stunned gaze toward the stone pagoda in the distance. The next day, before daylight had completely arrived, 2 streaks of light, one azure and one black, flew out of the stone pagoda before speeding away in a certain direction. Close to a day later, the 2 streaks of light arrived in a small mountain range, then descended into a valley between 2 small mountains. This is the spirit region you found? Hanli asked with furrowed brows as the azure light faded around him. Aside from countless craters of different sizes, the valley was completely bare. There wasn't a single blade of grass growing within several kilometers of the valley, and all of the bulges in the area had been sliced through by something, making them significantly shorter than the surrounding ground. The only thing that was noteworthy at all was a giant copper pillar situated at the very center of the valley. The pillar was over 1,000 feet tall with layers of formations etched on its surface, but it was covered in rust and looking very dilapidated, much like a relic of the distant past. This place doesn't look that impressive, but it wasn't always like this. It only became so barren and desolate after enduring 2 heavenly tribulations. Spirit regions suitable for drawing upon the power of heaven and earth are very difficult to find, so we'll have to make do here, Yulong explained as he made his way toward the copper pillar. I see, but surely you're not going to rely solely on this treasure to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, Hanli said as he cast his gaze toward the copper pillar. Of course not. This pillar is known as the Metal Wind Pillar, and it's a treasure I refined to help draw upon metal attribute power. However, it was damaged on the previous occasion, so I didn't withdraw it. Now that we're drawing upon a new back of the power of heaven and earth, we'll naturally be using new treasures as well, Yulong chuckled in response. He then swept a hand through the air, releasing over 100 balls of azure light that descended into the surrounding craters on the ground. The balls of light then transformed into over 100 glistening copper pillars that were brand new in appearance. Immediately thereafter, Yulong began to chant something while making a hand seal. A burst of loud rumbling rang out, and the copper pillars quickly arranged themselves into a giant formation with Yulong and Hanli in the very center. There are a total of 108 metal wind pillars, just enough to create a golden astral devilish formation. With this formation in place, the might of the power of heaven and earth we're about to draw upon will be significantly diminished, and you'll be able to control the power with relative ease according to the instructions I provided you with last night, Yulong explained. Alright, go ahead and begin the proceedings. I'll step in when required, Hanli replied with a calm expression, then made his way over to the top of a nearby copper pillar, where he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Yulong was naturally ecstatic to see this, and he immediately swept his sleeves through the air, releasing countless formation treasures that shot forth toward the edge of the valley. A short while later, 7 or 8 more profound restrictions had been set up outside the formation of copper pillars. At this moment, Yulong opened his mouth again to release 5 different treasures, comprised of a white jade vial, a purplish golden gourd, an azure disc, a silver cauldron, and a crimson feather fan. As soon as the 5 treasures emerged, they immediately began to revolve around Yulong. Yulong pointed a finger toward the azure disc, and it instantly swelled to around 10 feet in size. Spiritual light of different colors surged all over its surface, forming an inky black starry sky with countless star-like specks of silver light flashing within it. Yulong then flipped both of his hands over in unison, summoning 3 silver beads and a net that resembled a black veil, all of which he immediately tossed toward Hanli without any hesitation. Those are the treasures I mentioned yesterday that would assist you in withstanding the power of heaven and earth. If used appropriately, they can be extremely effective, Yulong said. Thank you fellow Daoist, I'll be sure to make good use of them, Hanli replied as he caught the treasures before giving them a brief inspection. Yulong nodded in response before taking a seat with his legs crossed, appraising the azure disk before him in silence. Time slowly passed by, and 4 hours later, the starry sky manifested by the azure disk suddenly blurred and rippled, while several of the nondescript-looking stars began to glow with scintillating light, sending peculiar energy fluctuations surging out of the disk. A hint of excitement appeared in Yulong's eyes upon seeing this, and he yelled, "Be careful, fellow Daoist, the changes in the stars are about to begin, and I'm going to draw upon the power of heaven and earth now." He then slammed a palm down onto the ground, and a burst of invisible fluctuations surged forth in all directions from beneath his feet, causing the surrounding earth to tremor violently. The restrictions that had been set up in the surrounding area also began to emit a loud buzzing sound in unison, and some of them produced layers of light barriers, while others released clouds of dense mist. As for the 108 copper pillars in the valley, they flashed erratically a few times before a series of golden runes began to glow with scintillating golden light on their surfaces. Yulong took a deep breath upon seeing this, then stood up before waving a hand toward the purplish golden gourd. The gourd immediately tipped itself over at his behest, upon which a shimmering golden powder began to pour out of its opening. The powder appeared to be extremely fine, and in the instant it was released, it crashed directly down toward the ground below, seemingly extremely heavy. Chapter 23:16 Power of Heaven and Earth. Almost at the exact same moment, Yulong made a hand seal before pointing a finger toward the crimson feather fan. Countless crimson runes immediately surged out of the fan in a frenzy as it swelled to several times its original size, then appeared right in front of Yulong before being caught in his grasp. Yulong then raised the fan without any hesitation and swept it toward the golden powder. As soon as he did so, the fan was ignited on its own as layers of crimson flames appeared over its surface, while gusts of scorching wind swept through the air. As soon as the golden powder was swept up by this wind, they began to glow brightly, then rose up into the sky before disappearing in a flash at a certain altitude. Right at this moment, Yulong opened his mouth to expel several balls of blood essence toward the fierce wind. All of these balls of blood essence were inky black, and as soon as they came into contact with the wind, they exploded into black devilish flames. A dull thump rang out as these flames were swept up by the wind, and the wind fanned the fireballs violently, causing them to swell to over 1,000 times their original size. In the blink of an eye, a scorching pillar of black flames had taken shape, extending directly up into the heavens and presenting an astonishing sight to behold. In the sky above the pillar of flames, the golden powder that had disappeared resurfaced, then transformed into a series of huge golden runes. The massive runes scattered across the entire sky, forming an extremely complex superformation with countless rays of golden light surging through it. At the same time, the formation was releasing a burst of terrifying spiritual pressure that was threatening to make even the surrounding space congeal. All of a sudden, a thunderclap erupted in the cloudless sky up above, as if to resonate with the formation, and a series of balls of white light came plummeting down from above. Initially, there were only several tens of these balls of light, but that quickly turned into thousands, then tens of thousands, and it was as if there were a white meteor shower raining down from above. A burst of Buddhist chants suddenly rang out from within the golden formation, following which a burst of tremendous invisible force was released. All of the white balls of light were drawn by this force into the golden formation, and they were all devoured in the blink of an eye. The rumbling within the golden formation became even louder, and the golden runes surged violently as an even more fearsome aura began to take shape. Instead of being alarmed by this, an elated look appeared in Yulong's eyes as he yelled, "Everything's ready, fellow Daoist Han, the power of heaven and earth is about to descend." He then made a hand seal before pointing a finger toward the cauldron, which instantly swelled to over 1,000 feet in size. At the same time, all types of materials of different colors and sizes came flooding out of the cauldron, and all of them were emanating astonishing metal attributes spiritual chi. Upon emerging from the cauldron, all of the materials hovered in mid-air in a completely still manner. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom erupted from within the golden formation up above, and a beam of golden light descended from it. Initially, the beam of golden light was only as thick as the opening of a bowl, but it quickly swelled to as thick as a water tank, and countless thin translucent threads were visible within it. Even before it landed, it was giving off an extremely sharp aura. Yulong's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal, upon which the 108 copper pillars shuddered in unison before vanishing on the spot, only to be replaced by a series of copper warrior puppets of different descriptions. All of the puppets were holding different treasures, which they raised up into the air in unison. All of the treasures then exploded at once amid a loud buzzing sound, following which a gust of fierce wind swept through down the middle, encompassing the entire valley beneath it. Strangely enough, the sound of clashing metallic weapons could be heard amid the howling wind, and an indescribable baleful aura swept through the surrounding area, as if there were countless dangerous weapons concealed within the wind. In the next instant, the golden light descending from above descended into the wind, but upon emerging on the other side, it had been shrunk down to just over half its original size. The golden light then descended straight into the giant cauldron, causing it to tremor violently while releasing a loud clanging sound akin to the toll of a giant bell. At the same time, the protective spiritual light around Yulong's body tremored slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. Meanwhile, the golden formation up above was releasing one pillar of golden light after another, and the interval between each pillar of light being released was gradually shortening. Yulong was able to withstand the first 100 or so pillars of golden light in a steady manner, but soon, the pillars of golden light were falling two at a time, and his expression slowly became rather grim. Even though he could still continue to use the giant cauldron to catch the pillars of golden light, the cauldron was beginning to tremor violently, and black light was flashing incessantly over Yulong's face, clearly indicating that he was beginning to struggle. Hanli was already hovering in midair as soon as the copper pillar beneath his feet had transformed into a puppet warrior, and he was still appraising the unfolding situation with a calm expression, displaying no intention to intervene. All of a sudden, 3 pillars of golden light came crashing down from above in unison, and Yulong's expression changed drastically upon seeing this as he reflexively cast his gaze toward Hanli. Much to his relief, Hanli was finally springing into action as a burst of unfathomable spiritual pressure began to emanate from his body. Thus, Yulong was able to direct his focus back to the cauldron, injecting his magic power into the treasure in a frenzy. The silver cauldron began to revolve rapidly on the spot, and the materials around it plunged into the cauldron amid the sharp screeching sound of metal grating on metal. Golden light flashed, and the 3 pillars of golden light plunged through the fierce wind. Even though they had been shrunk down significantly, they were still descending toward the silver cauldron with astonishing might. Right at this moment, Hanli pointed a finger toward the pillars of golden light from afar, and a thick bolt of golden lightning sprang out of his fingertip amid a rumbling thunderclap. The bolt of lightning instantly arrived beside the pillars of golden light, then split up into 3 to strike the pillars of light with unerring accuracy. Chapter 23:17 Qing Yuanzi's tribulation. After 7 or 8 more waves of golden light fell into the silver cauldron, the rumbling ringing out from within the cauldron suddenly turned into a piercing screech, and Yulong's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. Fellow Daoist Han, please keep the power of heaven and earth at bay until I refine all of the power in the cauldron first. As soon as his voice trailed off, Yulong opened his mouth to expel several more balls of blood essence. After absorbing so much blood essence, the spirit flames beneath the cauldron rose up in a frenzy to encompass virtually the entire cauldron, and the color of the flames also turned into a crimson golden hue. The temperature of the flames was so high that the surrounding space was warping drastically, and all of the materials in the cauldron had turned into boiling bubbling liquid with specks of golden light flashing within it. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he pointed a finger forward, and 5-colored light flashed within the stone formation, following which all of the giant rocks began to revolve at an incredible speed. The pillars of golden light that plunged into the formation were stalled for even longer and emerged on the other side even more debilitated than before. At the same time, Han Li raised his other hand to send a burst of black light flying through the air, and it transformed into a black cloud that was several acres in area to sweep up the pillars of golden light. Traces of light were flashing incessantly within the black cloud, and it was none other than the black net that Yulong had given Han Li earlier. The net appeared to be very thin and fragile, but the golden light was completely unable to escape out of it and could only bounce around inside the net as if it were a living being. Meanwhile, Han Li was making hand seals in the distance, clearly controlling the treasure from afar. Yulong was greatly encouraged upon seeing this, and he began to refine the materials in the cauldron with all his might. Over 100 palm-sized translucent golden bricks were slowly taking shape in the giant cauldron, and only after close to 100 pillars of golden light had accumulated within the black cloud did Yulong suddenly yell, "You can release the power of heaven and earth now, Brother Han." Han Li nodded in response before swiping a finger toward the black cloud from afar, and the black cloud was parted down the middle, forming a gash to allow the pillars of golden light to plunge into the cauldron again. Thus, the process repeated itself over and over again with Han Li stopping or releasing the pillars of golden light using the black cloud as instructed by Yulong, and with his assistance, Yulong was able to focus wholeheartedly on refining the materials in the giant cauldron while perfectly controlling the amount of power of heaven and earth infused into the materials. However, as time passed, the number of pillars of light in the black cloud increased further and further, and after no more than 15 minutes, around 700 to 800 had already been accumulated. Even with Han Li's enormous magic power, he was beginning to struggle to contain so much power of heaven and earth. All of a sudden, he gave a cold harumph as he swept his sleeve toward the distance, and a ball of silver light around the size of a teacup flew out of his sleeve before instantly swelling to the size of a house, then vanished into the black cloud in a flash. This was none other than one of the 3 silver beads that Yulong had given him. A dull thump rang out as the silver bead exploded, encompassing the entire black cloud within a layer of silver light. Once the silver light faded, the golden light within the black cloud also vanished, leaving only the black cloud hovering in mid-air by itself. We can only pray that Father will be able to successfully transcend it. In any case, I'll be sure to assist him with all my might, the elegant woman said in a determined manner. You've cultivated arduously for all these years and finally reached the body integration stage precisely because you wanted to repay Master for the kindness he's shown us. It's a pity that I don't possess the heavenly yin physique, so I won't be of any help to Master here, the petite woman sighed. The 2 women were none other than Yuan Yao and Yen Li. Among them, Yuan Yao had been accepted by Qing Yuanzi as his foster daughter, and had reached the early body integration stage. As for Yen Li, the spiritual pressure emanating from her body indicated that she was at the late spatial tempering stage. This was the day that Qing Yuanzi had prepared to transcend his tribulation, and in preparation for this day, Qing Yuanzi had used all types of secret technique to delay this tribulation, as well as expended a vast amount of resources and effort to get Yuan Yao to her current cultivation base, all so that she could unleash a certain rare ability to help him transcend this tribulation. Yuan Yao was aware of this, but Qing Yuanzi had used a secret technique to transition her and Yen Li back into human bodies, and helped her reach the body integration stage in such a short time, so she was still very grateful toward Qing Yuanzi and was willing to help him at all costs. This valley was the place that Qing Yuanzi had chosen to transcend his tribulation. Many preparatory measures had been set up here, and hundreds of powerful restrictions had been created around the valley in case anyone tried to take advantage of this opportunity to plot against him. Currently, Qin Yuanzi was praying and basking in the scent of incense in a temporary cave abode not far away from the valley, priming himself into the best condition to face this tribulation. After continuing the conversation for a short while longer, both Yuan Yao and Yan Li fell silent and continued to wait with a hint of anxiety in their eyes. Close to half a day later, the gray clouds in the sky began to churn, and a peculiar aura began to emanate from within the valley. All of a sudden, a ball of azure light appeared in the distance before reaching Yuan Yao and Yan Li after just a few flashes. Yuan Yao pays her respects to her father. Yan Li pays her respects to her master. Yuan Yao and Yan Li immediately fell to their knees in Qin Yuanzi's presence. The ball of azure light faded to reveal the elderly Qin Yuanzi, and he instructed, "Only Yaoer can help me during this heavenly tribulation, so Yaoer needs to come with me. In the meantime, you stay here and hold down the fort." Yan Li, "Yes. As you wish." The two women naturally didn't raise any objections. Qin Yuanzi nodded as he swept a sleeve downward, releasing a burst of azure light to sweep up Yuan Yao, following which both of them vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted on the highest level of the giant platform, and the duo reappeared. "You stay here for now, Yaoer. I'll instruct you to step in when required. Make sure you don't act too early or too late or you'll miss the opportunity," Qin Yuanzi instructed in a benevolent manner. "Rest assured, father, I know what to do," Yuan Yao replied with a serious expression. I have full trust in you, but make sure you take extra care. This heavenly tribulation is going to be very formidable, and you could easily get swept up in it if you're not careful," Qin Yuanzi cautioned with a smile. Yuan Yao naturally nodded in response. In the air above a rocky region far away from the valley, fierce winds were suddenly swept up, and a pair of massive black claws extended out of the wind before wrenching the space apart in a vicious manner. There were several tens of azure flying swords flying through the air around him, and his eyes were tightly shut in an expressionless manner. Down below, all of the surrounding flags were releasing layers of five-colored light, forming countless radiant runes that were hovering above the platform. All of the formation treasures set up beneath the platform were also buzzing incessantly, while streaks of spiritual qi were rising up before vanishing into thin air. As for all of the statues around the platform, they were still maintaining their original poses, as if everything happening on the platform had nothing to do with them. Meanwhile, Yuan Yao was standing at the foot of a formation flag, looking up at the sky with a nervous expression. At this moment, red clouds had already filled the entire sky, and gusts of fierce black winds were sweeping through the air, causing the space in their wake to tremor slightly. The red clouds had formed a dense watertight blanket, and were giving off a scorching aura. Shortly thereafter, crimson light flashed within the clouds, and scorching balls of light began to take shape, then came falling out of the sky like a torrential storm. At the same time, Qin Yuanzi opened his eyes, then raised an arm before sweeping a finger upward. A streak of azure sword qi that was over 10,000 feet in length immediately appeared, then transformed into an azure light barrier at his behest to encompass the entire platform. The balls of dazzling red light struck the azure light barrier before instantly exploding, sending countless sparks in all directions, but none of it was able to infiltrate through the sword barrier. However, these red balls of light were clearly only the beginning of the heavenly tribulation. After a storm of tens of thousands of balls of light, a thunderclap rang out up above, and bolts of purplish golden lightning appeared before also raining from above. At the same time, the fierce black winds swept down from the heavens as well. Before the wind had even fallen upon the sword barrier, it released countless semi-transparent wind blade, filling virtually the entire sky. However, not only was Qin Yuanzi not alarmed to see this, he willingly rose to the challenge as scintillating azure light erupted from his body, and at the same time, he pointed his fingers upward in rapid succession. All of a sudden, all of the azure light within the sword barrier converged to reform a streak of sword chi that was over 10,000 feet in length, which then transformed into a massive azure WIRM. The WIRM danced through the sky in a ferocious display, releasing streaks of sword chi that kept all of the purple lightning and wind blades at bay. Yuan Yao was naturally ecstatic to see this. Right at this moment, a bright red light appeared up above, and all of the red clouds dissipated to reveal a river of lava. In the next instant, the river of lava reared up before plunging down from the heavens, igniting the entire sky. Qing Yuanzi seemed to have sensed her unease, and he transmitted his voice to her again in consolation. Don't worry, the baleful 18 Heavens formation will at least become 20% more powerful when controlled by someone, and it should be enough to impede the enemies outside for several days. After I transcend my tribulation, I'll be able to face them myself. Yan Li's anxiety was eased slightly upon hearing this. The fact that Qing Yuanzi still had the spare capacity to transmit his voice to her indicated that he was dealing with his tribulation with relative ease. Thus, she immediately rose up into the air before departing as a ball of yellow light. Shortly thereafter, Yan Li arrived on a mountain summit with a giant formation disk hovering beneath her, upon which stood a row of small flags of different colors. Yan Li was currently appraising a copper mirror in her hand with a grim expression, and there was an image on the mirror, depicting Daoist San Quan destroying a golden light formation on the outskirts with ease using a white flying dagger. Daoist San Quan then completely vanished from the image in a flash. Yan Li drew a sharp breath upon seeing this, and her brows furrowed tightly with concern. She knew that the intruders had to be Grand Ascension stage beings for Qing Yuanzi to take them so seriously, but she didn't think that there would be someone among them with such a high level of expertise in the art of formations. There were many restrictions around the valley, but they definitely wouldn't be able to delay the intruders for long. If she wanted to buy more time for her master, then she would have to rely almost solely on the baleful 18 Heavens formation. With that in mind, Yan Li immediately swept a hand downward, and several of the formation flags immediately vanished into plumes of smoke. Around 15 minutes later, fierce winds were swept up near the valley, sending sand and small stones flying in all directions, while a series of rifts abruptly split open on the ground. Bursts of crimson mist billowed out of the rifts, quickly encompassing the area surrounding the entire valley. Immediately thereafter, several sharp screeches rang out, and the sound of ghostly howls suddenly erupted within the crimson mist while countless giant black figures emerged. An astonishing baleful aura also surged into the heavens, scattering much of the dark clouds up above. In this short time, Yan Li had completely activated the 18 profound formations around the valley. Individually, the formations didn't pose much of an obstacle to a Grand Ascension stage being, but they were designed in a unique way so that anyone facing one of the formations would actually have to face all 18 formations at once. Thus, if they couldn't destroy all 18 formations at once, then they would have to patiently destroy the formations one by one. This was why Qing Yuanzi was still so calm even though there were powerful infiltrators approaching. Close to a day later, Huang Yuanzi's trio arrived near the valley, and Daoist San Quan's expression immediately darkened slightly at the sight of the baleful 18 Heavens formation. After being introduced to the troublesome nature of this formation by Daoist San Quan, Huang Yuanzi's expression also darkened significantly. So we have no choice but to destroy these formations one by one if we want to enter the valley, Huang Yuanzi confirmed. I'm afraid so. However, with interconnected formations like these ones, the most difficult one to destroy is always the first one. After that, it'll become easier and easier as there will be fewer formations supporting one another. As such, the power of the first formation is equivalent to that of all 18 formations combined, so it'll be very difficult to destroy, Daoist San Quan replied. That Qing Yuanzi really is a cunning bastard, but he's dreaming if he thinks that this will be enough to stump me. How long will it take to destroy all of these formations, fellow Taoist San Quan? Huang Yuanzi asked. If you're willing to use the 9 illusion fortune door to assist me, then 4 days should be enough, Taoist San Quan replied. That won't do. What if Qing Yuanzi's heavenly tribulation concludes early? How about this? When you reach a critical juncture, I'll use my hierarchical Yin Corpse lightning to assist you, but we must destroy all of these formations within 3 days, Wang Yuanzi said in a cold voice. Taoist San Quan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but then quickly reverted back to normal again. You even prepared hierarchical Yin Corpse lightning for this trip. In that case, we'll definitely be able to break the baleful 18 heavens formation in 3 days. Good. Fellow Taoist Immortal, you don't have to do anything aside from priming yourself into the best condition. Your power will be extremely important for when we face Qing Yuanzi, Wang Yuanzi said. I understand. After all, my cultivation arts just so happen to have a suppressive effect on several of Qing Yuanzi's abilities, the immortal heavenly lord replied in a nonchalant manner. Huang Yuanzi didn't say anything further as he flipped a hand over, summoning a miniature translucent door before tossing it forward. The door immediately swelled to over 100 feet tall amid a flash of piercing white light, then descended from the heavens. Huang Yuanzi appeared at the top of the door in a flash before gently stomping down onto it, and it instantly flew toward the formation up ahead with arcs of lightning flashing all around it. A cold smile appeared on Taoist San Quan's face as he followed along behind the door, and the heavenly immortal lord also trailed along in an unhurried manner. In the air above a certain swamp in the earth abyss, the space suddenly warped, following which a streak of green sword chi that was over 1,000 feet in length emerged before slashing downward in a casual manner. The entire sky was sliced apart by the streak of sword chi amid a crisp crack, following which a giant black arc that was over 10,000 feet in length emerged. At the front of the arc stood Hanli with his hands clasped behind his back and a calm look on his face. The black-robed blood soul was standing behind him, and she quickly inspected her surroundings as she asked, Senior Han, is this the place where that good friend of yours is residing? That's right. Do you find that to be strange, fellow Taoist blood soul? Hanli replied with a smile. Chapter 23:20 Surveillance. During their collaboration, Hanli and Yulong had finally managed to successfully refine metal and would attribute extreme origin crystals in about half a month. Yulong had been ecstatic and immediately issued Hanli the promised compensation, then strongly requested that Hanli stay at his cave abode for some time. Hanli naturally refused as he was in a hurry to continue on his journey, and he arrived at a place where the spatial boundary of the earth abyss was the weakest, then sliced through the boundary with his profound heavenly spirit/sword before entering the earth abyss in his ink spirit holy Arkansas. Upon hearing what Hanli had just said, the blood soul smiled and replied, This space is indeed quite remarkable. I'm assuming this good friend of yours must also be a grand ascension stage being. I'm afraid you're wrong there, fellow Taoist. The cultivation base of this friend of mine isn't too shabby, but the last time we met, she was still only at the spatial tempering stage, and there's no way she would have been able to reach the grand ascension stage in such a short time. Having said that, she's currently receiving guidance from a grand ascension stage being, so there's a possibility that she's reached the body integration stage. How fortunate for her. Back when I was progressing to the body integration stage, I had to go through many hardships, and even my true body has been sealed on another continent, the blood soul sighed with a forlorn expression. Hee, don't be so hard on yourself, you were merely unlucky. Once we rescue your true body, it's not impossible for you to make further progress in your cultivation, Hanli consoled. I certainly hope so, the blood soul replied with a wry smile. Hanli merely smiled and fell silent, then flipped a hand over to produce a black jade slip, which he gently pressed against his own forehead. This was a map of the earth abyss that had been given to him by Qing Yuanzi. After quickly inspecting the map, then sweeping his spiritual sense over the terrain near the swamp, he was able to ascertain his current location, and he was ecstatic to find that it wasn't far away from Qing Yuanzi's cave abode. Thus, he immediately stowed the jade slip away before spurring on the giant black ark toward another direction. A day later, just as the ark was approaching the area where Qing Yuanzi's cave abode was situated, Hanli suddenly opened his eyes from his seated meditation, and a peculiar look appeared on his face. What powerful energy fluctuations! These are the energy fluctuations of a major heavenly tribulation. Could it be that someone is transcending a tribulation nearby? Come to think of it, it's about time Qing Yuanzi underwent his next heavenly tribulation. Could it be him? Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he made a hand seal, upon which the ink spirit holy ark instantly drew to a halt in midair. He then rose to his feet and rose up into the air before flying away as a streak of azure light, leaving only a parting message for the blood soul and the others. Stay here and look after the ark, I'll go take a look first. Even after the azure streak of light had vanished into the distance, his voice was still echoing throughout the area. Zhu Guo and the others hurriedly made their way out of the cabin before casting their eyes toward the direction that Han Li had disappeared in with bewildered expressions. With Han Li's current powers, the maximal speed of flight he was capable of reaching was naturally quite extraordinary. However, the energy fluctuations that he had just sensed had also come from quite far away. Only after flying for around 15 minutes did he finally catch sight of the black tribulation clouds in the distance, and he also heard a burst of indistinct rumbling. All of a sudden, Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "Hold on, there are other Grand Ascension stage beings present as well." He then drew to an abrupt halt in midair before casting his gaze toward the tribulation clouds in the distance with a contemplative expression. There are 3 other Grand Ascension stage beings there, and they're making no effort to disguise their auras, so they're clearly plotting against the person transcending their tribulation. I need to find out if it actually is Qing Yuanzi transcending his tribulation. If not, then there's no need for me to intervene, Han Li mused. After a brief moment of contemplation, he laid a hand onto the back of his own head, then opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure qi, which quickly transformed into an azure crystal ball. Han Li then made a hand seal while closing his eyes, and a gash appeared on his glabella, following which an inky black demonic eye emerged amid a burst of black qi. A thin black thread suddenly shot out of the demonic eye, then vanished into the space up ahead in a flash. In the next instant, a clear image began to appear within the azure crystal ball. Only then did Han Li reopen his eyes before carefully peering into the crystal ball. However, he was unable to see anything aside from dense black mist and balls of flashing purplish-golden lightning. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he made a hand seal, and the image in the crystal ball quickly swiveled around much like the perspective of a person quickly inspecting the surrounding area. Soon, a series of mountains and lush greenery began to appear. All of a sudden, Han Li's expression changed slightly, and the image within the crystal ball also settled at his behest. At this moment, the image depicted a boundless sea of crimson mist. Within the sea of mist was a giant shimmering door, above which stood 3 men in different attire. Han Li focused his gaze and immediately determined that these 3 were the ones giving off the Grand Ascension stage auras. Among the trio, there was a burly man who was around 20 feet tall standing still on the spot, while a yellow-robed man was controlling the giant door to crash through the sea of mist. Countless 5-colored runes surfaced in the wake of the giant door, forcing back all of the surrounding mist. The final person to complete the trio was a young Taoist priest, and there was a giant 3-headed python projection behind him, releasing crimson, yellow, and azure balls of light out of its 3 mouths. As soon as the surrounding mist came into contact with these balls of light, the former would immediately fade away. Deep within the boundless sea of mist were countless giant black shadows that were releasing bursts of crimson chi in a frenzy, seemingly contending with the giant door and three-colored light. All of a sudden, the burly man seemed to have sensed something, and he immediately turned to one side as he yelled, "Who's spying on me over there?" As soon as his voice trailed off, he lashed out with one of his large black hands like lightning, and around an acre of space in that direction instantly warped and exploded. Bursts of black light then surged forth in all directions alongside scorching winds, pulverizing all of the crimson mist nearby. Such a loud commotion naturally attracted the attention of both of his companions, and they immediately turned to him with bewilderment in their eyes. "What happened? Did you discover something, fellow Daoist immortal?" Huang Yuanzi asked as the giant door drew to a halt at his behest. Through their sustained efforts during the past 2 days and 2 nights, close to half of the first formation had already been broken. He didn't want any mishaps to occur now. "Someone was spying on us, and I just destroyed their secret technique," the immortal Heavenly Lord replied in a calm manner. Huang Yuanzi's expression changed slightly, and he asked, "Is it that girl who's controlling this formation?" "I don't think so. That girl was only at the spatial tempering stage, and I managed to land a punch on her from afar earlier, so she should at least be severely wounded, if not dead. There's no way she could unleash a secret technique to spy on us," the immortal Heavenly Lord replied with a shake of his head. "So that means it's someone new. Were you able to sense their cultivation base?" Huang Yuanzi asked as his brows furrowed slightly. "I only managed to break their secret technique. How could I detect their cultivation base? However, judging from how profound that secret technique was, it's most likely quite a powerful being who unleashed it," the immortal Heavenly Lord said with a slightly solemn expression. "That means that person is very likely a Grand Ascension stage being as well. Could it be an ally of Qing Yuanzi's?" Daoist San Quan speculated. Huang Yuanzi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he then shook his head in response. "I don't think so." "Oh. What makes you so sure?" Daoist San Quan asked as he raised an eyebrow. "It's very simple. If this were indeed an ally of Qing Yuanzi's, why would they appear at a time like this?" Huang Yuanzi asked. "That's true. If this really were an ally of Qing Yuanzi's, they would have either used the baleful 18 Heavens formation to oppose us from the beginning, or concealed themselves until we destroy this formation, at which point we would have expended the most energy," Daoist San Quan agreed with a nod. "Could it be that that person is one of the other Grand Ascension stage beings residing in the Earth Abyss?" the Heavenly Immortal Lord asked. "Most likely not. Qing Yuanzi must have chosen a time when all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings in the Earth Abyss are absent to transcend his tribulation. As such, they've most likely all been lured out of the Earth Abyss by him somehow," Huang Yuanzi chuckled coldly in response. "In that case, it's hard to say whether the new arrival is friend or foe. On top of that, we're currently trapped in this formation, so this is not a very good situation for us," the immortal Heavenly Lord said. "Indeed. I had intended to delay the usage of my hierarchical corpse lightning, but it looks like I'll have to use it now. Make some preparations, fellow Daoist San Quan. We're going to break this formation by force and see who this new arrival is," Huang Yuanzi said as a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Chapter 23-21, Battle Outside the Valley. In this formation's current state, there's no way that one piece of hierarchical corpse lightning would be able to break it, Daoist San Quan replied with furrowed brows. "I'm naturally aware of that." Huang Yuanzi flipped a hand over as he spoke to reveal 3 thumb-sized gray beads that were riddled with thin crimson threads. "You have 3 pieces of this lightning. You really have made thorough preparations for this trip," Daoist San Quan said with a surprised expression. "We have to make haste. Fellow Daoist Immortal has just destroyed that person's secret technique, so they could be arriving soon, Wang Yuanzi said. Rest assured, with 3 pieces of hierarchical Yin Corpse lightning, it'll only take an instant to destroy the rest of this formation, Daoist San Quan replied with a confident smile. He then opened his mouth to expel 3 badges of different colors, which quickly swelled to around 10 feet in size each at his behest. After that, he made a hand seal, and the giant 3-headed python projection behind him also opened its mouths to release 3 bursts of light of different colors that surged into the badge of the corresponding color. A loud buzzing sound instantly rang out from the badges, and countless runes appeared on their surfaces. The badges then suddenly transformed into around 300 to 400 small flags, each of which was roughly a foot in size. Each flag was translucent and shimmering with spiritual light while emanating hints of the power of laws. Huang Yuanzi's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately sent one of the 3 gray beads in his hand hurtling through the air. Elsewhere, the law destruction eye on Han Li's glabella had already disappeared, and he was appraising a cracked azure crystal ball before him with a cold expression. The fact that he was able to sense my secret technique from so far away indicates that he's far more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being, but judging from the power of that attack, he's still nowhere near the caliber of that female Azura spider. The only potential factor of concern is that I don't know if he possesses any special secret techniques or abilities, Han Li murmured to himself, then flipped a hand over to summon a golden talisman. He then raised a hand, and the talisman disappeared into thin air as a streak of golden light. After that, he stood still on the spot, seemingly waiting for something. A short while later, a burst of spatial fluctuations emerged before Han Li, and a ball of golden flames suddenly appeared alongside the sound of a bewildered female voice. "Brother Han, is that you? Why are you here?" A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this voice. "Fairy Yen, why is this transmission talisman in your hands? I recall I gave it to Yuan Yao prior to my departure." Yen Li was initially elated to hear Han Li's voice, but she then replied in a panicked voice, "Brother Han, it really is you. Get away from here right now. Master is currently transcending his heavenly tribulation, and there are 3 Grand Ascension stage intruders outside. If you get caught up in this, you're going to be killed for sure. As for this talisman, Yuan Yao gave it to me for safekeeping. She's currently helping Master transcend his tribulation, so she has no time to worry about anything else. So it really is fellow Daoist Qing Yuanzi who's transcending his tribulation. In that case, I'm..." Before Han Li had a chance to finish his sentence, 3 earth-shattering explosions suddenly erupted near the valley in the distance, following which 3 scintillating gray suns rose up into the air before surging in all directions as massive waves of gray light. Countless giant flags appeared near the gray suns before releasing a series of threads of light in all directions, impaling and destroying all of the giant ghostly shadows in their path. As a result, the sea of crimson mist was instantly vanquished. Impossible. How did they break the first formation so quickly? Yen Li's immediately became extremely horrified, and the ball of golden light suddenly flashed erratically before exploding on its own. Thus, Yen Li's voice was naturally cut off in an abrupt manner. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he cast his gaze toward the valley before immediately flying in that direction as a streak of azure light. The streak of azure light quickly covered a distance of several tens of kilometers, upon which it arrived near the valley. The azure light then faded to reveal Han Li, who cast his gaze downward to find that the 3 gray suns had already faded, as had the massive waves of gray light. Huang Yuanzi's trio were hovering above the giant door, appraising Han Li with cold expressions. "Who are you? Did you come here for Qing Yuanzi?" Huang Yuanzi asked. "Hee, it looks like the 3 of you are enemies of Qing Yuanzi's trying to take advantage of his heavenly tribulation," Han Li said with a faint smile. Huang Yuanzi harumphed coldly in response. So what if that's the case? Are you an ally that Qin Yuanzi invited to protect him? I didn't come here intentionally to protect him, but fellow Daoist Qin Yuanzi is an acquaintance of mine, so I'm obligated to step in here. I hope you can all do me a favor and leave, Han Li replied in an unhurried manner. Why should we do you a favor? Who do you think you are, and what do you make of us? I have a sworn vendetta against Qin Yuanzi. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will be killed. Huang Yuanzi said with a furious look in his eyes. I don't care what differences you have with Qin Yuanzi, but if you insist on continuing, then I'll be forced to oppose you, Han Li replied in a calm fashion. Alright, let's see how you plan to oppose all three of us on your own. I'd advise you to leave now, and I'd still be willing to let you go. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets once you perish here, Huang Yuanzi threatened with a menacing expression. I won't know if I can handle all three of you at once until I try, and if you really have what it takes to kill me, then so be it, Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. In that case, you can die now. Huang Yuanzi said with a vicious expression. Almost at the exact same moment, a thunderous roar rang out behind Han Li. Immediately thereafter, an inky black fist emerged amid a burst of spatial fluctuations before instantly reaching Han Li like a thick bolt of black lightning. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged, and he didn't even turn around as he thrust a golden palm behind himself at an incredible angle, striking the black fist with unerring accuracy. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and a massive explosion of golden and black light ensued, causing the nearby space to warp and quake violently. In the aftermath of the clash, Han Li remained completely still on the spot, while a massive figure emerged several tens of feet behind him before stumbling back close to 20 steps, and only then was the giant figure able to steady himself before casting a stunned gaze toward Han Li. The giant figure was none other than the immortal Heavenly Lord, and right at this moment, the immortal Heavenly Lord standing beside Huang Yuanzi abruptly exploded into specks of black light amid a dull thump. Prior to Han Li's arrival, the immortal Heavenly Lord had already unleashed a concealment secret technique in order to facilitate a sneak attack, leaving only a clone beside Huang Yuanzi. Huang Yuanzi's trio was completely astonished by what they had just witnessed. The immortal Heavenly Lord was vastly renowned for his tremendous strength, yet he had just been forced onto the back foot in a clash of physical bodies even though he was unleashing a sneak attack from the shadows. Huang Yuanzi's expression darkened even further as he cast his gaze toward Han Li, but he didn't hesitate to sweep a hand through the air, upon which countless yellow threads erupted out of his body before surging toward Han Li in unison. Daoist San Quan also sprang into action, quickly making a hand seal. Spatial fluctuations erupted above him, and the three-headed python projection's three heads abruptly plunged downward before vanishing into three plumes of azure smoke. In the next instant, the three giant pythons' heads emerged above Han Li, then bit down viciously toward him in unison, sending a foul odor wafting through the air. The immortal Heavenly Lord also quickly transformed into a mountainous giant as if he had already choreographed this sequence in advance with his two companions, and he raised a massive foot before stomping down toward Han Li. His foot was as huge as a house and had a glistening black sheen, as if it were constructed from iron and steel. As soon as the foot was stomped down through the air, countless bright golden patterns appeared on its surface, and a devastating aura surged through the air. Following the immortal Heavenly Lord's failed surprise attack, the Huang Yuanzi's trio was attacking Han Li in unison, clearly in an attempt to crush him in one fell swoop. Han Li heaved a faint sigh as he swept a palm through the air, conjuring up a gray light barrier out of thin air. The Provenance True Devil projection then appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light before swelling to several hundred feet in size, then unleashed countless fist projections with its 6 fists toward the giant foot and the 3 pythons' heads. The thin threads unleashed by Huang Yuanzi struck the gray light barrier first, creating a sound akin to rain falling upon a banana leaf, and despite the enormous power imbued within them, they were only able to plunge several inches into the light barrier before being stopped cold in their tracks. Chapter 23-22, Battle Outside the Valley. 2. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face as he made a hand seal, and powerful energy fluctuations immediately erupted out of the gray light barrier in a frenzy. Upon making contact with these energy fluctuations, the thin threads were immediately shattered. At the same time, the golden fist projections clashed with the balls of light released by the three giant pythons' heads, and even though the balls of light were imbued with incredible power, they were also promptly destroyed. As for the giant black foot that was stomping down toward Han Li, it was tremoring violently in the face of the first projections, but it was still descending bit by bit. A cold look flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and the giant Provenance True Devil projection behind him suddenly vanished at his behest. In the next instant, the space behind the immortal Heavenly Lord twisted and warped, following which the giant golden body formed by the Provenance True Devil projection emerged. The golden body's three faces were completely expressionless, and two of its arms reached out like lightning before grabbing onto the immortal Heavenly Lord's shoulders. The immortal Heavenly Lord's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately tried to shrug off the golden body, but piercing purplish golden light suddenly began to radiate from the golden body's hands, and the immortal Heavenly Lord felt his own body become heavier all of a sudden, rooting him to the spot for an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the golden body thrust its other four golden fists toward the giant's chest with devastating might. The immortal Heavenly Lord let loose an enraged roar, and his suit of dark green armor appeared over his entire body amid a flash of black light. At the same time, the two curved horns on his head transformed into a pair of giant black blades that were plunged forward viciously. Two dull thumps rang out as two of the golden body's fists were repelled by the horns, but the other two fists struck the giant's chest, and the sound of cracking bones immediately rang out. Han Li's Provenance True Devil arts had almost been cultivated to its very maximal extent, and it was being combined with several other secret techniques, so the Provenance Golden Body was naturally far more powerful than even the average Grand Ascension stage being could imagine. Golden and black light intertwined in front of the immortal Heavenly Lord, following which two massive indentations were punched into his suit of dark green armor. The suit of armor then completely shattered, and two bursts of tremendous force flooded into his body, sending him flying through the air before he could even make a sound. An earth-shattering boom rang out down below, and the immortal Heavenly Lord was slammed several tens of feet deep into the ground, leaving less than half of his body still above the surface of the earth. All of this had taken place virtually in the blink of an eye. Han Li chuckled coldly as he made a grabbing motion, and an azure longsword immediately appeared in his grasp amid a flash of azure light. With a nonchalant flick of his wrist, countless streaks of azure sword chi was unleashed, and they transformed into a sword mountain during their descent. The immortal Heavenly Lord immediately tried to take evasive measures, but his meridians were in disarray in the aftermath of the heavy blows he had just received, thereby temporarily immobilizing him. As such, he could open his mouth to release a giant black shield, which transformed into a light barrier to protect him from above. The light barrier didn't appear to be anything special, but it was able to keep most of the azure sword chi unleashed by Han Li at bay, with only several streaks of sword chi that were far sharper than the rest managing to pierce through the light barrier before striking the immortal Heavenly Lord's body with vicious force. Several deep sword wounds immediately appeared on the immortal Heavenly Lord's body, almost slicing him in half. However, the immortal Heavenly Lord suddenly let loose a thunderous roar, and countless crimson threads erupted out of his wounds before intertwining to heal his injuries at an astonishing rate discernible even to the naked eye. Instantaneous regeneration. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, but a derisive smile then appeared on his face as he raised his azure longsword in preparation to unleash an even more powerful attack. However, right at this moment, the surrounding air abruptly tightened, and a series of tall flags appeared, forming a small formation with Han Li at the very center. All of the flags then tremored slightly before releasing countless runes in a frenzy, and Han Li's body suddenly became extremely heavy, as if a series of shackles had bound his body. He looked down to discover that the Daoist priest was currently controlling the 3 giant badges, attempting to use them to trap him. As for Huang Yuanzi, he had also summoned a crimson crystal ring that was flashing with red light, clearly about to attack Han Li as well. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, the azure longsword in his hand and the Provenance golden body disappeared in unison. Immediately thereafter, he transformed into a giant golden ape over 1,000 feet tall amid a flurry of golden runes. He then swept his arms violently through the air, sending a burst of tremendous force surging through the surrounding space. Most of the restriction was destroyed by this burst of power, and the flags that formed the formation began to tremor violently, with some of them even being snapped on the spot. Daoist San Quan's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, but he didn't pause even for a moment as he continued to make a series of hand seals. All of a sudden, a sharp screech rang out, and 3 small snakes emerged amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then pounced toward Han Li as 3 shadows of different colors. Han Li immediately thrust a hand forward and flicked 3 of his fingers through the air at once in retaliation. 3 dull thumps rang out as 2 of the small snakes were sent flying like cannonballs, but the final crimson snake managed to evade the attack, then bit onto one of Han Li's fingers like lightning. Han Li let loose a low roar as he flipped a hand over to grab onto the small snake, then crushed it with ease with his tremendously powerful grip. However, not only was Daoist San Quan not disheartened to see this, a cold smile appeared on his face instead. Han Li swept his arms through the air again to destroy the rest of the formation, and the remaining flags were also snapped in half, thereby completely freeing himself. Right at this moment, 5-colored light flashed from the giant door beneath Huang Yuanzi, and the crystal ring in his hand abruptly vanished. In the next instant, 5-colored light suddenly flashed above Han Li, and a fiery crimson cloud appeared. A giant crystal ring then appeared around his waist as if by instantaneous teleportation before tightening viciously. At the same time, scorching crimson flames erupted out of the ring in a frenzy to inundate Han Li's entire giant ape body. A hint of elation appeared on Huang Yuanzi's face upon seeing this. The crystal ring didn't seem all that remarkable, but it was actually a profound heavenly holy artifact refined from a fragment of a profound heavenly treasure he had found in the cave abode of an ancient cultivator. Not only was it able to expand and shrink at his behest, it was extremely resolute, and the flames it was releasing were comprised of several types of spirit flames that would instantly incinerate the average cultivator to ashes upon contact with even just the slightest spark of this flame. He had used the 9 illusion fortune door to instantly trap Han Li within this ring, and even if the ring couldn't kill Han Li on the spot, severe injuries were surely unavoidable, or so he thought. In the next instant, a rumbling boom rang out within the flames, and the crystal ring flashed violently before suddenly exploding into countless fragments, following which the giant golden ape emerged in an expressionless manner, completely unscathed. Huang Yuanzi could barely believe his own eyes upon seeing this. A hint of astonishment also appeared on Daoist San Quan's face, but a thought then occurred to him, and he turned to Huang Yuanzi with a cold smile. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Huang, this man is indeed extremely powerful, but he's just been bitten by my blood-refined snake and fallen prey to my blood poison. I'll count to 10, and at the end of that, all of the blood in his body would completely congeal, and he would be unable to use any magic power. There's no way he'll be able to do anything then. Is that true, Brother San Quan? Huang Yuanzi was naturally ecstatic to hear this. I wouldn't lie about something like this. In fact, I'll prove it to you. 1, 2, 3. Daoist San Quan was extremely confident and began a countdown right away. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged as he thrust a palm through the air, sending a burst of enormous force crashing down from above. The immortal Heavenly Lord had only just recovered from his injuries and was in the process of getting up when he was crushed into the ground again. His face turned as red as blood as he let loose a wolf-like howl, and black light flashed violently around his body as he swelled even further in size. At the same time, thick veins bulged all over his body, while a series of white bone spikes began to protrude out of his skin, presenting a very unsettling sight to behold. After completing his transformation, he clenched his hands into giant fists before slamming them viciously onto the ground. The earth tremored violently, and two huge black rifts immediately appeared. Using the force of impact, the immortal Heavenly Lord was able to spring out of the crater before letting loose an enraged roar, then transformed into a gust of black wind that hurtled directly toward Hanli. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he thumped his own chest violently with his fists before releasing a ball of golden light out of his body. The ball of light contained none other than the gold-devouring beetle monarch, and as soon as it was released, its eyes abruptly widened, releasing a pair of translucent sword projections that plunged into the gust of black wind in a flash. An agonized howl immediately rang out as blood rained down from the heavens. Chapter 23-23, Battle Outside the Valley. 3. The gold-devouring beetle monarch had no intention of holding back and quickly flicked its fingers through the air, unleashing another flurry of sword projections. However, before these sword projections had a chance to plunge into the black wind again, a furious roar rang out as a giant blue blade that was over 1,000 feet in length emerged in retaliation. This was a peculiar blade with a slight curvature that resembled both a saber and a sword, and it was releasing fearsome glacial power. The gold-devouring beetle monarch merely appraised the giant blade with a wooden expression, and the sword projections it had unleashed suddenly fused as one, forming a giant sword projection that was several hundred feet in length at his behest. The two massive blades clashed, and a crisp crack rang out as the giant blue blade was sliced in half down the center. The sword projection was far too powerful for the average treasure to be able to withstand, and without the blue blade acting as impediment, it was able to instantly plunge into the black wind again. A cry of alarm rang out as the gust of black wind surged violently, transforming into a massive tornado, but countless translucent sword projections suddenly appeared within the tornado, quickly slicing it apart. The immortal Heavenly Lord was then sent flying out of the black wind, and only after stumbling back over 1,000 feet was he able to steady himself. At this moment, he was looking very much worse for wear. Not only was his body riddled with wounds, one of his legs had gone missing. A giant bone shield that was giving off layers of black light had appeared in his hand, but it was also missing a good chunk. The immortal Heavenly Lord was staring intently at the gold-devouring beetle monarch, and aside from fury and wariness, there was also a hint of fear in his eyes. Even with such severe injuries, the immortal Heavenly Lord was able to regenerate at an incredible speed, and even his severed leg was quickly taking shape again. The gold-devouring beetle monarch's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and it pointed a finger toward the immortal Heavenly Lord from afar. Countless invisible sword projections immediately appeared around the immortal Heavenly Lord, then rapidly converged toward the center. At the same time, the gold-devouring beetle monarch also began to fly toward its opponent. The immortal Heavenly Lord let loose a furious roar as he thumped a fist into his own chest. Black light immediately surged over his body, and all of his white bone spikes shot forth as streaks of white light to oppose the oncoming sword projections. At the same time, he hurled his broken shield viciously toward the approaching gold-devouring beetle monarch. The bone shield transformed into a gray wheel of light as it flew through the air, while the immortal Heavenly Lord abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, he reappeared several thousand feet away amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. A resounding boom rang out as the gold-devouring beetle monarch shattered the oncoming bone shield with its fist, then pounced toward the immortal Heavenly Lord in the distance with a cold expression. The immortal heavenly lord's heart jolted as he looked down at his own reforming leg, which was only less than half regenerated, and he gritted his teeth as he teleported elsewhere once again. However, the gold-devouring beetle monarch had no intention of allowing him to recover as it changed directions to continue pursuing its target. Thus, an impasse ensued in the form of a perpetual chase. At this moment, Daoist San Quan finally completed his count of 10, and he was stunned to see that Hanli was still alive and well, appraising him with a cold expression. Impossible. Even an immortal body wouldn't be able to survive my blood poison. How could you possibly be unscathed? Daoist San Quan exclaimed in a panicked manner. You think your paltry blood poison can spell my downfall? What a joke. Having said that, it was quite impressive that the little snake was able to bite through my skin, Hanli said with a cold smile, then thrust his other palm toward the bitten finger. An inky black line of blood was immediately expelled out of a barely visible fang wound on the fingertip. The blood poison had been instantly forced out of Han Li's body. In reality, with Han Li's current physical constitution, the blood poison would only cause him some slight discomfort even if it were allowed to spread. He had cultivated the chaotic myriad poison body that granted him immunity to all poisons, so this blood poison naturally wasn't going to do anything to him. A hesitant look appeared on Huang Yuanzi's face upon seeing this, and after taking a glance at the immortal heavenly lord, who was being chased around like a wounded dog by the gold-devouring beetle monarch, a fierce look appeared on his face as he suddenly stomped a foot down onto the giant door beneath his feet. The door immediately vanished as a faint trace of light, then abruptly reappeared directly above Hanli. Huang Yuanzi was still standing atop the door, and he wrenched off one of his own arms before detonating it into a cloud of blood mist, which quickly disappeared into the giant door down below. It was quite apparent that he was about to unleash some type of powerful secret technique, and Hanli certainly wasn't going to just stand by and watch. A cold look flashed through his eyes as he threw a devastating punch at the giant door. As soon as he did so, the entire sky dimmed as a burst of invisible spiritual pressure surged toward Huang Yuanzi and the massive door in a frenzy. Right at this moment, Huang Yuanzi let loose a shrill cry, and countless bright red threads erupted out of his skin before vanishing into the giant door as faint crimson shadows. A resounding boom rang out as the space where the giant door was situated rippled like water, and the burst of tremendous spiritual pressure passed directly through that area, only dissipating after sweeping through the air for several thousand feet. So this is an illusion technique, Hanli mused with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but a cold smile then appeared on his face as he made a hand seal, preparing to unleash a secret technique to dispel his illusion. With his spirit eye ability and his enormous spiritual sense, which was comparable to that of a true immortal, unleashing an illusion technique against him was virtually akin to suicide. However, right at this moment, Huang Yuanzi's voice rang out from above. I'll concede that I'm no match for you, but how does it benefit you to become involved in this matter? I swore an inner demon vow prior to this trip that I wouldn't leave this place until I killed Qing Yuanzi. If you're willing to leave now, I'm willing to hand over the majority of my belongings as compensation. Otherwise, I'll have to take you down with me. You think you can take me down with you with this measly illusion? Hanli chortled as blue light flashed through his eyes, and he lashed out like lightning, threatening to tear through even the space up ahead with his fingers. A low roar rang out as five-colored light flashed from the spot that his hand was grabbing toward, and a crimson humanoid figure appeared before immediately vanishing in a flash. Hanli withdrew his hand and inspected it to find several strips of yellow fabric and traces of blood on his fingertips. Even though he hadn't managed to successfully grab Huang Yuanzi, he hadn't completely failed either. Han Li's brows furrowed upon seeing this, seemingly slightly surprised by this turn of event. You forced me to do this. Let me show you the true power of the 9 illusion fortune door. Huang Yuanzi's enraged voice rang out from up above, followed by a burst of urgent chanting. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted before Hanli, and 9 identical white doors abruptly appeared amid a flash of spiritual light. Each door was over 100 feet tall with a translucent appearance, and as soon as they appeared, they began to release countless crimson runes. These runes then transformed into countless thumb-sized gray bead, all of which were riddled with thin crimson threads. Furthermore, they were giving off an aura that was quite threatening even to Hanli, hierarchical in corpse lightning. Hanli drew a sharp breath upon identifying these beads, and he immediately made a hand seal, conjuring up countless azure threads that hurtled directly toward these beads. Hierarchical in corpse lightning was imbued with traces of the power of destruction, and even Hanli didn't dare to face so many of them head-on. However, there was a delay in the detonating of this lightning, and that was enough time for him to slice them apart with his sword threads. Much to Hanli's surprise, the azure thread struck the gray beads, only to pass directly through them as if they were mere illusions. A hint of astonishment appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this. He had used his spiritual sense to examine these beads prior to releasing these sword's threads, but he hadn't discovered anything amiss about them. Hanli's mind was racing as the beads continued to fly toward him, and he suddenly reached out to draw one of the gray beads that was several hundred feet away into his own grasp. As soon as the bead came into contact with his hand, his palm began to heat up, and his expression changed drastically upon sensing this. These aren't illusions. The gray bead exploded violently in his hand into a ball of gray light, completely inundating his body in a burst of enormous power. Chapter 23-24 Slaying the enemies. A loud roar rang out within the gray light, following which 2 giant purplish-golden hands emerged before forcibly tearing the light apart. Hanli then strode out of the gray light while radiating bright purplish-golden light, and aside from some areas of his body that had been charred black, he was completely unscathed. I see, so that wasn't true hierarchical in corpse lightning, it only possessed around 1/10 of the power. You're delusional if you think something like that can hurt me. Having said that, this illusion technique is quite interesting, Hanli remarked. Huang Yuanzi was silent for a moment, as if he had been stunned by how powerful Hanli's physical body was, but he then said in a vicious voice, if 1 isn't enough, then what about 10? What about 100? As soon as his voice trailed off, all of the other beads shot forth toward Hanli like a torrential storm. How foolish. I've already seen through your illusion technique, so countering it will be a simple task. Immediately thereafter, countless runes appeared all over his body, following which several balls of spiritual light emerged. These balls of light then transformed into a series of true spirit projections, which then vanished back into his body in a flash. In the next instant, Hanli's body swelled drastically in size amid a flash of purplish-golden light, and a layer of golden scales appeared over his skin, while 4 extra arms and 2 additional heads also emerged with a short straight horn protruding out of each head. Hanli had adopted his 3rd nirvana transformation. A fearsome aura that struck one with a sense of asphyxiation immediately erupted from his body, following which the profound heavenly spirit/sword appeared in his grasp amid a flash of green light. With nothing more than a casual wave of the sword, countless bright 5-colored runes instantly surged forth, and a dark green halo erupted out of Hanli's body before sweeping forth in all directions alongside powerful law fluctuations. In the next instant, the dark green halo clashed with the oncoming beads, and all of the beads were quickly reduced to dust amid flashes of crimson light. That's a profound heavenly treasure. Huang Yuanzi's horrified voice suddenly rang out from up above. Right at this moment, a cold smile appeared on Hanli's faces, and an inky black demonic eye appeared on each of his glabellas. The 3 demonic eyes then quickly inspected the 9 white doors before Hanli suddenly lashed out toward one of the doors with his green longsword. A green sword projection was immediately sent hurtling toward that door, and at the same time, he unleashed a string of punches toward the remaining 8 doors with his other fists. Around a dozen head-sized balls of light were sent hurtling through the air before crashing into the remaining 8 doors. A burst of loud rumbling rang out, and the balls of golden light exploded into powerful golden shockwaves that instantly inundated the 8 doors. In the face of this fearsome attack, the 8 doors were shattered without being able to offer any resistance, and 8 humanoid figures suddenly emerged from within the destroyed doors. However, they only managed to struggle for a brief moment before they were also destroyed by the golden shockwaves. Right at this moment, the green sword projection sliced the final door in half down the center, and a yellow humanoid figure shot back in retreat in a panicked manner before vanishing into thin air, then reappeared over 10,000 feet away in a flash. "Help me, Brother San Quan. My clones have been destroyed, if you don't assist me now." Arg. The yellow figure was none other than Huang Yuanzi's true body, and his voice was abruptly cut off as a massive purplish-golden hand tore through the space above him before crashing down like lightning. Huang Yuanzi immediately tried to flee through instantaneous teleportation, but layers of silver formations suddenly appeared over the purplish-golden hand, releasing a burst of tremendous invisible force. The air instantly tightened around Huang Yuanzi, and not only was he suddenly unable to draw upon most of his magic power, he was also completely rooted to the spot, as if the entire space had become his shackles. He was naturally petrified by this turn of events, and he let loose a thunderous roar before rubbing his hands together, then raised them in unison to send countless streaks of yellow light flying upward. At the same time, spiritual light of different colors flashed from his body, and around a dozen treasures of different descriptions also emerged before exploding one after another. It was clear that Huang Yuanzi was making one final desperate bid to save himself. A hint of hesitation appeared on Daoist San Quan's face upon hearing Huang Yuanzi's cry for help. Now that Huang Yuanzi had fallen into such a desperate situation, Daoist San Quan finally made a decision, making a hand seal before fleeing from the valley as a streak of 3-colored light. After just a few flashes, he had vanished into the distance without a trace. Meanwhile, the giant purplish-golden palm was able to force its way through the immense power released by the detonated treasures and streaks of yellow light, all of which instantly crumbled away upon coming into contact with Han Li's hand. Huang Yuanzi had even expelled around a dozen mouthfuls of blood essence to unleash several trump card abilities, but all to no avail, and he could only look on as the purplish-golden hand continued to descend like an immovable mountain. All of a sudden, a cloud of crimson mist exploded in mid-air, following which a ball of yellow light escaped from beneath the purplish-golden palm before fleeing to several thousand feet away in a flash. Within the ball of yellow light was a miniature yellow-robed figure. It was none other than Huang Yuanzi's nascent soul. Only by ejecting his nascent soul out of his own body could he escape from the spatial seal exerted upon him by Han Li's palm. Of course, at this point, he had already discovered that Daoist San Quan had abandoned him, and he was cursing the Daoist priest internally while making a series of hand seals, preparing to also escape toward the same direction through instantaneous teleportation. A cold look appeared in Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he slashed his green longsword through the air again in a nonchalant manner. A green crescent-shaped sword projection swept forth before disappearing into space in a flash. The nascent soul in the distance had only just vanished into thin air when spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and the crescent sword projection reappeared before also vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, an agonized howl rang out, and a cloud of crimson mist abruptly emerged. Within the cloud of mist were countless chunks of dismembered flesh, but strangely enough, all of them were hovering in mid-air instead of plummeting out of the sky. A crimson fireball suddenly shot forth from the distance, exploding within the cloud of crimson mist to release a vast expanse of scorching flames that incinerated everything within an area of around an acre into ashes. That's the end of that. That 9 illusion fortune door was rather annoying. I was forced to use even my holy nirvana physique to counter it. It's a pity that Daoist San Quan was able to get away, Han Li murmured to himself as he quickly reverted back to his human form, then cast a cold gaze toward the direction that Daoist San Quan had fled in. He then raised an arm before making a grabbing motion, and a pristine white storage bracelet emerged out of thin air before flying into his grasp in a flash. He quickly inspected the contents of the storage bracelet with his spiritual sense, upon which a pleased look appeared on his face, and he stowed the bracelet away before casting his gaze toward the other battlefield. On the ground near a small mountain several tens of kilometers away, there was a small mountain constructed from countless dismembered limbs and chunks of flesh, while blood was flowing like a river through the area. The gold-devouring beetle monarch was hovering above the mountain of flesh, holding a fist-sized furry head. The head clearly belonged to immortal Heavenly Lord, but for some reason, it had shrunk down significantly. This immortal Heavenly Lord possessed an immortal body, but that pile of flesh was completely unresponsive, so he had clearly been truly killed by the gold-devouring beetle monarch. "Come here, Jin Tong," Han Li instructed with a smile. The gold-devouring beetle monarch immediately did as it was told, taking a step forward to vanish on the spot, then reappeared beside Han Li amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. "Well done. Beings with immortal bodies are quite formidable, but once you decapitate them, their regenerative abilities will be severely diminished, and you'll be able to kill them easily after you force their nascent soul out of their body. Looks like you figured that out all on your own," Han Li praised as he glanced at the immortal Heavenly Lord's head. The gold-devouring beetle monarch extended a bow toward Han Li upon hearing this, then suddenly tossed the head over to Han Li alongside a black storage bracelet. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he drew the two items into his own grasp. However, he only took a brief glance at the head before tossing it away, then opened his mouth to release a thick bolt of golden lightning to reduce the head into nothingness. Chapter 23-25 Request. As for the black storage bracelet, that was also stowed away after he inspected its contents with his spiritual sense. As a safety precaution, go and see if that Daoist San Quan is still lingering nearby. If you meet him, then kill him, Han Li instructed. The gold-devouring beetle monarch nodded in a wooden manner in response, then sped away toward the direction that Daoist San Quan had fled in as a streak of golden light. After that, Han Li released a ball of flames to incinerate the immortal Heavenly Lord's dismembered body into ashes, then cast his gaze toward the valley. At this moment, the entire valley was still enshrouded under a series of restrictions that were not to be disregarded. The battle that had just taken place was quite a short one, but Yan Li and the others had naturally already detected what was happening. Han Li swept a hand through the air, and countless runes instantly surged forth in a frenzy, transforming into a shimmering azure mirror amid a flash of azure light. Initially, the surface of the mirror was completely blank, but Han Li then cast a golden rune into the mirror, and the image of Yan Li quickly appeared on its surface. Yan Li currently had a slack-jawed look on her face, as if she couldn't believe the outcome of the battle outside the valley. Those were 3 intruders on the same level as Qing Yuanzi, yet Han Li had demolished them with ease, killing 2 while the remaining 1 had fled for his life. "How are Yuan Yao and your master, fellow Daoist Yen?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. "They're both doing well, and they're currently withstanding the last few rounds of the heavenly tribulation. Brother Han, have you already progressed to the Grand Ascension stage?" Yan Li murmured in a bewildered manner as she finally returned to her senses. "Of course, how else would I have been able to contend with those enemies? Seeing as fellow Daoist Qing Yuanzi is still transcending his tribulation, I'll wait for him and Yuan Yao here," Han Li replied before sweeping a sleeve through the air, and the azure mirror instantly exploded into a flurry of runes that vanished into thin air. After that, Han Li descended onto a nearby mountain before taking a seat with his legs crossed on a clean rock. He was on friendly terms with Qing Yuanzi, and the two of them had a mutual connection in the form of Yuan Yao, but they definitely weren't close enough to be able to entrust each other with their lives, which was why Hanli had decided to wait outside the valley until the heavenly tribulation concluded instead of asking Yanli to allow him into the valley. As soon as he took a seat, he raised a hand to release a voice transmission talisman, which vanished into thin air amid a flash of azure light. Hanli was sending a message to his companions on the Ink Spirit Holy Ark, informing them that they could come and reunite with him now. Shortly thereafter, the mountainous black ark appeared in the distance. Inside the formation, Yanli was still seated atop that disk treasure, appraising the scenes unfolding on the copper mirror before her with a blank expression of incredulity. 3 days later, an earth-shattering boom rang out within the valley, and the black tribulation clouds dissipated while a long cry of elation rang out from Qing Yuanzi. Hanli was in the process of meditation, and he opened his eyes with a smile as he said, "Congratulations on successfully transcending your tribulation, fellow Taoist." His voice wasn't very loud, but it echoed throughout this entire space and wasn't drowned out in the slightest by that elated cry. Qing Yuanzi's voice abruptly drew to a halt, following which he replied, "I must thank you for allowing me to transcend this tribulation without being disturbed, fellow Taoist Han. Also, congratulations on reaching the Grand Ascension stage." It was clear that Qing Yuanzi had been aware of everything taking place outside the valley even during his tribulation transcendence. "You're far too kind, fellow Taoist. Even if I hadn't stepped in, I'm sure you would have prepared other backup measures that would have kept those scoundrels at bay with ease. You've only just transcended your tribulation, so your top priority should be recovery. I'll keep a lookout here while you rest in case anyone else tries to plot against you," Hanli replied. "Thank you for the kind offer, fellow Taoist. In that case, I'll see you in a few days," Qing Yuanzi agreed after a brief moment of contemplation before falling silent. Having just transcended his heavenly tribulation, he really did need to consume some pills to recover some of his lost energy. Hanli appraised the valley for a while longer, then suddenly turned toward a mountain in the distance with a meaningful smile before withdrawing his gaze and closing his eyes. Almost at the exact same moment, a golden-robed middle-aged wearing a tall crown on his head emerged beneath a giant tree on the mountain that Hanli had just cast his gaze toward. The golden-robed man was none other than one of the other Grand Ascension stage beings in the Infernal River, Golden Flame Baron. He was supposed to have already left the Infernal River, but he had appeared near the location where Qing Yuanzi was transcending his tribulation and concealed himself on that mountain, so he clearly harbored some sinister intentions as well. Golden Flame Baron stared at Hanli from afar with a hesitant expression for a long while, then heaved a faint sigh before departing. After witnessing the incredible power displayed by Hanli and the gold-devouring beetle monarch, he had completely abandoned his original plans. Furthermore, the glance that Hanli aimed at the mountain seemed to have been very casual, but Golden Flame Baron knew that Hanli had already discovered him, so he naturally didn't dare to remain there any longer. Moments later, he was already thousands of kilometers away, flying back toward his own cave abode as a ball of golden light. Who could have imagined that a body integration stage being just several hundred years ago would progress to the Grand Ascension stage so quickly and be capable of slaying other Grand Ascension stage beings with ease? "That tiny purplish golden thing is also extremely powerful. I wonder what it is," Golden Flame Baron murmured to himself as he flew through the air. 2 days later, Qing Yuanzi and Hanli were seated in an elegant hall, and the former was proposing a toast to the latter. Qing Yuanzi's face was slightly pale, and his aura was rather unstable, but he was in very good spirits. Yuan Yao and Yan Li were standing behind him, appraising Han Li's companions with curious expressions. During the heavenly tribulation, Yuan Yao had assisted Qing Yuanzi as instructed, but she hadn't suffered any backlash, so she had emerged from the valley completely unscathed. However, she had been just as stunned as Yan Li upon hearing about Han Li's progression to the Grand Ascension stage. Han Li took a glance at Yuan Yao, upon which he recalled the adorable astonished expression she had displayed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Truth be told, I always knew that you were destined for great things, but never did I think you would progress to this level so quickly and already be capable of slaying enemies of a similar caliber to myself. It looks like I still underestimated you, Qing Yuanzi said. You're far too kind, fellow Daoist Qing. My aptitude is actually quite ordinary, and I was only able to progress to the Grand Ascension stage so quickly after encountering a miraculous opportunity while venturing into the Elder Devil realm. In contrast, I'm sure your powers have been further enhanced by your tribulation transcendence, so there may be a chance for you to ascend to the true immortal realm someday, Han Li replied with a smile. Qing Yuanzi hurriedly waved a hand in response. Opportunities only come to those who are prepared. At the very least, the average body integration cultivator wouldn't dare to venture into the Elder Devil realm, so this is a testament to your courage and decisiveness. As for myself, I wouldn't dare to think about ascension. I'm just glad to be able to live some more years after transcending this tribulation. You're far younger than myself, yet have already reached such a formidable level of power. There's a very good chance that you'll be able to ascend in the future instead, fellow Daoist Han. Ascension is also something extremely distant to me. Without at least tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation, there's no chance of ascension for me, Han Li replied in a modest manner. Tens of thousands of years are akin to the mere blink of an eye for beings like us. However, if you really do intend to ascend, then there are some preparations that you should make in advance, Qing Yuanzi said. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Oh. Please enlighten me, fellow Daoist Qing. I'm far older than you, so I naturally know some more things. If you want to live until the day you can ascend, then you'll have to start preparing for your major heavenly tribulations in case any mishaps arise. If you don't mind, I'd be willing to give you some of my experiences and insights, Qing Yuanzi replied. Please go ahead, fellow Daoist. Han Li naturally wasn't going to refuse something beneficial like this. Thus, the two of them began to discuss matters surrounding ascension and tribulation transcendence, and the conversation lasted close to half a day before finally drawing to a conclusion. At this moment, Han Li cast his gaze toward Yuan Yao, and said, Fellow Daoist Qing, I originally came here just to pay a visit to the three of you, but seeing as you've already transcended your heavenly tribulation and Yuan Yao and Yan Li have already recovered their human bodies as well, I would like to take them back to the human race. Would you be open to that? Chapter 23-26, Qi Rong Mountain Range, of course, Brother Han. Yaoer is my foster daughter, while Lier is my disciple. If they want to leave, they're free to do so at any time. However, my advice is for them to stay here a bit longer before returning to the human race, Qing Yuanzi replied. Oh. Why is that? Han Li was rather taken aback to hear this, and he cast a glance toward Yuan Yao and Yan Li to find that wry smiles had appeared on both of their faces. I'll get Yaoer to explain it to you so you can hear the information from her first hand. If Yaoer and Lier are willing to leave now, I definitely won't stop them, Qing Yuanzi said with a serious expression. Brother Han, the two of us really can return to the human race right now. At the very least, we'll have to stay with Father for around 2 to 3 more centuries. As for the reason behind this, examine our bodies and you'll find out, Yuan Yao sighed. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face as he released his spiritual sense toward Yuan Yao, upon which his expression immediately changed slightly. I can see that your physical bodies are rather unstable. Is this a lingering after effect from your transitions back to human bodies? Indeed, Brother Han. Father refined several types of special pills to return us to our human bodies, but we had been in our previous ghostly forms for too long up to that point. As a result, sustained nourishment from 2 types of spirit medicines that can only be found in the infernal river is required for us to complete the transition. If we were to leave now, all of our prior efforts would go to waste, Yan Li explained. I see. In that case, it looks like it would certainly be unwise for me to take you two with me, Han replied with a nod. Rest assured, Brother Han, Yaoer and Lear have both made significant contributions during my heavenly tribulation, and I was planning to bestow some powerful abilities upon them after my tribulation. As such, they'll definitely benefit enormously from staying by my side for a few more centuries. Perhaps they'll even be able to reach your level in the future, Qing Yuanzi said with a smile. Is it really possible for Senior Marshal Sister and me to reach the Grand Ascension stage, Father? Yuan Yao was ecstatic to hear this, as was Yanli. I can't make the same guarantee for anyone else, but you two definitely have a chance. Even setting aside the guidance you'll receive from me, your relationship with fellow Daoist Han is a massive opportunity in itself. With his assistance, your chances of reaching the Grand Ascension stage will be significantly increased, isn't that right, fellow Daoist Han? Qing Yuanzi said with an amused smile. So I've been factored into your calculations as well, Brother Qing. Of course, if Yuan Yao and Yanli require my assistance in reaching the Grand Ascension stage, I'd be sure to offer it, Han Li chuckled. Qing Yuanzi stroked his beard as he chortled with glee, while Yuan Yao was appraising Han Li with a special hint of emotions in her eyes, and Yanli was also ecstatic to hear this. All of a sudden, a thought occurred to Qing Yuanzi, and he asked, by the way, during my tribulation transcendence, I saw a tiny purplish golden person outside that was wielding several types of formidable sword projections, and it slew the immortal heavenly lord with astonishing ease. That thing's aura was rather familiar to me. Would you be able to tell me what it is? Ah, so you witnessed Jin Tong in action. I'm sure you've already guessed what it is, Brother Qing, Han Li replied in an ambiguous manner. Qing Yuanzi did indeed already have an idea of what that purplish golden figure was, but his expression still changed drastically upon hearing this, and he exclaimed, could it be that it really is a gold-devouring beetle monarch? There's no mistaking it, only the gold-devouring beetle monarch could slay a Grand Ascension stage being so easily. Looks like the legends about its powers being comparable to that of true immortals were no exaggeration. How did you manage to nurture such a beetle monarch, fellow Daoist Han? I was extremely fortunate to have been able to nurture such a beetle monarch, and it would be next to impossible for me to replicate the process. I have to thank you for your past guidance in this matter. Otherwise, there's no chance that I would have succeeded, Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a grateful salute. I only gave it a casual mention all those years ago. I didn't think you'd actually be able to succeed. With this beetle monarch by your side, you'll have no worthy foes in this entire spirit realm. Would you be able to summon the beetle monarch so I can take a look at it? Qing Yuanzi said with a wry smile, making no effort to hide his envy. Surely you jest, fellow Daoist Qing. The spirit realm is a massive place and is home to countless powerful beings. There's no way I can proclaim dominance with just a beetle monarch by my side. I released the beetle monarch earlier to see if there were any lingering enemies in the area. I'll show it to you once it returns, Han Li replied. You're far too modest, fellow Daoist Han, Qing Yuanzi chuckled in response. By the way, do you know of the He Lian Trade Guild, fellow Daoist Qing? Han Li asked in a seemingly nonchalant manner. Qing Yuanzi's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. The He Lian Trade Guild. That's a super organization that spans across several continents. I've heard of it, but I don't know too much about it. Do you have some ties with this guild, fellow Daoist Han? No, but perhaps I'll need to interact with this guild in the near future, so I was hoping to find out some information about them from you, Han Li replied with a faint smile. No problem, I'll collate all of the information I have on this guild into a jade slip for you, Qing Yuanzi immediately said. Han Li was naturally very pleased to hear this. You have my thanks. After that, they discussed some topics surrounding tribulation transcendence before Han Li and his companions were arranged places to stay in the cave abode. The next morning, right as Hanli was emerging from his room, he caught sight of a white-robed beauty who resembled a celestial maiden standing outside. As soon as he appeared, Yuan Yao smiled and said, "How about I spend the day with you, Brother Han?" 7 days later, a rumbling boom suddenly rang out in the air above a barren plain in the infernal river. A massive green sword projection swept through the air, slicing a long black rift into the murky gray space. The giant black arc that was hovering beneath the rift immediately flew toward it, vanishing into the spatial rift after just a few flashes. Moments later, the black spatial rift was slowly closed again. Yuan Yao and Yen Li were standing nearby, watching as the black arc departed. "Let's go, your future Tao companion has already left. All we have to do is wait for about 2 more centuries for our physical bodies to stabilize, and we'll be able to go and reunite with him in the human race." "Hee, surely that's not too long for you to wait," Yen Li giggled. "What's this about a future Tao partner? My relationship with Brother Han has always been a pure one. Besides, you're one to talk. I saw you on multiple occasions casting sneaky glances at Brother Han these past few days. It looks like you want to be his future Tao partner instead." Yuan Yao objected as a blush appeared on her face. "I did indeed cast a few furtive glances at Brother Han, but I was simply curious about how he was able to progress so quickly in his cultivation despite his ordinary appearance," Yen Li said in a nonchalant manner. Who knows if that's even true. Then how about I gouge out my own heart for you to see? After you see it, you'll have to take responsibility for me, though." The two giggled with amusement as they continued their playful argument. The Qi Rong mountain range was a renowned spirit region on the Tianyuan continent. The mountain range stretched for millions of kilometers, and among the 10 mountains here, close to half of them were active volcanoes. There were even a few that were constantly releasing lava or black volcanic ash, making most of the mountain range extremely hot and completely devoid of life. However, as a result of this, the Qi Rong mountain range was able to produce large quantities of fire attribute spirit stones and materials, as well as extremely rare extreme young attribute spirit medicines. Thus, despite its perilous environment with all those active volcanoes, it attracted many outsiders every year. On this day, a group of foreign beings in a diverse range of attire appeared near a small volcano on the outskirts of the mountain range. The volcano had just erupted, and these foreign beings were taking advantage of this period of respite to flock into the nearby pits and craters to search for fire attribute spirit stones and materials. Whenever the volcanoes erupted, it would always release some low-grade materials that would scatter across the nearby area alongside plumes of volcanic ash. The majority of these foreign beings were only at the Qi condensation stage, with only a few at the foundation establishment stage, so they didn't dare to venture any deeper into the mountain range and could only search for low-grade materials on the outskirts. All of a sudden, a four-eared foreign was struck by the feeling that his surroundings had dimmed significantly, and he immediately looked up, upon which his face turned completely pale, and he let loose a cry of alarm. All of the other nearby foreign beings reflexively stopped what they were doing upon hearing this and also looked up. As a result, all of them were rooted to the spot. A giant black arc that was over 10,000 feet in length had appeared completely silently above them, and it was hovering in the sky like a massive island. Countless huge puppet warriors were patrolling the arc, presenting an awe-inspiring sight to behold. All of the foreign beings down below were low-grade cultivators, and they had never seen such a giant flying treasure before. As such, all of them were completely petrified. Chapter 23-27, Black Char Peaks. All of a sudden, a streak of white light shot forth out of the giant arc, stopping directly above a white-haired elderly man. The streak of light contained a young woman who appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years of age, and she asked in a warm voice, "May I ask if this the Qi Rong mountain range, fellow Daoist?" The elderly man was only at the early foundation establishment stage, but he was already one of the most powerful foreign beings present. The elderly man was completely unable to detect the young woman's cultivation base, and he replied in a fearful manner, "This is indeed the Chi Rong mountain range, senior." The young woman was ecstatic to hear this, and she hurriedly asked, "Looks like we've come to the right place. Would you happen to know where the Black Char Peaks are, fellow Daoist?" The elderly man's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and he replied, "You want to go to the Black Char Peaks? That one of the central regions of the Chi Rong mountain range, and it's been made into a restricted area due to how perilous it is." "That sounds about right. You don't need to worry about my safety, fellow Daoist, just tell me how to get there," the young woman said with a smile. "Yes, senior. If you're going to the Black Char Peaks, then just travel west from here, and you'll see 3 black mountains in a triangular formation close to the center of the mountain range. Those are the Black Char Peaks," the elderly man hurriedly replied. "Thank you, here are a few spirit stones as a reward." The young woman nodded before tossing a few high-grade spirit stones toward the elderly man, then returned to the giant ark as a ball of white light. Moments later, the black ark continued onward deeper into the mountain range, while the elderly man was appraising the high-grade spirit stones in his hand with an ecstatic expression. High-grade spirit stones weren't all that valuable for high-grade cultivators, but for a foundation establishment cultivator like him, this was an unimaginable wealth. However, his heart then jolted upon sensing the envious looks being directed toward him, and he hurriedly stowed the spirit stones away before quickly departing. Not long after his departure, several other foreign beings of around the same cultivation base as him also silently left the area. All of the Qi condensation stage foreign beings had naturally noticed this, but none of them said anything as they continued to search for fire attribute materials. Hanli was currently standing at the front of the Ink Spirit Holy Ark, peering into the center of the mountain range in the distance with the Blood Soul and the others standing next to him. It's quite unexpected that the auction of the He Lian Trade Guild would be held somewhere so conspicuous. Having said that, it seems that those low-grade beings had no idea about it, Hanli mused. One would have to at least be at the spatial tempering stage to participate in this auction, so it's no surprise that those foreign beings were unaware that it was taking place. The commencement of the auction should be coming up in the next 1 or 2 months, so I'm sure many powerful beings from many races would have already arrived. Perhaps you'll be able to reap some unexpected rewards during this auction, Senior Han, the Blood Soul replied. I certainly hope so. At my cultivation base, there are very few things that can appeal to me, but if there are other Grand Ascension stage beings willing to bring out some good auction items, then that would be a different story altogether, Hanli replied with a casual nod. Rest assured, Senior, judging from my past experience, there will definitely be no lack of Grand Ascension stage beings attending this auction. Also, aside from participating in the auction, those seniors will most likely also hold a private exchange convention. Even if you don't find anything you want during the auction, I'm sure you'll find something in the private convention, the Blood Soul said with a smile. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. A private exchange convention, eh? That sounds like something to look forward to. Around an hour later, the 3 mountains described by the elderly man finally appeared up ahead. The mountains were arranged in a triangular formation and situated amid a pile of reddish-black rocks, and there was a sharp sulfuric scent being spread through the air by gusts of scorching winds. As soon as their black ark reached within 100 kilometers of the 3 mountains, it was immediately stopped in its tracks by a group of foreign guards on giant falcon steeds. All of these guards wore suits of black armor and were armed to the teeth. Their faces were obscured by black visors, and all of them were remarkably tall, far more so than the average adult human. Their giant falcon steeds were also completely black and massive in stature, presenting a very intimidating and majestic sight to behold. It was very clear that the owner of this giant ark and the puppet army patrolling the ark was no ordinary person, and the leader of the guards extended a respectful bow as he said, "You're about to enter a restricted area of our trade guild. I'm afraid we can't grant you passage unless you have a token you can present. Will this suffice?" The Blood Soul asked as she drifted down from the ark and swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a ball of white light. The leader of the guards drew the ball of light into his grasp before carefully inspecting it to find that it was a white badge with beautiful spirit patterns engraved upon it, as well as a silver guild character emblazoned on its surface. After a brief examination, the guard returned the badge with both hands, and said, "Forgive me for failing to recognize you, esteemed guest elder. I'll get someone to guide you right away." He displayed no intention to verify the identities of Hanli and the others on the ark. The Blood Soul nodded as she withdrew the badge, then flew back onto the ark. The group of guards then divided themselves into two groups, with one group acting as guides for the ark, while the rest continued to patrol the area. Thus, the ark was led toward the three Black Mountains. Along the way, they encountered several other groups of patrolling guards, but none of them stopped the ark seeing as it was already being led by a group of their colleagues. The distance of no more than 100 kilometers was covered by the Ink Spirit Holy Ark in just a short while, and just as the ark was about to fly over one of the three Black Mountains, a burst of spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted up ahead. Immediately thereafter, a giant white door of light that was close to 10,000 feet tall emerged. There were hundreds of strange buildings of different sizes near the door of light, some of which were round while others were rectangular, and there were many guards on giant falcon steeds entering and exiting these buildings on a regular basis. As soon as the Black Ark approached the area, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Right at this moment, the giant ark stopped on its own several kilometers away from the door of light. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he swept his spiritual sense through the surrounding area, upon which he immediately sensed a burst of restriction fluctuations, and he quickly understood what was happening. At this moment, the guards that were guiding the ark turned around and stopped beside the ark, then explained, "You'll be able to enter the restricted area through this profound heavenly gate. However, the usage of all flying treasures is prohibited in the restricted area, so I'm afraid you'll have to withdraw this ark before you continue. This is also as far as we'll be able to take you. We can't advance beyond this point without official permission." "Alright, you can go now," the Blood Soul instructed. The giant black ark then disintegrated into countless runes that vanished on the spot amid a resounding boom. Thus, Hanli and the others were revealed standing in midair. The guards hurriedly extended respectful salutes toward Hanli and the others, then departed from the area atop their giant falcon steeds, while Hanli led his entourage toward the giant door of light. The guards near the door of light were all appraising Hanli's group with curious expressions, but the group was granted free passage into the door without any intervention. "What? Another Grand Ascension Stage fellow Daoist has entered the profound heavenly gate. Alright, I'll send someone to welcome them. You keep doing what you're doing," a red-haired elderly man said to the image of a black-armored guard being depicted on the wall before him. The man was situated in a completely sealed-off hall that was completely empty aside from a few futons. There were gems of all types of different colors embedded onto the walls of the hall, and there was a layer of faint azure mist wafting through the air, giving everything in the hall a mysterious appearance. After a brief pause, the elderly man swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of red light, and the image of the guard on the wall immediately vanished, only to be replaced by the image of a giant black ark, atop which stood a few blurry figures. The elderly man appraised the giant ark through narrowed eyes for a moment before suddenly raising a hand with furrowed brows, sending an incantation seal vanishing into the stone wall in a flash. The image of the figures on the giant ark rapidly expanded to over 10 times its original size, presenting a much clearer image on the stone wall. Thus, Hanli and the others became visible to the elderly man. The elderly man's gaze quickly swept over the Blood Soul and the others, then settled on Hanli. Oh? This man is rather familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere before, the elderly man murmured to himself. Chapter 23-28. Fragrant maidens. After a brief moment of contemplation, he flipped a hand over to summon a white jade slip amid a flash of white light. He then chanted something while pointing a finger at the jade slip, and a series of extremely lifelike portraits quickly emerged one after another. The elderly man carefully inspected the transitioning portrait with an unblinking gaze, and all of a sudden, the shape-shifting portrait settled on the image of an azure-robed man. It was none other than Hanli. So it really is this new Grand Ascension stage being from the human race. He's far more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being. I'm going to have to organize a welcome of the highest standard, the elderly man murmured to himself before clapping his hands together twice. Spatial fluctuations erupted on one side of the hall, and a woman in a purple palatial dress with a thin veil over her face appeared before the elderly man. Is there something I can do for you, master? Fei Yun, this is fellow Daoist Hanli. Make sure to organize a welcome for him of the highest standard that's reserved for the most esteemed guests of our trade guild. You must ensure that he's satisfied with our trade guild at all costs, the elderly man instructed. The woman's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and she replied in a respectful manner, I understand. I'll attend to this man in person and make sure that he has a positive experience. Good, I have full trust in your abilities. You can go now. That man has already entered the profound heavenly gate. Here's some information about him. Make sure you take a good look at the information so you don't offend him in any way. The elderly man pointed a finger at the jade slip as he spoke, upon which another jade slip appeared in his hand. The second jade slip was tossed toward the woman, who immediately caught it before giving an affirmative reply, then vanished on the spot as if she had been nothing more than an illusion. Following her departure, the elderly man swept a sleeve through the air, and the projection of Hanli instantly vanished. At the same time, spiritual light flashed from the wall, and a middle-aged man in a set of scholarly robes appeared before cupping his fist in a salute toward the elderly man, then said, Master, the first batch of auction items have already safely arrived in the warehouse. Good. Those auction items are extremely precious, and there are even a few items among them reserved for the elders of our trade guild, so make sure that nothing happens to them. Also, begin preparing the sentinels for the auction right away, and some restrictions and formations need to be re-examined over 3 times. The elderly man began to rattle off a series of instructions. As soon as Hanli entered the profound heavenly gate, his field of view was filled with a flash of white light, following which he abruptly appeared on a stone platform that was over 100 feet tall. The Blood Souls and the others were standing close behind him, and beneath his feet was a teleportation formation with a diameter of several tens of feet. Hanli inspected his surroundings to find that there were massive trees all around him, forming a watertight barrier around the stone platform, and there was only a winding stone path leading away into the distance. He looked up into the sky to find a gray stone ceiling tens of thousands of feet up ahead, and the stone ceiling stretched as far as the eyes could see with countless stalactites all over its surface, indicating that they were currently situated in an underground world. Every half a kilometer or so, there would be a head-sized source of light embedded onto the stone ceiling, making it appear as if there were countless stars up above giving off gentle white light to illuminate the entire underground world. Hanli quickly swept his spiritual sense through the forest and immediately discovered 7 or 8 other stone platforms identical to the one beneath him, and there seemed to be other people nearby as well. It appeared that there was more than one entrance to the Black Char Peaks than that profound heavenly gate. Just as Hanli was about to spread his spiritual sense even further, it came into contact with something less than 10 kilometers away, upon which his spiritual sense was repelled back. This didn't seem to bother him at all, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he strode down from the platform before walking along the stone path. The blood soul and the others naturally followed along closely behind him while also inspecting their surroundings. After walking for around 2 kilometers, the path suddenly took a turn, upon which Han Li's group arrived at a crossroads. Besides the crossroads was an awning constructed from green branches, within which sat several tens of foreign beings in different attire. The foreign beings were split up into 7 or 8 groups, and they were either conversing with one another or meditating in their seats, seemingly waiting for something. At the center of these foreign beings were 3 children who appeared to be no more than 11 to 12 years of age with their hair arranged into small braids. The trio wore identical attire, and they were constantly traversing between the tables, occasionally serving up cups of spirit tea or plates of spirit fruits. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, but he continued to make his way toward the awning. Many of the foreign beings under the awning turned toward the new arrival, and none of them were unable to glean Han Li's cultivation base with their spiritual sense. Upon discovering this, their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly withdrew their gaze in a respectful manner. The blood soul took a glance at the foreign beings gathered under the awning, and said, "This should be the trade guild's welcoming area. All of the outsiders wishing to participate in the auction have to wait here until the trade guild sends people to fetch them. Otherwise, participation in the auction won't be granted even with a token." "I see. The Helian Trade Guild sure is quite cautious," Han Li replied with a smile. At this point, he had already reached the awning, and he identified that the majority of the foreign beings present were at the spatial tempering stage, while only a few were body integration stage beings. The 3 children hurriedly rushed out before extending respectful bows toward Han Li, yet just as they were about to say something, a burst of beautiful music suddenly rang out from above the awning. Countless white runes emerged up above, then transformed into a giant jade disc. Immediately thereafter, spatial fluctuations erupted from the disc, and a formation appeared on its surface, following which an elegant purple figure emerged. "That's a guidance envoy," someone exclaimed, and everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the jade disc. Atop the jade disc stood a gorgeous woman in a purple palatial dress. Even though her face was concealed behind a thin veil, everyone was still struck by a sense of captivation at the sight of her. As soon as the woman appeared, she cast her gaze downward and instantly caught sight of Han Li. "May I ask if you're Senior Han of the human race?" "My name is Fei Yun, and I was instructed to take you to the esteemed guest pavilion," the woman said in a respectful voice as she extended a curtsy toward Han Li. Han Li took a glance at the woman, and an intrigued look appeared on his face. "I see. I am indeed here from the human race. Who was it that instructed you to come and fetch me?" "I was instructed to come here by Master Ming Zun, the person overseeing this auction. We have prepared a welcome of the highest standard for your esteemed self," the woman replied. "A welcome of the highest standard? That man really is a Grand Ascension stage being. He's most likely no ordinary Grand Ascension stage being either." A stir immediately ran through the other foreign beings upon hearing this. "I've heard of fellow Daoist Ming Zun. I didn't think that he was a member of your Helian Trade Guild." "All right, you can lead the way," Han Li said with a nod. "Yes, Senior, please come with me." The woman stepped away to the side of the jade disc before making an inviting hand gesture. Thus, Han Li and the others all flew onto the jade disc, and the woman made a hand seal, upon which the formation resurfaced on the disc. A burst of spatial fluctuations erupted forth, and the entire group vanished in a flash along with the jade disc. In the next instant, Han Li reappeared in a resplendent hall that was several acres in size with several identical jade discs situated at its center. "We pay our respects to Senior Han." There were 12 other young beauties in palatial dresses waiting in the hall, and they immediately extended respectful bows toward Han Li as soon as he appeared. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes at the sight of these young women. All of them appeared to be no more than 16 to 17 years of age, and their physical characteristics clearly indicated that they were from different races. However, all of them were very beautiful and alluring, and they were holding different items in their hands, such as incense burners, scepters, and horsetail whisks. What was most noteworthy to Hanli was that despite how young these women were, they were all at the nascent soul stage. The woman in purple seemed to have sensed Hanli's surprise, and she explained, "These are fragrant maidens nurtured by our trade guild. All of them have regularly consumed the honey of 100 flowers from birth, allowing them to give off a floral fragrance. On top of that, they're all virgins and would make great dual cultivation partners. According to the rules of our trade guild, all esteemed guests of the highest level that come to attend our auction will be gifted a group of these fragrant maidens." She then turned to the fragrant maidens and instructed, "Come here and greet your new master." The 12 young women immediately fell to their knees and said, "We pay our respects to our master." Fragrant maidens, Hee, your trade guild sure is sparing no expense. In that case, I'll accept this gift. You can all get up now. Gwar, I'll leave them to you for now, Hanli chuckled. Chapter 23-29. Unexpected news. Gwar stepped forward and gave an affirmative response, and the 12 fragrant maidens also stood up obediently before making their way over to her. Aside from those 12 fragrant maidens, our trade guild has prepared several other presents that we hope you'll also accept, Senior Han, the woman in purple said with a smile. She then clapped her hands together, and 3 handsome young foreign beings strode in from outside the hall, each carrying a silver platter with a red cloth draped over it. Hanli cast his gaze over the 3 platters, and was able to immediately identify what they were, upon which he quickly waved a hand in refusal. "These fragrant maidens are already an extremely precious present, I can't accept anything else from your guild." The woman in purple faltered slightly upon hearing this, but she then immediately dismissed the 3 young men. "Seeing as those presents aren't to your liking, I naturally won't force you to accept them. I'm sure you must be tired from your journey, Senior. How about I take you to your resting quarters and we'll discuss everything else tomorrow?" "I am indeed in need of some rest. Please lead the way, fellow Daoist," Hanli replied with a nod. Thus, the woman in purple quickly made her way out of the hall, followed closely by Hanli's group. As soon as they exited the hall, they were immediately greeted by the sight of a lively and bustling scene. They had emerged onto a bluestone street that wasn't extremely crowded, but it was still very lively with many beings of different descriptions walking along the street. There were also some shops on either side of the street that were being frequently visited, and those who emerged from the shops all wore different expressions depending on whether they had found what they wanted in those shops. What was quite surprising to Hanli was that all of the people on the street possessed lofty cultivation bases, and there were even beings at or above the core formation stage among the workers in the shops. Hanli released his spiritual sense further into the distance to find that this wasn't the only street in the area. There were also streets and dense clusters of buildings in all other directions, forming a small town with a radius of less than 100 kilometers. As for the hall behind them, it had disappeared as soon as they had exited it, making it seem as if they had appeared onto the street out of thin air. However, all of the passers-by completely disregarded this as if it were a common occurrence. "Were these people all invited by your trade guild to attend the auction?" Hanli asked as he withdrew his spiritual sense. "Of course not. Most of the guests that are participating in the auction are resting in the guest pavilions. The majority of the people here are members of our trade guild, and they're taking advantage of this opportunity to seek out some rare items. Even for members of our guild, they have to be of a certain status or cultivation base if they want to participate in the auction," the woman in purple replied with a smile. "I see." Hanli nodded in response. Right at this moment, the woman in purple made a hand seal, and a cloud of white mist immediately emerged beneath her feet before carrying the entire group toward the other end of the street. "The venue for the auction is just over there. All of the attendees will be invited to that venue prior to the auction's commencement. Aside from the auction items that have already been made public knowledge, there will be several treasures that will be extremely useful even to Grand Ascension Stage seniors, so I'm sure you won't be disappointed, the woman in purple introduced while pointing at a certain tall pagoda in the distance. That's the auction venue. It doesn't look very big. Could it be that there's more to the venue than meets the eye? Hanli asked. Your wisdom is truly unmatched, senior. This pagoda is merely an entrance to the true auction venue, and it was designed this way so that we wouldn't have to worry about anyone harboring sinister motives targeting the auction, the woman in purple replied in a respectful voice. Looks like your trade guild really has expended a lot of effort to make this auction a success. May I ask how many Grand Ascension Stage fellow Taoists will be in attendance? Hanli asked. There's still around a month left until the official commencement of the auction, so I can't tell you the exact number of Grand Ascension Stage attendees, but over 20 Grand Ascension Stage seniors have already arrived, which is a higher number than many of our past auctions, the woman in purple replied. Over 20. It's very impressive that your trade guild was able to attract so many Grand Ascension Stage fellow Taoists in such a short time, Hanli praised. You're far too kind, senior. It's not the merit of our trade guild that has attracted so many seniors. Instead, all of these seniors are willing to travel all the way here as they know that they'll be able to reap some rewards during our auction, the woman in purple replied with a smile. Hee, it sounds like you're very confident in this auction. By the way, I've heard that spots for intercontinental teleportation will be available for sale. Is that still available? Hanli asked. The woman was rather taken aback by this question, but she still replied truthfully, the intercontinental teleportation spots are one of the special auction items, and they're always in high demand every edition of the auction, so they naturally won't be cancelled for no good reason. However, there's currently an issue with the super teleportation formation leading to the Thunder Continent, so those spots have been cancelled, and more spots have been provided for teleportation to the Blood Sky Continent. The spots to the Thunder Continent have been cancelled. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. That's right. Could it be that you were planning to travel to the Thunder Continent, senior? It doesn't have to be the Thunder Continent. I was planning to make a trip to the Blood Sky Continent sooner or later anyway. However, it looks like I'll have to make some changes to my original plans, Hanli replied with a calm expression. Zhu Guo'er and the others were also quite surprised to hear this, and they were all displaying different reactions. A short while later, the cloud carried Hanli's group to the edge of the town, then descended into a lush forest. The forest was filled with extremely pure spiritual qi, and there were only several intricately crafted clusters of buildings situated there. There was a distance of several kilometers between each cluster of buildings, and they were all separated by lush greenery to ensure privacy while also presenting some beautiful scenery to behold. The woman in purple led Hanli's group to one of the clusters, and 7 or 8 servants immediately emerged from inside before falling to their knees in front of Hanli and the others. This is one of our esteemed guest pavilion areas. These are the servants here, you can keep them here if you'd like. Otherwise, if you think they'll only get in your way, then you can immediately dismiss them as well, the woman in purple said with a smile. With the fragrant maidens that were just gifted to me, I'll have no need for these servants, so they can go for now, Hanli replied. The woman in purple immediately gave an affirmative response before dismissing the servants, and they all departed after extending respectful bows. Feel free to take a rest here, Senior Han. I'll send someone to notify you when the auction is about to begin. By the way, if you have some spare time, you can explore the town, perhaps you'll reap some unexpected rewards. I'll be taking my leave now, the woman in purple said. Thank you, fellow Daoist, I'll be sure to do so. Hanli displayed no intention to keep the woman, and she rose up into the air again before quickly departing from the forest. Let's go. The trade guild is clearly trying to appease us, so there's no need for us to be too reserved, Hanli said before making his way toward the pavilion, followed closely by the Blood Soul and the others. A short while later, all of them appeared in the hall on the first floor of the pavilion, and Hanli was situated on the main seat with everyone else standing respectfully beside him. As for the 12 fragrant maidens, they had already been assigned tasks by Zhu Guo'er. Senior Han, are you really planning to go to the Blood Sky continent first? The Blood Soul asked with a hint of anticipation intermingled with hesitation in her eyes. That's right, unless you have some other way through which we can go to the Thunder continent first, Hanli replied. Surely you jest, Senior. If I had another way, I would have already revealed it, the Blood Soul said with a wry smile. In that case, let's go to the Blood Sky continent first. We'll just have to find a way to get to the Thunder continent from the Blood Sky continent. I've never been to the Blood Sky continent, but I've heard many tales about it. Aside from the vastly renowned Blood Dao devilish arts on that continent, there are also several mysterious inheritances that are apparently able to kill enemies without being detected even from tens of thousands of kilometers away. I'm sure you must have come into contact with some of these things, fellow Daoist Blood Soul, Hanli said as a serious look appeared on his face. Chapter 2330, Buying. I stayed on the Blood Sky continent for quite some time, so I do indeed have some knowledge on it. Blood Dao devilish arts are the most common cultivation arts on the Blood Sky continent. Almost 4 or 5 out of every 10 cultivators on that continent are using cultivation arts of this nature. The Blood Dao sects on the continent are also extremely powerful and can be referred to as the supreme powers on the continent. As for the mysterious inheritances you mentioned, they do exist, and many people have cultivated them in secret. However, these cultivators are sworn enemies of the Blood Dao sects, and most of them are extremely secretive, so they're extremely hard to encounter. I once encountered a mysterious cultivator who claimed that he had cultivated witchcraft, and he had a few wooden puppets that were able to easily destroy many powerful enemies of his, the Blood Soul replied. Witchcraft, This type of inheritance has appeared on several occasions on our Tianyuan continent in ancient times, but they seem to have been immediately destroyed in unified efforts by the powerful beings on the continent at the time. I didn't think that such inheritances would still exist on the Blood Sky continent. It looks like we'll have to be careful during our trip. By the way, which power did you make enemies out of during your time on the Blood Sky continent? Hanli asked. That would be the Blood Bone sect, one of the major Blood Dao sections. However, I'm only at the spatial tempering stage, and the enemy that I made was only one of the elders of the Blood Bone sect. So many years have already passed, perhaps they've already given up on me. Even in the worst-case scenario, I can just alter my appearance slightly, and that should avoid any unnecessary trouble, the Blood Soul replied. There's no need for you to alter your appearance. The Blood Sky continent isn't as vast as the 2 continents, but it'll still be very difficult for you to encounter your enemies. Even if you do, I'll take care of them for you, Hanli said in a nonchalant manner. The Blood Soul was ecstatic to hear this. I'll be thanking you in advance then, Senior. Just as the Blood Soul was communicating with Hanli, the woman in purple was also delivering a report to the red-haired elderly man by the name of Mingzun. So he accepted the fragrant maidens, but refused all of the other presents, the elderly man confirmed. That's right, the woman in purple replied. Interesting. It seems that it won't be that easy to appease him, but he's not entirely refusing our guilds either. Fei Yun, if fellow Daoist Han makes any requests to you, then do your best to fulfill them. There's no need to report back to me any further, the elderly man said with a faint smile. Master Mingzun, may I ask why we're trying to recruit this senior? Even if he's more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being, there's never been any other Grand Ascension stage guest that has received this level of treatment. Fei Yun was rather perplexed. If he's an ordinary Grand Ascension stage being, then there's naturally no need for all of this, but have you seen the information regarding his exploits? Mingzun asked with a smile. I did, but the information is very undetailed. All it mentions is that he progressed to the Grand Ascension stage in an extraordinarily short time, and that he had entered the Elder Devil realm before, Fei Yun replied in a respectful manner. That's because fellow Daoist Han rose up so quickly that our trade guild still hasn't even had enough time to collect many pieces of important information about him. All you need to know is that if a ranking for the 10 most powerful beings of the spirit realm is created, he'll most likely take up one of those spots, Ming Zun explained with a serious expression. What? Is he really that powerful? Fei Yun was truly stunned to hear this. Why else do you think I would do all this to try and appease him? Ming Zun harumphed with a roll of his eyes. The woman's heart jolted upon hearing this, and she hurriedly lowered her head in a submissive manner. Ming Zun didn't say anything further and merely waved a hand to dismiss her. After that, he hesitated momentarily before sweeping a sleeve through the air to release a burst of vibrant light that instantly vanished into the stone wall beside him. A loud buzzing sound immediately rang out, following which an indistinct figure was manifested within a cloud of white mist. The figure turned to Ming Zun, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes as he asked, Ming Zun, aren't you preparing for the auction over on the Tian Yuan continent? Why have you suddenly contacted me? Bai Ying, if I recall correctly, you're still in need of powerful allies for the plan that you're about to carry out, right? Ming Zun asked. Why do you ask? Could it be that you've changed your mind and are willing to come and help me? The indistinct figure asked in a cold voice. Of course not. It's not like you don't know about the vow I swore to never set foot on the Blood Sky continent again, Ming Zun replied. In that case, why are you suddenly asking about this? A hint of impatience had crept into the blurry figure's voice. I can't help you, but I've found someone who should be able to assist you, Ming Zun explained in an unhurried manner. The indistinct figure's voice cooled even further upon hearing this. Are you saying you've revealed our plan to someone else? Of course not. This is an extremely important matter, I wouldn't reveal it to anyone without your agreement, Ming Zun replied. The tone of the indistinct figure's voice mellowed out slightly as he said, Good. Who is this person that you're referring to? As I'm sure you're already aware, the average Grand Ascension stage being won't be of much help to me, and if too many people are made aware of what we're doing, the secret could quickly spread. Why don't you take a look for yourself? Ming Zun chuckled as he made a hand seal before pointing a finger forward, and a ball of light emerged from his fingertip before transforming into a humanoid projection of none other than Han Li. Who's that? I don't recall ever seeing someone like him before. Is he a new Grand Ascension stage being of your continent? The indistinct figure asked in a befuddled voice. That's right, fellow Daoist Han has only recently become a Grand Ascension stage being, but he possesses unfathomable power and will definitely be an extremely useful ally, Ming Zun replied. Oh. It's rare to see you give someone such high praise, this man really must be quite powerful. Why is it that I've never heard of someone of this caliber? Has he done anything noteworthy in the past? The indistinct figure asked. There aren't many notable exploits of his, but there's one that's enough to make him known throughout the entire spirit realm. Have you heard about the recent death of the Stemborer Queen in the Elder Devil realm? Ming Zun asked. Of course I am. The matter about the Stemborer Queen was a huge crisis, and even some of my fellow Taoists from the Blood Sky continent ventured into the Elder Devil realm for it. I heard that the Stemborer Queen was slain by one of the patriarchs of the Elder Devil realm, Bao Hua, as well as some other people. Could it be that he was one of the people involved? The indistinct figure immediately developed a rough idea of who Han Li was. That's right. From what I heard, this fellow Daoist Han is the person who truly killed the Stemborer Queen, while Bao Hua and the others only played minor roles, Ming Zun replied. The indistinct figure's heart jolted upon hearing this. Is that so? In that case, wouldn't this fellow Taoist be among a handful of the most powerful beings in the entire spirit realm? I can't confirm whether he's actually that formidable, but he definitely possesses unfathomable power. I've already been made aware that he's attending this auction for an intercontinental teleportation spot, so he should be going to your blood sky continent soon. I'm only providing you with this information. It'll be up to you to recruit him, Ming Zun chuckled. Alright, if this works out, then I'll owe you a favor. If that's all, then let's end our communication here. Intercontinental communication requires far too much spiritual power expenditure. The indistinct figure made a hand seal as he spoke, and the image on the stone wall immediately disintegrated into specks of spiritual light amid a dull thump. Ming Zun was unbothered by this, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he closed his eyes to rest. One day passed by after another, and the date for the auction's commencement drew closer and closer. During this time, Hanli hadn't set foot once outside of the pavilion, whereas the Blood Soul and the others frequently visited all of the shops in the town, purchasing many materials and treasures that were very rare in the outside world. Those items naturally weren't enough to catch Hanli's attention, and he displayed no intention to visit the shops in the town, choosing instead to meditate and await the commencement of the auction. On this day, Hanli was in the process of meditating when he finally received a transmission talisman from the woman in purple. A faint smile appeared on his face as he rose to his feet before departing from the secret chamber. Chapter 23:31. Hu Yushuang. Hanli transmitted his voice to the Blood Soul and the others as he was exiting the secret chamber, and by the time he emerged from the front gate, they were already waiting respectfully for him. Hanli instructed Patriarch Hua Shi and the 12 fragrant maidens to stay behind, taking only the Blood Soul and Zhu Guo with him as they flew toward the center of the town. Shortly thereafter, other people also began to emerge from the nearby clusters of buildings, as well as the other guest pavilions elsewhere in the town, and all of them converged toward the same place. By the time Hanli arrived above the pagoda, many people had already entered the building. Hanli took a glance at the armored guard standing outside the pagoda, then descended in front of the entrance with the Blood Soul and Zhu Guo. Right at this moment, Fei Yun emerged from within the pagoda in an elegant manner, then extended a curtsy toward Hanli. Welcome to our auction, Senior Han. If you don't mind, please allow me to guide you into the venue. She seemed to have been waiting here in advance. Hanli wasn't surprised by this at all, and he nodded with a faint smile in response. Please lead the way, Fairy Fei Yun. Fei Yun immediately waved a hand toward the guards, and Hanli's group was granted entry into the pagoda without any examination required. As soon as he strode into the pagoda, Hanli immediately detected a burst of peculiar energy fluctuations, and the surrounding scenery quickly faded. It seemed that he had only taken one step, but he had appeared directly in front of the staircase on the first floor of the pagoda. There were two pale-skinned foreign beings on the staircase ahead of him, and they completely vanished into thin air amid a flash of light, leaving only traces of residual spatial fluctuations in their wake. So this is the true entrance to the auction venue? Hanli asked. That's right, this staircase will take you directly into the space where the auction is being held, Fei Yun replied with a smile. Hanli nodded in response, then stepped onto the staircase, upon which he and the others immediately began to warp amid a burst of spatial power. A short while later, Hanli and the others were situated in an elegant booth that was over 100 feet in size. There was a near-transparent light barrier directly up ahead, and through it, a giant plaza was visible down below. Around the plaza were countless people and stone chairs, while around 50 to 60 silver stone cabins were hovering just over 100 feet in the air over the edge of the plaza. Each stone cabin had golden runes all over their surfaces, and it was impossible for those outside to glean what the people in the cabins were up to. Hanli was situated in one of these cabins with Fei Yun standing beside him with a smile on her face. This setup didn't appear to be any different from that of a normal auction, but Hanli currently had his gaze fixed on something over 10,000 feet in the air above the plaza. This was a five-colored cloud with countless black armored guards hidden within it, releasing all types of restriction fluctuations that spread across the entire sky and encompassed the entire platform. Even higher above the five-colored cloud was a resplendent palace that was rather blurry and unclear, and strains of heavenly music could be heard from the palace, striking one with a sense of relaxation. In addition to holding the auction in this separate space, I can see that many precautionary measures have been prepared. Your trade guild sure is well prepared, Hanli suddenly said with a smile. The treasures that'll appear during this auction are far more valuable than those of the previous auctions, so these precautionary measures are very much necessary. There are even 2 or 3 items that can delay one's great heavenly tribulation, so we have to be careful in case some people are harboring sinister motives, Fei Yun replied. No one would dare to try anything once they witness everything that's been set up in here, Hanli said with a meaningful smile. I certainly hope so. The auction is about to begin, and I still have some things that I need to do, so I'll be taking my leave now, Senior Han, Fei Yuan said with a smile as she cast her gaze toward the plaza outside the light barrier. Go ahead, there's no need to keep me company, Hanli replied with a casual wave of his hand. Thus, Fei Yun extended a parting bow before departing from the stone cabin, leaving only Han Li's trio in the room. It's no wonder the He Lian Trade Guild is taking so many precautionary measures when there are tribulation-delaying treasures among the auction items, the Blood Soul said. Indeed, those are the only treasures that'll tempt Grand Ascension stage beings into taking nefarious actions, Han Li replied. Aren't you interested in treasures like this, Senior? Even if you have no need for such treasures now, they'll most likely still be very useful to you in the future, the Blood Soul couldn't help but ask. I'll worry about those matters when the time comes. Even if I want a treasure like this, I won't search for it during this auction. There are several tens of other Grand Ascension stage beings present. If I try to take the treasure by force, it most likely won't end well for me. As such, I'll focus my attention on our main target, which are the intercontinental teleportation spots, Han Li replied with a smile, seemingly truly uninterested in those tribulation-delaying treasures. Meanwhile, Zhu Guo was looking at all of the foreign beings outside the light barrier with an excited look on her face. Around an hour later, the entire plaza was finally filled with tens of thousands of foreign beings at or above the spatial tempering stage. Right at this moment, a rumbling boom rang out at the center of the empty plaza, and a stone platform began to rise up from its surface. Immediately thereafter, a light formation appeared on the plaza, following which Ming Zun emerged. He wasn't particularly tall or imposing, but in the instant that he arrived, a heavy aura instantly settled over the entire auction venue. Some of the chatting foreign beings immediately fell silent and cast their eyes toward the stone platform. I am Ming Zun, the manager of the He Lian Trade Guild on this continent. I'm sure I don't require much introduction, so I'm not going to bore all of you with one. The rules of this auction are similar to those of other auctions, and all those who break the rules will be made to leave by me. Alright, with that out of the way, I hereby announce the commencement of this auction. The commencement of the auction was declared in a concise manner, immediately following which Ming Zun rose up into the air as a streak of silver light, vanishing into the five-colored cloud up above after just a few flashes. At the same time, a gorgeous voluptuous woman with a smile on her face appeared on the stone platform amid a flash of spiritual light. The woman had a pair of large watery eyes that were filled with boundless seduction, and the mere sight of her gaze was making the blood of the foreign beings close to the platform boil in their veins. What was quite noteworthy was that the woman had 3 furry pink tails that were swishing gently from side to side, adding further to her seductive appeal. That's a 3-tailed charming fox. I didn't think such a being actually existed in our spirit realm. I wonder where the Helian Trade Guild found her from. The plaza immediately erupted into chatter once again, and many of the male foreign beings present were staring intently at the three-tailed woman with undisguised lust in their eyes. The woman was completely unfazed by this, and she said in a mellow voice, "I am Hu Yushuang, and I was entrusted by Senior Ming with the duty of hosting this auction. Rest assured, I've hosted many similar auctions in the past, so I'll be sure to do a good job here." You've hosted many auctions. How could that possibly be true? If someone like you had appeared during other auctions, we would have definitely heard of you already. An accusatory voice suddenly rang out, and many other people also became rather suspicious upon hearing this. If you're referring to this continent alone, then this is indeed the first time I've hosted an auction here, Hu Yushuang replied in an unflustered manner. Does that mean you're not from this continent? Someone exclaimed. I've always resided on the Blood Sky continent and only arrived on the Tian Yuan continent around a year ago, which is why none of you have seen or heard of me, Hu Yushuang explained. Hee, it's a pity that you're not from our Tian Yuan continent, Fairy Hu. If I had known that someone as stunning as you existed, I wouldn't have refrained from taking a Dao companion for so long. A coarse male voice with a joking tone suddenly rang out in a certain corner of the plaza. Hee, what a coincidence. My last Dao companion passed away recently, so I wouldn't be opposed to giving you an opportunity. Who was the one that had just said that? How about you show yourself and repeat those words to my face? Hu Yushuang giggled, and a hint of light flashed through her eyes as she spoke, upon which her seductive aura instantly became 3 to 4 times more potent. A clean-shaven middle-aged man that was seated not far away from the platform rose to his feet in a slightly slack-jawed manner and a rather unnatural flush on his face, then declared loudly, "Fine. I'll satisfy your request. If I had known that someone as stunning as you existed, I wouldn't have." Chapter 2332, Golden Marrow. All of a sudden, his voice drew to an abrupt halt as he returned to his senses, and his face turned deathly pale as an astonished look appeared in his eyes. "Ah, so it's fellow Daoish Cha of the Stone Pupa race. I'm honored to have caught your eye. How about you stay with me for a few days after the auction? Perhaps we'll be a match made in heaven." Hu Yushuang giggled in a seductive manner, but a cold look had appeared in her eyes. The middle-aged man forced a smile onto his face, and said, "I was only joking, Fairy Hu, I wouldn't dare to harbor such impure intentions toward you." He then hurriedly sat back down as if he were fleeing from a deadly scorpion. "So that was only a joke? In that case, I'd advise you to be careful with your words. I'll let things slide on this occasion, but if anyone tries to make similar jokes, then I won't be so forgiving." Huang Yushuang's smile abruptly faded as she spoke, and her seductive aura turned into an extremely cold and forbidding one. The middle-aged man's expression darkened further upon hearing this, but he didn't dare to say anything in response. All of the other people on the plaza were quite alarmed by what they had just witnessed, and they didn't dare to appraise Hu Yushuang in the same brazen manner anymore. "That's enough time wasting, little girl. I didn't come here to watch you put on a show. Hurry up and bring out the auction items." A displeased elderly voice suddenly rang out from one of the silver stone cabins. Hu Yushuang's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and she hurriedly extended an apologetic bow. "Please forgive me, Senior, I'll present the first auction item right away." She then quickly made a hand seal before pointing a finger in a certain direction, and a white jade table immediately emerged from a light formation beneath the stone platform. Sitting on the table were 3 wooden boxes of different sizes, each of which was enshrouded under a white light barrier. This first auction item isn't something that can be found on the Tian Yuan continent. It's a small vial of golden lightning lion bone marrow that the Trade Guild only managed to obtain from the Thunder continent after expending extensive efforts. Hu Yushuang pointed a finger at one of the light barriers as she spoke, and the wooden box within that light barrier was immediately drawn into her grasp. Golden lightning lion marrow. Is it real? Even those of us who've never been to the Thunder Continent have heard of golden lightning lions. To think that this is only the first auction item, this auction really is different from past editions. Another stir ran through the entire hall as many people immediately directed their attention toward the small wooden box. Hu Yuxuang gently laid a hand down onto the box's lid with a seductive smile, and the lid immediately sprang off on its own, revealing a palm-sized purple vial with a faint silver talisman adhered to its surface. The golden lightning lion is one of the 3 sacred beasts of the Thunder Continent, and mature specimens possess powers comparable to Grand Ascension stage beings. Even from birth, they possess innate lightning manipulation abilities, and the lightning marrow pills refined from its bone marrow can grant the consumer's physical body with a certain level of lightning resistance for a period of time. However, lightning marrow pills are very difficult to refine, and there's no guarantee that even this entire vial of golden lion marrow will ensure successful refinement. However, I'm sure I don't need to elaborate on how valuable such a pill would be to someone about to face a tribulation, Hu Yuxuang introduced before pointing a finger at the small vial, releasing several specks of golden light that transformed into golden runes before vanishing into the silver talisman in a flash. A dull thump rang out as the silver talisman sprang up from the small vial. As soon as it did so, arcs of purple lightning erupted out of the small vial, forming a lightning net and drawing many gasps of amazement from all of the foreign beings present, some of whom were staring at the vial with intense yearning in their eyes. Even though the golden lightning lion marrow hadn't yet been revealed, the phenomenon that was already on display indicated that the rumors that it could be refined into pills that could help one resist lightning tribulations were most likely true. Many of the attendees with other targets immediately changed their minds upon seeing this, and even some of the Grand Ascension stage beings in the silver cabins were quite tempted. I didn't think that such a precious item would be the first auction item. Aren't you interested in the marrow for its lightning-resistant properties, Senior Han? The Blood Soul asked. Lightning marrow pills can indeed increase physical resistance against lightning tribulations, but the enhancement is essentially negligible for Grand Ascension stage beings. On top of that, I'm different from normal Grand Ascension stage beings in that my physical body can already rival that of even true spirit beings, so the enhancement will be virtually non-existent to me, Hanli replied, seemingly completely uninterested. A hint of elation appeared on the Blood Soul's face upon hearing this, and she said, if lightning marrow pills have such limited efficacy for Grand Ascension stage beings, then perhaps I have a chance. Oh. Are you interested in this item? Hanli asked. I don't know where my true body is, but she's definitely not in a good situation. Not only is it quite possible that her cultivation base has remained stagnant for all these years, she wouldn't have been able to gather any treasures in preparation for her heavenly tribulation either. As such, I'll have to work harder to prepare some in her stead, the Blood Soul replied with a wry smile. If you're interested in this item, then go ahead and buy it. If you don't have enough spirit stones, I can lend you some, Hanli encouraged. Thank you, Senior. The Blood Soul was ecstatic to hear this. A faint smile appeared on Hanli's face as he cast his gaze toward the center of the plaza again. At this point, Hu Yuxuang had already grabbed onto the small vial and was tipping it upside down. A drop of shimmering golden liquid flowed out of the vial, and as soon as it came into contact with the air, it transformed into a head-sized ball of golden lightning that was rumbling incessantly. The doubts of all of the skeptics in the hall were completely erased upon seeing this, and they began to consider how many spirit stones would be required to purchase the marrow. Hu Yuxuang quickly inspected everyone's reactions, then smiled as she gently shook the vial, upon which it released a burst of silver light that drew the ball of golden lightning back into the vial. The starting price for this vial of golden lightning lion marrow will be 10 million, and the purchase can only be made with top-grade spirit stones. The bidding begins now. As soon as her voice trailed off, Hu Yushuang swept a sleeve through the air, and 5 pillars of light erupted upward from the light formation in unison, forming a giant light screen that was around an acre in size. The screen was as smooth as a mirror, and the image of a small purple vial was depicted on its surface. 20 million. The first bid instantly doubled the starting price, and many people were quite stunned to hear this. The number 10 million suddenly appeared beside the small purple veil projection on the light screen, and it immediately increased to 20 million. 21 million, 23 million. A string of bids quickly rang out across the entire plaza. The number on the screen quickly increased with each bid, and in the blink of an eye, it had already exceeded 30 million. This was an astronomical price considering it was only for a pill refinement material that wasn't even guaranteed to be able to refine the corresponding pill. All of the auction attendees were quite wealthy, but they were beginning to consider whether they should give up on the item. 35 million. A lazy male voice rang out, and the number being displayed on the light screen suddenly turned a crimson-golden color. That bid had been made by a Grand Ascension stage being in one of the silver cabins. Many of the foreign beings' expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. They were only at the body integration stage or spatial tempering stage, and they didn't have the courage to compete with a Grand Ascension stage being 36 million. Only after a long while did someone in the plaza finally dare to make another uneasy bid, 37 million. That bid was made by another Grand Ascension stage being. On this occasion, no one dared to compete any further, and the entire plaza fell silent. You seem intent on securing this item, so I'll leave it to you, fellow Daoist. The first Grand Ascension stage being to have made a bid had a very gentle voice, and it wasn't apparent from this voice whether it was a male or female. Thank you, fellow Daoist, the second Grand Ascension stage being replied. However, right at this moment, a bid of 38 million was made from a third silver cabin. Not only was everyone in the plaza quite surprised to hear this, even the bidder in the first silver cabin faltered momentarily before following up with a bid of 40 million. 41 million. In the third silver cabin, the blood soul was holding a round disc while swiping her fingers through the air over it with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Hanli was appraising her with a smile as he sat in his chair. 42 million. This golden lightning lion marrow is extremely useful for a junior of mine. If you're willing to hand it over to me, I'll be sure to present you with some compensation, the other bidding Grand Ascension stage said. Chapter 2333. The 4 elders of the trade guild. It was clear that this Grand Ascension stage being was unaware that he was competing with a mere spatial tempering stage junior in the bidding. The blood soul's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and she cast a hesitant gaze toward Hanli. Hanli's expression remained unchanged as he said, "Rest assured, this is an auction, so the highest bidder wins. If you really need this item, you can secure it without any qualms." "Thank you, Senior. Your words are greatly reassuring to me," the blood soul said in a grateful manner. She then tapped the round disc a few more times before calling out a price of 45 million. The price was raised by 3 million in a single bid, and many of the auction attendees' hearts jolted upon hearing this. The other Grand Ascension stage bidder had also fallen silent, and after 3 calls of confirmation from Hu Yushuang, the new owner of the Golden Lightning Lion Marrow was announced. The blood soul was naturally ecstatic, and shortly thereafter, a servant of the trade guild was sent to deliver the item to her, upon which she promptly issued the required spirit stones. "I didn't think you were this wealthy, Sister Blood Spirit. You pulled out such a large sum of spirit stones without even batting an eyelid," Zhu Guo'er said with a hint of envy in her eyes following the servant's departure. At her age and cultivation base, she naturally didn't have anywhere near this number of spirit stones. "These spirit stones were accumulated over a span of many years by my true body. I didn't think that something as rare as Golden Lightning Lion Marrow would appear from the get-go. Otherwise, I would have definitely waited a bit longer. Now that I've purchased this item, I won't be able to purchase anything else during this auction. The blood soul sighed before stowing the small vial away amid a flash of spiritual light. I think you made a wise decision, Sister Blood Spirit. There will definitely be more precious auction items than this golden lightning lion marrow, but the price will definitely be far higher as well. I'm sure many of the attendees were also quite hesitant as the auction has only just begun. Otherwise, the price for this item would have most likely been bid up even further, Zhu Guo'er said with a smile. It's a good thing that Senior Han is here with me. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have dared to bid against a Grand Ascension stage being. Even if that Grand Ascension stage being hadn't attended this auction, other people most likely wouldn't be willing to let this marrow slip through their grasp so easily either, the Blood Soul said as she cast a grateful glance toward Hanli. I had thought that you would need to borrow some spirit stones from me, but it's naturally a good thing that you were able to afford this item on your own, Hanli replied with a faint smile, then cast his gaze toward the center of the plaza again. Even Hanli had been rather surprised that something as rare as Golden Lightning Lion Marrow had been presented as the first auction item, and he was beginning to look forward to the rest of the auction items. On the stone platform, Hu Yushuang had already drawn the second slightly longer wooden box into her grasp, and as soon as she opened the box, a loud dragon's roar immediately rang out. A streak of azure light shot out of the box, then transformed into an azure WIRM that was over 100 feet in length in a flash before rising up into the air as if it were attempting to escape. Humph, get back down there. A cold harumph rang out from within the five-colored cloud up above, following which several bursts of golden light erupted out of the nearby clouds before striking the azure WIRM with unerring accuracy. The WIRM let loose an anguished cry before shuddering as it plummeted out of the midair. At this moment, Hu Yushuang chanted something before pointing a finger toward the azure WIRM, and the light around its body faded, upon which it reverted back into an azure sword before slowly descending toward her. Hu Yushuang drew the sword into her own grasp before rubbing it gently between her hands, and the azure light shimmering on its surface immediately subsided, as did the dragon's roar. Faint blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he was immediately able to identify the sword to be quite antiquated in design and was no more than a foot in length. What was quite interesting was that hilt took up half of the entire sword's length, thus resulting in a very short blade. The blade of the sword was riddled with scale-shaped spirit patterns, while the hilt had been crafted in the form of an azure WIRM's head with a crescent-shaped crystal locked within its mouth. This azure WIRM crescent sword is one of the 3 spirit swords owned by Old Man Crescent, who was an extremely renowned figure on the Tianyuan continent 100,000 years ago. During the sword's refinement process, it was soaked in the blood essence of over 10 powerful azure WIRMs, and once it took shape, Old Man Crescent worked for several centuries to guide and inject the essential power of the moon into the sword, so its spiritual nature and power are both of an extremely high standard. Those who are interested can come and examine the sword for yourselves, Hu Yushuang introduced with a smile. Following her introduction, there really were some people on the plaza who stood up and strode onto the stone platform one after another to examine the sword. These people all displayed different reactions, and close to 30 people had made their way onto the platform in succession in a short time. After the final person had departed, Hu Yushuang raised the sword high above up into the air with both hands, and declared, "The base price for this azure WIRM crescent sword will be 7 million spirit stones, also to be issued in top-grade spirit stones. Let the bidding begin." The base price of this item was lower than that of the Golden Lightning Lion Marrow, but in comparison, there were clearly more people interested in it. As soon as Hu Yushuang's voice trailed off, a bid of 7,500,000 was made. 8 million, 9 million. An image of the sword had already appeared on the light screen, and the number beside it was changing extremely quickly due to the frequency of the bids. However, once the price reached 26 million, the bidding abruptly stopped. It was clear that all of the attendees were of the opinion that it was no longer worth bidding up the price further. As for the Grand Ascension stage beings in the silver cabins, they had no interest in treasures of this caliber, so none of them had even bothered to place a bid. Thus, the Azure WIRM Crescent sword was sold for 26 million. Hu Yushuang then opened the third wooden box to reveal a fist-sized piece of crimson ore. This was a piece of blood astral iron that was produced only on the Blood Sky continent. It was a material required for refining some special treasures, so it was quickly purchased at a price of 17 million. Thus, the auction commenced on a good note. One auction item after another was presented and sold by Hu Yushuang, but there weren't many items that caught the attention of the Grand Ascension stage beings in the flying cabins. In fact, close to 100 auction items had already been presented, but only a few had been purchased by Grand Ascension stage attendees. Han Li naturally had no interest in those items either, and he didn't make so much as a single bid. The Blood Soul was quite tempted by a few of those auction items, but she could only give up on them after hearing their prices. Having already spent the majority of her wealth, she was essentially relegated to being just a spectator for the rest of the auction. The Helian Trade Guild seemed to have predicted that these items wouldn't be enough to tempt the Grand Ascension stage attendees, so once the auction progressed to the halfway mark, 5 or 6 items that were even more precious than the Golden Lightning Lion Marrow were presented. These items were all related to resisting or delaying heavenly tribulations, and the Grand Ascension stage beings in the flying cabins finally began to display some interest. As a result, all of the items were sold for well over 100 million spirit stones. There was even a special material required to refine a tribulation resistance treasure that was sold for the astronomical sum of 400 million. The body integration and spatial tempering stage beings on the plaza were finally made aware of just how incredibly wealthy these Grand Ascension stage old monsters were. Han Li had also displayed some interest in that special material, but he had given up on the bidding after the price had exceeded 200 million. Those auction items had finally drawn some interest from the Grand Ascension stage attendees, and even though the auction items that came after were of a clearly lower standard, many of them were still purchased by those Grand Ascension stage beings. Time slowly passed by, and after the auction had been progressing for almost an entire day, it was finally nearing its conclusion. Thankfully, all of the people present were high-grade cultivators. Not only were they not tired, all of them were paying extra attention to the auction items to come. All of you have been kept waiting a long time for this, so I waste too much time with words. Next, I'll be presenting the top 3 auction items. I'm sure they'll satisfy everyone, Hu Yushuang said with a mysterious smile, then gently clapped her hands together. A burst of rumbling rang out from up above, and the 5-colored cloud suddenly parted to reveal a shimmering golden palace. Heavenly music then began to play within the palace, and 3 stunning beauties in 5-colored palatial dresses emerged, each of which was holding a silver platter that was enshrouded under a golden light barrier. Following the 3 women came 4 elderly men in different attire, all of whom were Grand Ascension stage beings. Once the 7 of them landed on the stone platform, Hu Yushuang immediately extended a respectful bow toward the 4 elderly men. Hu Yushuang pays her respects to the 4 elders. I had intended to pay you a visit as soon as I arrived on the Tianyuan continent, but you were all in seclusion at the same time. Please forgive me for my transgression. Hehe, you're the direct lineal descendant of Old Man Hu, right? As expected, you really do possess exceptional aptitude. Don't worry about those formalities, we've never taken such trivial matters to heart. The 4 of us have been cultivating an ability together recently, and if Ming Zun hadn't strongly requested that we appear to ensure the safety of the most important auction items, we'd most likely still be in seclusion right now, a thin elderly man in a coarse cloth garment replied with a smile. Chapter 2334, Heaven Turning Flag. The final 3 auction items are truly extremely precious. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have dared to suggest to Master Ming to invite you out of seclusion, Hu Yushuang replied in a respectful manner. It's all right, a short delay like this won't hamper our cultivation. There's no need to attend to us any further, go ahead and continue the auction, the thin elderly said with a smile, while the other three stood beside him in silence. Please wait for me for a moment, esteemed elders, I'll conclude the auction as soon as possible, Hu Yushuang said before waving a hand toward the three women, and they immediately made their way to around 10 feet away from her before stopping again. Meanwhile, the four elders made their way over to the four corners of the stone platform in a flash before taking a seat with their legs crossed. All of the auction attendees were quite stunned that the He Lian Trade Guild had brought in 4 Grand Ascension stage beings to oversee the final part of this auction. It seemed that the final 3 auction items were indeed extremely precious. At this moment, Hu Yushuang made a hand seal, and the light barrier above one of the silver platters abruptly vanished, revealing a small gray flag. The flag was only around half a foot in length and was completely dull and devoid of luster. Aside from a few yellow spirit patterns etched on its surface, it was completely unremarkable. However, there were 7 or 8 faint silver talismans plastered all over the flag's surface, yet it was still giving off peculiar energy fluctuations that was blurring the surrounding space. I'm sure you've all heard of the Chaotic Myriad Spirit Roll. The roll is a list of all of the most powerful treasures in this realm. Perhaps some of you are in possession of some of the spirit treasures ranked lower down on the roll. However, I'm sure not many of you have witnessed the profound heavenly treasures at the top of the roll, Hu Yushuang said with a seductive smile as she cast her gaze across the plaza. Are you implying that there are profound heavenly treasures among the final 3 auction items? A body integration stage being couldn't help but ask. Hee, that's right. The item that I'm holding right now is a profound heavenly treasures. It's the heaven-turning flag, which is ranked 9th on the Chaotic Myriad Spirit Roll, Hu Yushuang declared as she raised the small flag in her hand. What? That's the heaven-turning flag. How is that possible? That profound heavenly treasure disappeared countless years ago. At the time, 7 or 8 major races on the Tianyuan continent were severely damaged in a battle over this treasure, and 2 smaller races were wiped out altogether. I never thought this treasure would appear again. Excited chatter immediately rang out across the entire plaza, and even the Grand Ascension stage beings in the silver cabins were quite stunned to hear this. I've also heard of the heaven-turning flag, but never did I think it would appear in an auction like this, as expected of a superpower like the He Lian Trade Guild, Hanli mused with a hint of surprise in his eyes. As for the Blood Soul and Zhu Guo, their eyes were already wide with incredulity. May I ask if that really is the profound heavenly treasure on the Chaotic Myriad Spirit Roll? If that really were the case, wouldn't your trade guild have hidden it away? Surely there's no way you would auction off such a precious treasure, the Grand Ascension stage being who had bid for the Golden Lightning Lion Marrow interrogated in a cold voice. You're correct, Senior. If this really were the very same treasure on the Chaotic Myriad Spirit Roll, then there's no way our trade guild would dare to bring it out in such a blatant manner. Setting everything else aside, if several true spirit beings were to come after the treasure, our guild would be in immense trouble. However, I wasn't lying when I said that this was the heaven-turning flag on the Chaotic Myriad Spirit Roll, Hu Yushuang replied with a slight bow. Oh. It sounds like this is quite an interesting treasure. Go ahead and elaborate on what you mean, another Grand Ascension stage being prompted. Yes, Senior, I'll provide an explanation right away. Most of you have heard of the heaven-turning flag, so I'm sure you know that it only appeared for a very brief period of time in history. However, I'm sure that not many of you are aware that this flag actually split up into 2, a yin flag and a yang flag. The flag I'm holding now is the yin flag, and if this treasure were to be used on its own, it would be comparable to a normal divine spirit treasure in power. Only when both flags are united can it unleash the full power of a profound heavenly treasure. Otherwise, our guild wouldn't be selling it in this auction, Hu Yushuang explained. The heaven-turning flag split up into two. This revelation naturally sent another stir running throughout the venue, and many of the attendees were enlightened upon hearing this. I see, so this is only half of the heaven-turning flag. However, all profound heavenly treasures possess immense spiritual nature. Now that the Yin flag has appeared, the corresponding Yang flag should have emerged as well. Would your guild happen to have any information about the Yang flag? Another Grand Ascension stage being asked. Everyone immediately turned to Hu Yushuang to hear her answer. It was clear that this was something that all of them had wanted to ask. If our guild were aware of the Yang flag's whereabouts, we would have already obtained it rather than being forced to sell this Yin flag independently. Even this Yin flag was something that our guild had unintentionally come across. As for the Yang flag, I'm afraid we have no information on it at all. Alright, I've said everything there is to be said about this treasure. I'll be displaying some of its power now. Even though it doesn't possess the might of a profound heavenly treasure, I'm sure this demonstration will be sufficient for all of you to verify its authenticity, Hu Yushuang replied before grabbing onto the flag and waving it through the air. A loud buzzing sound immediately rang out from the small flag, following which bursts of yellow light were released, transforming into countless small yellow flowers that instantly inundated the entire stone platform. In the next instant, Hu Yushuang began to chant an incantation, and all of the yellow flowers began to revolve around her. All of the world's origin chi in this entire space shuddered before surging toward the stone platform in a frenzy, then disappeared into the yellow flowers. All of the yellow flowers began to radiate bright spiritual light while expanding drastically in size before beginning to drift and spread over the sky above the entire plaza. In the blink of an eye, the air above the plaza had transformed into a world of giant yellow flowers. The foreign beings down below swept their spiritual sense up toward the yellow flowers, upon which their expressions immediately changed slightly. All of them could sense the fearsome power imbued within the giant yellow flowers, and what was even more alarming was that these flowers seemed to be extremely internally unstable, as if they could explode at any moment. However, right at this moment, a cold harumph rang out from one of the flying cabins. There's no need to continue this demonstration. Do you think we can't tell if this is a profound heavenly treasure or not? Hurry up and begin the auction. As soon as the voice trailed off, a gust of fierce azure wind swept out of the silver cabin, eradicating most of the giant yellow flowers above the plaza in the blink of an eye. Yes, Senior, I'll begin right away. Hu Yushuang's heart jolted upon seeing this, and she hurriedly waved the flag through the air again, releasing a burst of energy fluctuations that withdrew the rest of the yellow flowers. The base price of the heaven-turning flag's Yin flag is 300 million spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. If you don't have enough spirit stones, trading in treasures for discounts is permitted, Hu Yushuang declared as the small flag in her hand returned to its original dull, unlustreless appearance. 500 million. As soon as her voice trailed off, the Grand Ascension stage being who had spoken earlier immediately made a bid. All of the body integration and spatial tempering stage beings on the plaza were rendered speechless upon hearing this. 500 million spirit stones was far beyond what they could afford. It seemed that the final auction items would all be taken by the Grand Ascension stage beings, as had been the case during all of the past auctions. However, the spirit realm had always been a place where power reigned supreme. They couldn't compare with those Grand Ascension stage beings in power or wealth, so they naturally didn't dare to display any dissatisfaction. You're dreaming if you think you can purchase a profound heavenly treasure for just 500 million spirit stones. I'll take it for 800 million, a female Grand Ascension stage being in another flying cabin chuckled. The complete heaven-turning treasure would be a priceless treasure that couldn't be bought no matter how many spirit stones you have, but it's only half a flag that's comparable to a divine spirit treasure in power. The price I gave was already quite high. If you think this is worth more than that, then you can have it, the first Grand Ascension stage bidder harumphed coldly. All of the other flying cabins remained silent, and no further bids were made. Perhaps they had been swayed by the words of that Grand Ascension stage being, or they were concerned about something else. The second bidder paid no heed to this as she said to Hu Yuxuang, Jr. No one else is making any bids, so shouldn't you declare me as the new owner of this treasure? Hu Yuxuang's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and she forced a fawning smile onto her own face as she replied, Yes, Senior, I'll begin the count of 3 right away. If no one. However, before she had a chance to finish her sentence, a bid of 900 million was suddenly made. Both the Blood Soul and Zhu Guo'er turned to Hanli with surprised expressions as he was the one who had made the bid, 950 million, 1 billion. 1,300 million. The entire plaza fell silent once again. Chapter 2335, Page of the Golden Jade Tome. Kihi, I didn't think that there would be so many fellow Taoists competing for merely half a profound heavenly treasure. Are all of you confident that you'll be able to find the Yang flag? Aren't you afraid that this flag will bring disaster instead of fortune upon your respective races? A coarse female voice chuckled coldly. In that case, why are you bidding for this item as well, Fairy Gu? Just leave it to us, a sharp voice replied in an unyielding manner. Does your stone elf race have what it takes to claim this profound heavenly treasure? Aren't you afraid it'll spell the downfall of your entire race? The coarse female voice scoffed in a disdainful manner. The stone elf race may not be powerful enough, but what do you think of our mayfly race, Fairy Gu? A cold elderly voice rang out from another flying cabin. The mayfly race. Most of the Grand Ascension stage beings' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. The mayfly race may be one of the most powerful races on the Tian Yuan continent, but our Sky Call race isn't to be looked down on either. Perhaps I'd be willing to let you take this auction item if it were something else, but there's no way I'm giving up on this profound heavenly treasure, the coarse female voice replied in an emotionless manner after a brief pause. Seeing as no one is willing to give up, let's see who can make the highest bid. This is the auction of the Helian Trade Guild, so wealth will be the deciding factor. I currently hold the highest bid. If no one else is going to exceed it, then I'll be taking this flag, the mayfly being chuckled. 1,500 million. The woman from the Sky Call race made another astonishing bid. Do you even have 1,500 million spirit stones in your possession, fellow Taoist Gu? Don't tell me you've already traded in some treasures, the mayfly being said in a cold voice. So what if I have? I didn't bring that many spirit stones, but I brought along a lot of redundant treasures, and I'm putting them to good use now, the Sky Call being chuckled coldly. In that case, I'll get involved as well. 1,800 million. The Grand Ascension stage being from the Stone Elf race also spoke up again. 1,850 million, 1,900 million. At this point, all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings had backed out of the bidding. Some of the wealthier ones among them could still afford to make more bids, but they wouldn't be able to keep this treasure anyway, so they could only reluctantly give up on it. Thus, only 3 Grand Ascension stage beings were still in the running. Hu Yuxuang was standing on the stone platform with a pleased smile, awaiting the final outcome. Senior Han, don't you want that heaven-turning flag anymore? The Blood Soul couldn't help but ask. Hanli had only made one bid before falling silent, and that was rather surprising to both the Blood Soul and Zhu Guo'er. This is quite an alluring treasure, but it may not be a good thing for me to secure it. After all, an incomplete profound heavenly treasure wouldn't be able to immediately bolster the power of our human race, and it'll attract a lot of attention from those major races. Our human and demon races still don't possess sufficient power to hold on to such a treasure, so it would be unwise to try and obtain it, Hanli replied in a nonchalant manner. Indeed, this treasure really was something that wasn't entirely necessary to him. You're right, this is a treasure that's vastly renowned, but its power belies its reputation, so it's more trouble than it's worth. It's a pity that this isn't the complete heaven-touring flag. Otherwise, you could consider securing it, the blood soul said in a rather forlorn manner. If this were a complete profound heavenly treasure, I'd be able to summon an ancient true spirit being to protect our human race. As a result, our human race would become a mid-grade power, and we'd be able to expand both our population and the territory under our control without any qualms. In that case, I wouldn't mind taking the risk, but as things currently are, it's simply not worth it, Han Li elaborated. The Blood Soul and Zhu Guo became a lot less interested in the bidding now that they knew that Han Li wouldn't be getting involved. In the end, the Yin flag was taken by the Mayfly being for the astronomical price of 5,000 spirit stones. The other Grand Ascension stage beings were extremely envious, but they could only watch as a Grand Ascension stage elder of the Trade Guild carried the flag to the flying cabin that the Mayfly being was situated in. After a full 15 minutes had passed, the elder finally re-emerged from the cabin with a pleased expression. It was clear that even though the Mayfly being had managed to secure this treasure, he had traded in most of his own treasures and could only give up on the final 2 items. Furthermore, the journey back to the Mayfly race most likely wasn't going to be a peaceful one for him, so he would have to be extra careful. At this moment, Hu Yushuang removed the restriction over another silver platter to reveal a palm-sized jade box, which she carried gently with one hand. Everyone immediately directed their attention toward the jade box, awaiting her introduction. Hu Yushuang took a glance at everyone's expectant expressions, then introduced with a smile, "I'm sure many of you have heard of the immortal tome, the Golden Jade Tome. The next auction item is a complete page from the Golden Jade Tome. Our trade guild guarantees that this is one of the 36 original inner pages, not a replica copy, and the immortal cultivation art recorded on the page is definitely viable for cultivation. As for its name and effect, we'll be withholding that information. It'll be up to you to decide whether you'd like to purchase it or not." Following her introduction, Hu Yushuang laid a hand onto the jade box, and a thick pillar of light immediately erupted forth amid a rumbling boom, within which contained a shimmering golden page. There were countless golden runes inscribed onto the surface of the page, and just a quick glance at a single one of those runes struck one with a sense of awe and veneration. This was the golden seal text of the true immortal realm. It really is one of the inner pages of the Golden Jade Tome. I didn't think the He Lian Trade Guild would be able to obtain something like this. I've heard that the Golden Jade Tome contains true immortal cultivation arts and secret techniques. Never did I think that I would get to witness an actual page from the tome. This auction item created less of a stir than that heaven-turning flag, but there were clearly more people interested in it. Why aren't you disclosing the name of the secret technique recorded on that page? There must be some type of fallacy or restriction in its cultivation, right? Otherwise, why would you intentionally withhold this information? The Sky Call being from before asked. The excitement on everyone's faces immediately faded slightly upon hearing this. Please forgive me, Senior, we are withholding the name of this cultivation art as a gesture of consideration toward its eventual new owner. After all, I'm sure its new owner wouldn't want everyone to know what's recorded on this page. As for fallacies and restrictions, the only one is that it takes longer to cultivate than normal cultivation arts, Hu Yushuang replied without any hesitation. Given your trade guild's reputation, I'll trust your words to be true, the Sky Call being chuckled before falling silent. A few more questions were asked before Hu Yushuang declared a base price of 100 million spirit stones. 150 million, 170 million. 200 million. Even before the Grand Ascension stage beings had made any bids, a flurry of bids had already been made by the attendees on the plaza. You're all dreaming if you think you can secure an inner page of the golden jade tome for such a paltry price. I'll take it for 300 million. A grand ascension stage being finally made a bid. What a coincidence. I'm also very interested in this inner page. I'll make a bid of 600 million. If anyone can make a higher bid, then you can have the item. However, Junior who just said that this secret technique will be extremely time-consuming to cultivate, so I'm assuming we'll most likely only be able to study and reference it. In that case, is it really worth such a huge sum of spirit stones? The stone elf being from before said. The other Grand Ascension stage beings who were interested in this inner page became rather hesitant upon hearing this. This price was indeed quite high for a cultivation art that may not even be practically feasible for cultivation. In that case, I'll make a bid of 610 million. The one who had made this bid was Hanli, and both the Blood Soul and Zhu Gor turned to him with surprised expressions. I'll stick by my word and hand the item over to you then, fellow Daoist. The stone elf being was clearly rather displeased, but he still backed out of the bidding as he promised. Thank you, fellow Daoist, Hanli replied in an unhurried manner. Alright, the current top bid stands at 610 million, I'll begin a count of 3, and if no further bids are made, then this inner page will go to that senior, who Yushuang announced with an elated smile. An inner page of the golden jade tome was indeed extremely precious, but the projected price was only 300 million to 400 million, so this was very much a pleasant surprise. On this occasion, no one competed with Hanli, and the inner page was delivered to him by an elder of the trade guild. Hanli issued the required spirit stones before immediately stowing the inner page into his storage bracelet without even taking a look at it first. He then sat back down to await the final auction items. According to past convention, the final auction item was supposed to be the most valuable one, and this was one of the reasons why the other Grand Ascension stage beings had decided to give up on the inner page in the end. After all, no one wanted to let the final auction item slip through their fingers due to insufficient spirit stones. Hu Yushuang took a deep breath before making her way over to the final platter-holding woman, then swept a finger toward the light barrier above the platter, upon which a small gash slowly opened up on the barrier. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.